All right, hello, welcome back to our DFT Rare and Mythic review for Limited.
Woohoo!
So just as a reminder for everyone, the scale we're going to be using is a 1 to 10 scale, but this is sort of inverted. 1 is the best grade a card can receive. It means you're basically every time going to first pick it. 10 is the worst grade a card can receive. It means you expect to get them for free at the back of the pack, and you don't need to prioritize them at all. Rares are probably going to be more 1s and more 10s, as usual. There's some rares that are incredible and some rares that are unplayable.
There's a couple in between that just are like, alright, normal Magic cards that are doing weird things.
So yeah, let's get into it. First card up, Basri, Tomorrow's Champion. So this is a single white for a 2/1 Legend Human Knight. It has white tap Exert Basri, which just means it won't untap during your next untap step, and you create a 1/1 white cat creature token with lifelink. It also has cycling for 2 and a white, and when you cycle it, cats you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn.
This one's interesting. First thing I want to start with is there's not a cat theme in this set, as we saw in commons and uncommons. This ability is maybe like a constructed plant or commander plant. It's not going to almost ever come up in Limited. There might be some corner cases because there's one vehicle that we'll see later gives things creature types, but it's not something you're not taking this card for cat synergies. You're not thinking about cat synergies with this card. So it's what we're worried about mostly is the 1 mana 2/1 that white taps exerts to create a 1/1 cat creature token with lifelink, and then it has cycling for 3 that doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. I think this card is pretty good. I don't think it's elite. I think it's just like quite solid is how I would put it. I'm probably starting at like a 2, maybe even like a 3 for this.
Yeah, I've struggled in evaluating this card because I agree. I don't think it's definitely not a bomb, but it is providing consistent advantage in a format that I think is pretty grindy. And so, yeah, I think around 2 and a 3 is where 2 or 3 is where I'd start. It feels like it might be uncommon level, maybe elite uncommon level, but not really bomby, because it is pretty slow at what it's doing, and what it's doing is like it's consistent value. It's definitely going to be valuable, but it's not high impact, and it's not going to win most games on its own.
Yeah, it doesn't win most games on its own, but efficiency is something I do really value in rares a lot.
I agree.
I should just make the note, you're almost never going to cycle this. Sometimes you will if you draw it really late, and, but 3 is a lot, and obviously the cat's ability doesn't really do very much. There might be a cat or 2 in the set that we are forgetting about. Like, there's probably 1 or 2, but it's really not that relevant.
Yeah, and then also, it's fringe relevant if you have, 2 or 3 Bowsers in Play Booster era. Then you can, it might come up. But
yeah. I think the lifelink on the cats is kind of nice.
I think it's quite nice, yeah. It's
so that bumps it up
token.
A bit for me. I think a 3 is probably fair for this.
I think a 2.5 or 3. Also, notably, it gets a little bit weird, but better with ways to untap it. Most notably, the green-white uncommon can untap it and get around the exert restriction.
That's a really good combo.
But it does still keep you at a rate of 1 token per turn.
I find it kind of funny that they have to use the exert mechanic instead of just giving it a stun counter because it's from Amonkhet.
Yeah.
Alright,
Next up we have Bulwark Ox. 1 and a white for a 2/2 creature Ox mount. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and has saddle 1 to enable that. And then sacrifice this creature. Creatures you control with counters on them gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn.
Really strong card.
Yeah.
The saddle ability, it's a little bit worse than Luminarch Aspirant. You do need to tap a creature. That is a real cost.
You attack a creature and you need to attack with Ox.
Yes.
You can't just accumulate advantage with it.
Right, exactly. So it is much different from Luminarch Aspirant in that way, but getting a counter every turn is an incredibly powerful ability. There's a lot of room between that spell and a spell that's not extremely strong, I guess is how I would put it. So I think this spell is really good. You sacrifice it and give things hexproof and indestructible. That's going to be relevant. It's like an extra line of text that will come up a decent amount of the time, especially if you can play a big creature, use that big creature to saddle it, give that creature a counter. Hopefully you have a free attack that turn, and then just leave it around as protection for that creature. That's a kind of nice play pattern. This card is probably a worthy first pick. Like, I don't need that much more out of my rare. Obviously, I would if it costs more mana, but like, this is an incredible 2-drop.
Yeah. Also, I want to note it plays really well in the Mount synergy space, where like the green-white uncommon, or even I don't know how many Mount commons do this, but there's at least the 4-drop white one. Both of those cards put counters on themselves or other creatures, and so just that's another like added bonus to this card. That and just having Mount density and good mounts that do things has felt very valuable.
Yeah, there seems to be a good amount of mounts in the set and mount synergies.
Yeah. So on top of just being a premium rate card, it also has a lot of synergy upsides. I think elevate even further.
I'd give this like a 1.5. I'm taking another really good rare over it sometimes, but I think like I'm first picking it most of the time I see it.
Yeah, I mean this I agree, because this card does have the downside of like late in the game in like a really stalled out board, it might not do that much. It's mostly a game that's just premium early game and then like sometimes good late. And so yeah, I would, if there's like a bomb like a Planeswalker or something big like that just like wins you the game on the spot, that's like a step above this, but at this rate, yeah, 1.5 is comfortable for me.
Alright, 1.5 for Bulwark Ox. Next we have Guardian Sunmare. This is 3 white for a 5/5 horse mount with Ward 2, saddle 4. So that's a lot. That's a big saddle cost, but you'll see why. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, search your library for a non-land permanent card with mana value 3 or less, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. That is some powerful Magic the Gathering text right there.
It is. This card is quite chonky and not the easiest to interact with. Although Ward 2, by the time you're in turn 5, turn 6, interaction will probably still hit it, but it's a notable tempo hit to try to deal with.
I mean, to be fair, it has 5 toughness, and most of the removal that can deal with 5 toughness creatures costs 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Some of it costs 3, but that makes it cost 5. You know?
Yeah. No.
A larger creature with Ward 2, it matters, I think, a little bit more than a smaller creature with Ward 2
agree.
for that reason.
No, I totally agree. I'm just saying it's like it'll probably take your opponent's entire turn versus the card being unkillable, but it's still like a very good line of text.
Yeah.
And
like even that small amount of protection means that it's hard for your opponent to trade up on mana for this, which is one of the main weaknesses of these kinds of 5-drops. So the Ward 2 is doing some really important work there.
Yeah. And so then let's talk about the saddle ability, because saddle 4, as we were talking about in the commons and uncommons, saddle 3 is kind of your pilot breakpoint, where like 3, 2, and 1 are all doable with pilots and like 2 and 1 with like random creatures. This, you need to commit a large creature or 2 creatures to saddle this card, so it's not something that's really easy to do incidentally. You have to commit some amount of tempo to making the saddle ability work. That being said, it's an ability that I think scales really well based on how good your deck is. Like, baseline, you're getting a 3-drop creature, that's pretty good. But like, if you're getting like the 3-mana enchantment that deals 5 or something like that can get even nuttier. And so it's
it's a tutor for like the best 3-drop, or even if the best card to get is a 2-drop that in your deck.
A tutor that doesn't cost mana,
right. I just mean tutor in terms of you have so much selection over it and you can just get the best one.
Oh, for sure. I'm just saying it lets you also then like you can play another spell and like really start pushing an advantage if you're able to snowball this.
This is an incredibly powerful ability. If you get an attack with it, even if you're trading it off for another big creature while you do that, you've gotten more than your 5 mana's worth. Obviously, the saddle cost is pretty large and it needs to be enabled. This isn't a terrible body, though. It can block fine on its own. Not amazingly, but totally solidly. So this card's really, really good. I think it's probably just about similar power level to the 2-drop that we just saw, the Bulwark Ox. This basically is significantly above rate, but not incredibly, incredibly above rate for 5 mana as opposed to for 2 mana. And I do mean that even accounting for the fact that it is a 5-drop instead of a 2-drop, which 2-drops generally are just higher value and limited.
Yeah.
And in Magic.
I agree. I think Saddle 4 here can be a difficult cost for some decks, so there will be some decks where Sunmare underperforms. But overall, especially where I expect to be in white, I think it's going to be generally quite powerful. So I think I'd be comfortable putting it also around like 1.5, maybe closer to 2, but not by much.
I honestly, I think it's a 1.5. I think you're first picking this most of the time that you see it.
Yeah. Next up, we have Perilous Snare. This is an artifact for 2 and a white. It has Start Your Engines. When this artifact enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. And then at max speed, it has tap, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. Activate only as a sorcery.
So,
Whew.
it's an Oblivion Ring artifact, and then once
High
you get to
baseline.
max speed, it also is just giving you a counter every turn, which, as we've already talked about, is a really, really good ability in Limited.
Yeah, max speed Luminarch Aspirant on a removal spell is... You're getting a lot for your mana's worth here. Like, baseline, it is hitting any non-land permanent, so that could be a vehicle, a creature, an enchantment, anything that's... Like, even if your opponent has a Planeswalker, it's unrestricted. It'll hit anything, which is quite nice.
And that helps you build speed as
Yeah,
well.
because it can early game clear a blocker or late game hit a reach threat, whatever you need. It'll help you like push forward your game plan, and so then make it so you can eventually hit max speed. And I don't think this is a card like you need to have max speed early to be excited about, but obviously if you do, it becomes kind of broken.
And also Start Your Engines, getting speed started is, again, just want to note, inherent value on its own, because it builds toward your other max speed payoffs, and you want ways to do that early.
For sure.
There is a little bit of tension here in that you tend to want to hold your removal spell for their larger value threats, and casting this on turn 3 to Start Your Engines will mean that you're not doing that. So keep that in mind, but I think the reward for building to max speed with this is well worth it, so you may actually want to make that play. I'm just noting that you're losing some of the value of this as a removal spell if you're going for the max speed mode in certain situations, but I probably do that most of the time, because really the max speed mode is where this card becomes incredible instead of just solidly good.
Yeah. Although it is also, though, if you pick this card up, incentive to pick up other max speed cards, so you don't have to be forced into that situation.
Right. If you've got a deck that can start its engines quite easily, then you don't need to, deploy this early to do that.
Yeah.
This is a 1.
I think so, yeah. It's it's not like there are gonna be games where it's just a Banishing Light, but that's a wonderful floor to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, 1 for Perilous Snare. Next we have Salvation Engine. This is a weird one. 4 and a white for a 6/10 vehicle with crew 6, which is huge. However, it helps itself out a little bit there because it has a static ability that says other artifact creatures you control get +2/+2. And then it also has, whenever this vehicle attacks, return up to 1 target artifact card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
This card is weird.
It is.
It's beaten me up at least once.
It's powerful. Yeah. I think this card is quite good. You need to build around it to a certain extent. You need artifact creatures, obviously. That's pretty doable, I think, in this set. Obviously, it works with vehicles, but there's also just a lot of generic artifact creatures. And I think this only needs to be pumping maybe like half to 2/3 of your creatures to be actively quite good, like an effect that you really want. 5 mana is too much for that effect, but the fact that you're getting a quite large vehicle, even if the crew cost is super expensive, you'll be able to kind of threaten to activate it and block or whatever, and it extends the game a little bit just by being a 6/10 that threatens to block if you have a decent sized board, and obviously it helps towards its crew cost by pumping your artifacts. So
Yeah.
you've got like 1 small artifact creature and 1 medium-sized other creature that lets you crew this, and then it gets grindy in these long games that it generates because it returns artifacts from graveyard to the battlefield. So really good package. I don't think this is quite as low setup cost as how I would put it, or deck building cost, as the other rares we've seen, which all have been really, really strong.
I think I would say this is quite high setup cost, because it can be sometimes hard to get the required artifact density in cards you actually care about.
Yeah.
In this format.
I agree. So I'm not too sure about this one. It has a really high top end, but I think if I see a really strong common, I might be taking that over this pack 1 pick 1. And I think definitely the stronger uncommons I'm probably taking over it. Yeah. So I want to go with like a 3 for this. I want to pick it up early. I think it has really high potential. Early in a draft, I think it's one of the highest upside cards you can take, which are really important to prioritize early. But yeah, I don't think this is an easy first pick every time.
Also, I do want to note, like, with a single white pip, it is pretty splashable, and the artifact space extends multiple colors beyond white to, like, blue and black. And so, like, I could see also it being a late game, being a 5-drop means that I'm a little bit more fine with splashing it. So that also moves it up a little bit to me, where, like, if I'm in, like, a blue-black artifact stack, I'd probably also want to pick this up. I think it would be worth the setup, this extra setup.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So that takes it up for me a little bit. And
so what do you have it at?
I think I'd also put it at like a 3. It is just like the deck building cost is high enough that I want to take a lower opportunity cost uncommon over it.
Yeah,
but like I think most commons I would not be taking over this unless
I agree.
I was looking pack 2 or 3.
I meant like the premium commons.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Which there aren't many of.
Yeah. Next up, we have Sky Seer's Chariot. This is 1 and a white for a 3/3 vehicle. Has flying. When this vehicle enters, choose a non-land card name. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name cost 2 more to activate. Crew 2. This one's really weird. It's a pretty efficient vehicle at 2 mana 3/3 flyer, and so if you're in a otherwise creature down stack, it can be a pretty powerful early threat. But not like anything to write home about. It is a vehicle, so it's not contributing a creature to your board without committing another creature, so not making you any wider. The ability that was really interesting in this format, where we see almost every card has an activated ability, and it's not restricted. You can hit anything but a land. So like you can turn off a creature or a vehicle's mana ability by making it cost 2 mana to get 1 mana. You could hit a crew cost, making a vehicle cost 2 to activate, or you could hit an exhaust ability and tick that up. So there's really a lot of different things that you can hit with this card and make your opponent stumble a bit, which I think it doesn't. All that being said, it is just going to impact like 1, maybe if you're lucky, 2 of your opponent's cards. It's not going to tax them of all their mana for the rest of the game. This isn't constructed. You're not hitting a 4 from their deck. So it is, I think, nothing more than just like incidental upside. And sometimes you're going to have to name a card blind.
Yeah, although I will say in this set, that is real incidental upside because there are so many activated abilities.
No, you can hit something that'll make your opponent stumble.
I bet most of the time you're going to get real mana advantage out of this. Most of the time that mana advantage will not be like crucial. It will not be acting like a removal spell or anything like that. But it's a really nice added bonus to a decent rate vehicle. So I think this card's pretty strong.
I think it's solid. Yeah, I don't think it's.
The 3/3 flyer like always matters on the board.
For sure, yeah. I'm not like over
the 2 mana is low.
Yeah, I'm not over the moon about the card, but I think it is quite efficient and quite nice in what it does. Question for you is, what is your number 1 pick for blind card pick in the format?
Oh, like what thing am I choosing for the activated ability thing? I mean, it obviously depends on the color of the thing. Off the top of my head, I don't really know. The first thing that came to mind was the 3/4 cycling 2 common. Mm-hmm. Because making them cycle that for 4 really sucks, and so that sort of forces them to play it, and then this is just a 3/3 flyer, and that's a 3/4 ground creature, and I think you're getting a pretty big advantage there. And obviously that's a card that can be in any deck, but I think most of the time you're going to be naming a specific common in their colors that you care about.
I agree to an extent. The first card I thought of, though, was the 1 mana artifact that 3-tap sacks to deal 3.
Oh, that's a very good
6
one.
tap to kill
making
something.
That card less efficient is huge impact.
Because I feel like that's going to be a card.
That's a better answer.
That's going to be a card a lot of decks are. It's not a good card, but it's going to be a card a lot of decks are forced to play, no matter the color, because just like how important picking up removal spells can be for some decks. And so that one also just stops it from killing this on turn 3 as well. So like lines up well into the chariot itself.
I agree. Okay, I'm putting this at, I think, again, a 3. Like, there will be times I first pick it, for sure. And there will also be times I take a card I slightly prefer, maybe in a different color or something like that. I could even see it being a 2. It's definitely more consistent than the 6/10 that we just talked about. But it is lower upside.
Yeah.
It's just a really solid card.
I'm leaning towards 4 just because, like, I'm not crazy about about vehicles, like, almost
That's
in
very
general.
fair.
Like, a 2, like, spending my, especially if it's on turn 2, like, it's a good vehicle to play on 2, but it is still a vehicle being played on 2 if I'm playing it on 2.
Yeah, that's true.
And so I think I'm leaning more towards 4, but it's around there. The card is quite
I think
powerful.
I'll give it a 3. I think I like the card a lot.
I think that's fair. I don't think...
4 is reasonable as
Yeah.
well. Alright, next up we have Spectacular Pileup. This is the White Wrath for the set. 3 white for a sorcery. All creatures and vehicles lose indestructible until end of turn, then destroy all creatures and vehicles. And it has cycling too, which is quite nice on a Wrath.
Yeah.
You're obviously not going to use that a lot, but when you do, it's going to be really valuable because Wraths are high variance cards. Sometimes they're great, and sometimes you can't cast them. But the reason you're not going to use it a lot is because it's pretty easy to find spots where Wraths can give you a lot of advantage in Limited as long as you play somewhat carefully. This card seems really, really good to me. Like, I'm probably playing it in every deck, even my aggro decks, just because of the cycling.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like the cycling, actually, there are going to be some decks where that's really high upside, because Wraths usually... most limited decks are mid-range decks, so most limited decks can, like, play to game states to take advantage of Wraths, even, like, some more aggressive ones. But I like that cycling here really lets you, like, push past that, and even your outlier really aggressive decks will like this card, because there'll be times when you stumble and you fall behind, and, like, this kind of effect can be game-winning, or even, like, you have it in your opening hand and you can craft a game plan around it. But also, if you're, like, ahead trying to push an advantage, you can just cycle it and keep going, like, at a very low cost, and, like, that's a situation where you're ahead. The cycling 2 probably won't be too big of a downside. So, like, it's good when you're ahead and good when you're behind in a way that most Wraths aren't, which I really, really like.
I wouldn't call it good when you're ahead. I would call it, like, functional when you're ahead.
I agree.
Yeah.
Good's a stretch, but, like, it's a Wrath that's functional when you're ahead is a lot
better.
a lot more than any other Wrath,
Yes.
which I think is, like,
Exactly.
really, really good.
Exactly.
Which makes me be like, yeah, I'm fine drawing this in basically any game where I can get up to 5 mana.
Yes. I think this is probably not one of the literal best rares in the set, but I think it's still a 1.
I agree. I agree pretty strongly.
Spectacular Pileup is a 1. First pick it unless you have an obvious other incredible rare.
So next up is Valor's Flagship. This is 4 white for a 7/7 legendary artifact vehicle. That is 7 mana, 7/7 vehicle with flying, first strike, lifelink, and crew 3.
So let's evaluate that.
Yeah, so
first.
that is 7 mana, 7/7 vehicle. My first impression was like, flying, first strike, lifelink. That's quite appealing. That's honestly almost like the minimum what I'd expect from a 7/7 vehicle in white.
Yeah.
Like, it seems...
You need to have another creature out. However, your opponent cannot get into combat if you are able to crew this.
Yes, and, like, notably, it is crew 3, so the other creature could be a pilot from, like, from an instant pilot, like, from one of your lands or from another thing that made one, and that's quite nice, because that's not much board presence that you'd be sacrificing for the 7/7. But if you don't have a pilot, then you probably have to have, like, a 3-power creature, which is more notable.
And I will just say, 7 drops in Limited require a lot of resource investment to be able to cast, right? You need to get up to 7 lands. To do that, you often need to prolong the game. Often that means trading off creatures, blocking and trading off. And so there is some really important tension here that makes the card a lot worse than it seems on the surface between being a vehicle and just being a creature. If this were a creature, I'd be evaluating it a lot differently. There will absolutely be times when you cast this on turn 7, but you've needed to use all your creatures to extend the game to that place, and you can't block with it, and you lose because you can't block with it immediately. That is not the majority of the time, I would say, with this, but it is a really meaningful percentage of the time because it's the difference between winning the game and losing the game.
And there will also be situations where you're trying to play to your Valor's flagship, extending the game, trading your creatures off, and you might not hit 7 lands, or you might not hit triple white.
Like right, both of those are also a lot.
Those are both pretty significant land requirements. However, we have not finished reading the card.
Yes.
There's more to this that helps. The card has cycling, and the cycling cost is X, 2 colorless, and a white. When you cycle this card, create X 1/1 colorless pilot creatures, and those can crew as if they have power 3.
So we've got a expensive Baneslayer Angel Vehicle / Decree of Justice split card. Decree of Justice, for those not familiar, was like a thing that made angels, and then it had exactly this cycling cost, X 2 and a white, and you made X like 1/1 soldiers when you cycled it.
Yep.
It was like a control finisher back in the day. This is a powerful effect. X and X plus 3 mana to cycle and make a bunch of 1/1s is pretty strong. However, I'm gonna argue this doesn't totally solve the problem, because what you really want is to have both. You want to make pilots and be able to crew this vehicle. Because the vehicle is the reward for the pilots, and you're getting rid of the vehicle to make the pilots.
So notably, there are like some small combos with this in the format where you can like reanimate it with the black or white uncommon.
Those matter.
I'm not going to go too much into them, though, because it's like, yeah, if you have that synergy, you'll pick it a little bit higher, but like they're uncommons that you won't always get them. What I want to evaluate, though, is the cycling ability itself.
Yes, and that's a strong card on its own.
But my question is, how strong? If you think about if X equals 0, that's 3 mana cycling. That's pretty below rate cycling, and also it's a white pip, and the cost might occasionally get got by that. For 4 mana, you're getting a 1/1 pilot and drawing a card.
Pretty bad rate.
Not really excited about that. 5 mana, you're getting 2 1/1 pilots.
Still pretty bad rate.
Pretty bad rate, but if you're in like a vehicle space, which if you have a high density of vehicles, that's just in general a deck building thing I'm not super excited about.
This is the thing also. Having a high density of vehicles makes it kind of hard to block and prolong the game.
Yes.
And makes this worse, because once you cast it, your vehicles can't crew it.
Yeah, and so then like that, because of just of the nature of vehicles, I'm not that excited about making 2 pilots, because I kind of expect to need 1 pilot, because I expect to, on average, have 1 vehicle.
And it's also just true that the first pilot makes a huge difference, because often the problem with vehicles is you have 2 or 3 out and you can't crew any of them. And at least on blocks, you can threaten to crew, like, crew 1, that one crews the other, that one crews the other, or whatever, to, like, get around removal or get around high crew costs. And so 1 creature versus 0 creatures makes a huge difference. 2 versus 1 can, but it's not as big of a deal. Like, your second pilot is often just a 1/1. So this cycling card, which is sort of the split card that you have with the Valor's flagship, the Baneslayer half, is a good card sometimes. Like, if you happen to just have a lot of mana. But if you happen to just have a lot of mana, you should probably just cast the flagship.
Yeah.
So it bridges you a little bit toward that end game. But again, you can't. The reason you're trying to get to that end game is the flagship.
Yeah.
So it's just, this card seems like it attempts to solve its own problems and kind of doesn't.
Yeah, no, both of those effects are like, oh, I want to invest a lot of mana in it. So it's kind of, it's less of a early game, late game cycling utility card, and it's more of like a late game split card where one of the sides of it is kind of just a little bit worse than the other.
With like a really crappy early mid-game buyout option if you're desperate. But like, that's not something you really want to be doing. Okay, we've trashed on this card a lot. It's not unplayable. This is obviously a pretty unique effect that is really powerful and will win some games for you. And it's not horribly difficult to just put this in your deck and plan on cycling it if you need to cycle it. It's a real downside. You're making your deck worse in many games by doing that. But there's some real upside, because this is going to win some games that many, many, many other cards would have no business winning.
Yeah, like 7/7 flying for strike lifelink, that is huge. That is a 14-point life swing when it hits. Like,
yeah, I think the best way to put it is your opponent is not allowed to get into combat unless they can kill this, if you're able to crew it. Which wins games of limited, obviously.
Yeah.
Overall, I genuinely am quite low on this card. I think it might get a little bit of a bump for maybe even being a sideboard card, or just a card that fills a hole in some decks, and if you can build a deck that is really good at crafting games that end up being able to cast this card and crew it, like you can have really high upside decks that this is quite good in. But I'm straight up not going to play this in a lot of my white decks. I think it is going to be actively bad in a lot of different decks in this format. I'm pretty low on this. I think I'm going to give it a 5, and that's factoring in the high upside that you're kind of speculating on it early in a draft, hoping that you can build a deck where it makes sense. Hopefully that explains most of my approach to this card. It's a really hard card to evaluate. It's really high upside, really high downside. So, yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts?
That was really funny, because you're like, oh, I'm really low on this card, and you said 5, and I was like, oh, I thought I was high on this card for giving it a 6. I think, I agree. I think the setup cost of the 7-drop is very high, but also very worth it if you build a deck where this is good. But you have to put in a lot of, you have to make sacrifices in the draft to make this good, I think. It's not just going to be generically good in your average white draft deck.
Yes.
And so, and the cycling bio doesn't help enough with that. But that being said, it is still, the cycling bio is still I'd say, playable effect, and the upside is quite high. So between 5 and a 6, I think, is where I'm at as well. I'm fully on board with what
and that is even, again, we're giving it all the advantages that we can try to give it. There's 2 reanimation spells that work with it, that are quite good with it. Speculating on power early in a draft is usually something you want to do. There's a lot of reasons why we're bumping this up, but I really just want to emphasize, in most decks, you literally probably shouldn't play this card. Which is a weird thing to kind of justify, but I think it's actually true. I think 5 or a 6 is totally fair.
I think I'm comfy with 5.
Yeah, I think a 5 is appropriate. Okay, 5 for Valor's flagship. Next up, we have Voyager Glide Car. This is a single white for a 2/3 vehicle with crew 1. When it enters, you scry 1, and then it has an ability where you can tap 3 other untapped creatures you control, and until end of turn, it becomes an artifact creature and gains flying.
Ooh.
And put a +1/+1 counter on it.
This is weird.
It's very weird.
Notably, we did not see in commons and uncommons, there isn't really a token theme going around, right? There's not that many cards that
I don't
go
think
super
building
wide.
wide boards is going to be easy in this set.
And so that makes this ability a pretty high cost. You can't substitute your tapping 3 creatures with 1 pilot. It's not the same thing. It's not like the other high crew costs that we see. And so you need to have a wide board to start getting this flying threat that grows. That being said, it is just kind of baseline,
The scry one does a lot to kind of raise the floor on this card, I would say.
Yeah, the baseline rate of 1 mana 2/3 scry 1 crew 1 vehicle is not something I'm super excited about, because it's a 1-drop is often in limited not that much better than a 2-drop, because neither are things you'll always have on turn 1, turn 2, and because of how bad limited mana bases are, having enough sources to consistently have turn 1 mana, not always easy. But it is still 1 mana is less than 2 mana. It is efficient in its mana cost, as efficient as it can get. And if you can get even 1 counter on this, then it can just be a 3/4 on the board, which we identified before. there's a lot of like random 3-power creatures and a lot of 3/4s. You get 2 counters on it, suddenly attacks through those 3/4s. So like it rewards you for setting it up, and like it'll get some damage in the turn you tap all your creatures. So like it could be a way to break a late game board stall.
Yeah,
but
I would
all
say
in all,
that,
it feels
I would
like
say
pretty-
one of the primary things this card does is break board stalls.
Yeah.
Because you can pass. This ability is instant speed,
Oh,
so
it
you can
is.
tap your 3 creatures at end of turn and just keep building this over the course of multiple turns, and eventually it becomes threatening enough to just kill them in 1 or 2 hits in the air.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I thought I was
That's
just
a
thinking of it
big part of
aggressively.
this
Yeah,
card.
no, that's huge. No, that is really huge because that also just allows you to, if you're using this card defensively, wait until your opponent enters combat, and then decide what you're doing based on that. So they don't know you're threatening activation, but also threatening blocking with your other creatures, making your opponent's combat more difficult. And if they don't do anything, you're just continuing to grow with this. Like that's actually a really nice late game dynamic on a 1-drop.
So this is a 1-drop that's fine early, I would say. The Scry one is nice for like hitting land drops or filtering out lands if you're in a land heavy hand. And then, in some games you'll just kind of want to trade this off for like a medium creature as a 2/3. But then if it just sticks around and you get into a board stall with your opponent, this really is good at winning those. So it's weirdly better in the late game, I would say, than in the early game.
I agree. I would actually argue I think it's close to actively mediocre early game.
Yes.
Like I don't really care that it's 1 mana. A vehicle early just is like makes me feel like I'm falling behind on board.
Yeah. So I overall like this package a lot in a card. It's really good at doing its job, and then the early game stuff, like being a 2/3 vehicle with crew 1 that can just kind of trade off, is functional enough to make me like this as not just a late game card, but a card that can smoothly fit into your curve. It only costs 1, so that like on its own just makes it sort of not a big investment of mana. I give this probably a 2. I think I really want to pick it up early, but I don't think it's quite a 1 power level. I don't think it's going to dominate a lot of games.
Really, I was close to 4 or 5 or maybe even 6. I just am like I'd have to see because the thing is like it can like take over specifically the situation where you're in a late game board stall with a lot of creatures. There can also be like a late game board stall though where you have 2 creatures in this vehicle, or like players are on low resources because things traded off. And like I could also trade off in that scenario, and that's all right. It feels like the setup cost for it being good isn't something I expect to encounter every game.
I agree, but my argument is that upside is quite high and the downside is very low.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this costs
Yeah,
1
that's fair.
mana. 1 mana is so little.
1 mana is so little, but its board presence is also so little.
Yeah, but you also get a scry.
And that's true. Like I definitely do see the power in this card. To me, I'd want to play with it and see actually how it plays and how often you end up in this format in a situation where this card shines. Because it could be a format where that happens a lot, in which case I'd be like a lot more interested in it.
Yeah, I think to me, I guess I'm reading this as a Magic card that is very flexible and has high upside,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is just a really powerful package, and costing 1 mana on top of that just makes me think like this is a card that makes your deck a lot better and able to win a lot more games, like a higher range of games than your deck would without this card at very low cost. It smooths your draws, it makes it a little bit more consistent, and then it just wins a category of game. So I like it. Again, I think Mora's points are really good. This is not just an incredible card in every game. It's often very medium, but I like the card a lot. I think I'm prioritizing it over like most non-rare effects.
I could see it.
I think 3 is fair.
I'm between 2. I could see going up to a 2, and I could see going down to a 4. But
let's land on 3.
I think 3 makes sense. I think it's more likely I go up to 2 over the course of the format than down to 4. But I'd have to play with it.
2 to a 3, probably a 3 for Guide Car.
Next up, we have Mindspring Merfolk, which is a single blue for a 1/1. It's a creature, Merfolk Wizard. It has exhaust. Cast the card Mindspring. X blue, tap, Draw X cards. Put a +1/+1 counter on each merfolk creature you control.
I didn't know Mindspring put counters on merfolk you control.
It sure does now, according to this card. This is an obvious reference to the classic card Mindspring, which shows up in some core sets, X blue, draw X cards. This, however, Mindspring was not an instant. This one is an instant speed ability, which is quite nice on our mana sink on our 1-drop. And I think this is actually a lot like the last 1-drop we looked at, where it's a 1-mana 1/1 which isn't going to impact the board much early, but this is a quite powerful late game ability.
Yeah, I agree. Like, instant speed really helps because you can pass, leave up an interactive spell, and then if you don't have an opportunity to use that interactive spell, you can just like draw 3 cards, let's say, if you have 5 mana. That's really good. This basically does nothing early on in games, especially because you're probably going to be pretty avoidant of trading it off. And it only becomes a 2/2, so this is really a draw spell, mostly. The creature, obviously, is kind of nice and relevant to have, but it also means it's a lot more fragile if your opponent is thinking, okay, I can just wait and the turn before they try to use this, I'm going to kill it, and so they're going to like think they have card advantage and might play this game in different ways, but then I can kind of disrupt their card advantage pretty easily. 1/1s are not that hard to kill. That this is somewhat fragile in that way. But it's a really good ability. I will also note that you can't kill this in response. The exhaust ability will happen. So if your opponent has 5 mana up and you've got a removal spell and you're like thinking about whether to kill this, I would recommend not killing it because they're going to get their cards and you're going to have spent your removal on a 2/2 in a game where they just drew some cards, which is generally not good.
Yeah. I also just want to note real quick, there are no other merfolks in the set. It's just putting a counter on itself. Again, besides a 1 corner case with a certain vehicle that gives things creature types, but
yeah,
it's going to just be put a counter on itself.
The counter is nice. Like, a 2/2 is a lot more relevant than a 1/1. It'll probably help in a double block or something after it's drawn cards. And I also think it makes it a little bit better to just draw, like, 2 cards with this, because 2 cards plus a 2/2 is sort of a nice card, whereas 4 mana draw 2 on its own is not very good. So, you know, that helps it be a little bit smaller in its card draw. But this can also just sit around and draw a removal spell, or else you're going to get to 6 or 7 mana and draw 4 or 5 cards.
Yeah, it's nice that it is, just, like you said, that flexible. And even sometimes in games where you're missing your 4th land drop, you can block their X to draw a card, trade, and then continue to dig to hitting your land drops.
Yeah.
Like, it's... Or even for 2 mana, you can just tap, put a counter on it if you're already, like, rolling in cards.
That is true. I guess if your opponent, like, attacks you with a 1/2 and you just have blue up, like...
you can't just be like, oh, got you!
Yeah, that's something, I guess, to look out for.
Yeah.
But yeah, this I don't think it's like a bomb. I don't think it's an incredible card, but it's a very solid card.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't love it. I'm taking it early in a lot of drafts, especially if I already know I'm blue. I'm giving this like a 4, I think. It's on the level of like the best commons.
I think I'm a bit higher on it. Like, there is a little bit of upside with the 1-drop, where like, especially if you're on the play, you can go 1-drop, they pass the turn because most decks won't have a 1-drop, and if you play a speed thing on 2, it's another way to get to speed 2 on 2. But also it is like efficient to deploy and super flexible, and I think can serve a role as just like a late game source with a lot of cards. And like, if you're building a deck that wants to get to the late game, that can be really valuable. And I think that, plus the fact that it's so flexible, it will fit into every blue deck that you play. And you can kind of build a little bit of a game plan around it. I'm between a 2 and a 3 on it. I think it's just the fact I think is quite powerful.
This is basically exactly the inverse of the card we just reviewed.
Yeah.
I'm happy meeting it a 3.
I think I am too. I think it's another one I'll probably end up higher on it by the end. But I'm happy compromising.
Makes sense. Next we have Mu Yanling, Wind Rider, 2 blue for a 2/4. When this creature enters, create a 3/2 colorless vehicle artifact creature token with, I guess, just a vehicle artifact token with crew 1. And it also has 2 more abilities that are pretty sweet. Vehicles you control have flying, just all vehicles. And then, whenever one or more creatures you control with flying deal combat damage to a player, draw a card.
Oh.
So, this is not vehicles with flying deal damage to a player, or vehicles, because all your vehicles will have flying, so that's sort of given. But this also triggers off of your normal flying creatures, which is pretty sweet.
This is powerful, yeah.
I mean, it's not exactly 2 bodies, but it's a little bit 2 bodies. It's like 1.5 bodies for a single card, which is pretty nice. And it has the potential to just draw you 1 or 2 cards, and maybe even more, but like, once you've drawn more than 2 cards with this, I think you're like running away with the game. But that really just means that if you draw 1 card, you're incredibly happy. If you draw 2, you're over the moon. And then, yeah, like, the rest kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, important to remember, this is templated differently from cards like a card Enduring Curiosity, which we saw a couple sets ago. This, whenever 1 or more creatures you control with flying deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. If you're drawing multiple cards, it's over multiple turns, because you're only drawing 1 card off of this card per turn.
Yes, this essentially has this ability only triggers once per turn.
Yeah.
Unless you, like, create multiple combats, but that's super rare.
Yeah, it is
fact,
literally rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is still super powerful. Like, blue has flyers. Blue has multiple flyers, and like flyers by nature of what they are hard to block.
It's also not a terrible defensive speed card.
Yeah.
Like, it can just get played out and then block as a 3/2 flyer the turn it comes down, and then still leave behind a 2/4 once you trade that off for something, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I will say, like, I'm a lot more excited about a creature that makes a vehicle than I am just about a vehicle. Like, this is
100%.
more than 1 body. It's not quite 2 bodies, but it is more than 1 body for a card that also is providing you value for being aggressive, and like also is a 4 toughness creature to block while you're getting in with your flyers. Like, it's doing so much for you. Or you could, like, you can crew the vehicle immediately, trade it off. Like, you have a lot of optionality here.
Yeah, this card is really, really great. I think it's a 1. It's just a first pick. I'm taking it in almost every pack I see it in. Sometimes in Play Booster era there might be a slightly more powerful rare, but this is up there. This is one of the better rares in the set.
Yeah, it just does so many things.
And technically it's Mythic, obviously.
Yes.
I just kind of include everything as a rare, and I know that I will see Mythics slightly less often, but like, to me, at least, evaluating limited cards, it doesn't make a huge difference.
Yeah, they're in the same slot in the pack.
Yep.
Alright. Next up, we have Possession Engine. This is 3 blue for a 5/5 vehicle with crew 3. That rate's pretty awful for rare. I wonder what it does. When this vehicle enters, gain control of target creature an opponent controls for as long as you control this vehicle. That creature can't attack or block for as long as you control this vehicle.
Huh.
So it's Fiend Hunter, kind of, that crews with the creature you stole.
Yeah, it's sort of like a 5-mana 5/5 Fiend Hunter. It does leave the creature on the battlefield, so you can, like, use its abilities.
And so many creatures in this set have abilities.
Right.
Like, even if you just, like, take their 1/1 rat, if you have the mana for it, you can just start draining them or anything like that.
This card is really good. Obviously, it would be better if it were just a mind control effect, and it is slightly annoying that you can't attack or block with the thing. But you will have opportunities that are kind of safe to crew this. Like, a 5/5 can attack profitably a lot of the time if the opponent is tapped out. And yeah, like, I don't think this will always be just a blowout, because there is a lot of removal in the set that kills artifacts and kills vehicles, but it has a really high board impact if they can't kill it. And yeah, like, if they do, it's just kind of a 1-for-1, and that's fine. You've gotten a little bit of tempo. Either you removed a blocker for a turn of attacks, or you were able to block with it for a turn, or whatever. So yeah, this card is really, really strong.
One tip to remember with this card, if this card is stealing your creature and you have a vehicle, crew your vehicle, so it's tapped when they get it. If you have this card and they kill it, crew it with the creature you gain control of, so it comes back tapped.
Yes,
There's a bit
basically
of
whenever
play
this
there.
card either enters or leaves the battlefield, probably one player should be crewing a vehicle in some way.
If obviously there's exceptions where like it won't be strategically correct, but for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, that's just something that's important to know. Very small edges you can gain that are just totally free in gameplay.
Yeah.
So good note there. Yeah, I mean, I'm first picking this most times I see it.
Yeah, no, I think it's just really powerful. Like, it's another creature. It's kind of like a creature in a vehicle. It's mostly just kind of just a creature. It's not really a vehicle because most of the time you're going to be trying to take the most high impact card, and the most high impact card will probably be able to crew this.
And just for what it's worth, the creature you stole can crew other vehicles. So
That too, yeah. It's a bit more flexible.
You may not want to expose this, but you still get a creature for crewing for free,
yes,
which is super nice.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of just like these little upsides that come together on this powerful effect that makes me really like it.
This is a 1. Again, I'm going to say this about a lot of ones, and I will clarify when I'm talking about ones that are just like the best card in the set. But like this isn't that. This is just a 1. Like I'm first picking it basically every time I see it.
Yeah, like a 1.1, 1.2.
Yeah. Next up we have Repurposing Bay. 2 and a blue for an artifact, and it has 2 tap, do Birthing Pod for artifacts, which just means sacrifice another artifact, search your library for an artifact card with mana value equal to 1 plus the sacrificed artifact's mana value, put that card onto the battlefield, then shuffle, activate only as a sorcery. I am going to be really excited to see some screenshots of decks that can play this card and make it fine. However, this is not a playable card in most limited decks.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And likely, even if you're trying to build around it completely, you are probably just making your deck worse and you're doing it for story equity, which is fine and great, and that's awesome, and please do that. I want to see the pictures, but I think this is not generally a playable limited card.
And to go a little bit into it just to assuage all doubts, if you're thinking about if you think about like a theoretical deck that wants to maximize your Repurposing Bay, you want to be gaining some sort of advantage out of the ability. That means you don't really want to be losing board presence when you sacrifice an artifact, and you want to be like gaining some amount of board presence when you get an artifact, and you kind of want to be rewarded for chaining that together. So that means you want like artifacts that have like enter the battlefield abilities, something that does like board impacting things, which there are a couple in the set. Like there's the 1 mana black artifact that does something -2/-2, 2 mana artifact that crews something that enters the battlefield so draws cards. But there's not a lot. That's not a recurring theme. This set's really about activated abilities. It's not really about enters the battlefield abilities, especially not on artifacts that aren't giving you board presence. So like it's really hard to find cards that actually really synergize with this card. And then even if you do, that class of cards aren't really going to be creatures. You don't really want to be sacrificing your like 3/3 artifact creature to get your 4/4 artifact creature 1 step up on the curve, and spending a whole card and 5 mana to do that. It's just going to be really hard to actually satisfy the deck building conditions for this card. I'm not sure you could do it if you just took 23 cards from this set and put them into a limited deck. Like I don't think it works.
Yeah, that's possible. Like pod decks are much easier to build with 60 cards than 40 cards. Is kind of what you're saying.
Yes, and also I'm saying I don't think there's really cards in the set that actually satisfy this card's requirements.
Yeah, that's very fair. You don't need to get like an insane amount of value out of it for it to be playable, but it's really hard to get even a moderate amount of value out of it.
That's mainly my point.
Yeah.
It'd be a different conversation if it could sacrifice itself.
Yeah.
Because then it can convert
then
itself
it's just
into
a free,
a card.
not free rather, but like it has a buyout mode of just getting a 4-drop.
Yeah.
For 5 mana, which is not horrible, but
Yeah,
it just does not have that ability. So
yeah. So
this is a 10, and really 10. It's like a do not pick this card.
Yeah, I will not be taking this card. I'm not putting it in my limited deck unless I'm trying to do the impossible.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Next up, we have River Churn Monument. This is a card I do want to be putting in my decks. 1 and a blue for an artifact, which has 1 tap. Any number of target players each mill 2 cards, and then exhaust 2 blue tap. Any number of target players each mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard, and activated only once because it's an exhaust ability. So this card does not affect the board at all. It's not getting you life, getting you creatures, anything, killing a creature, anything like that. It is all it's doing. It is trying to take your opponent's library from full to empty, and if it does not succeed in doing that, it has affected the game in no notable way. However, it is very powerful at doing what it does. Like milling 2 cards a turn. Like if you set up a gameplay plan around that, is like pretty slow, but like. It's a notable number of cards. Maybe you'll get like 10, 15 cards in their yard, and then that plus, like, if you're playing a normal game of Magic, like, you'll be a little bit behind in the normal game of Magic you play with this card because it's not affecting the board. But if you try to, like, build your game plan around that, play defensive cards, play more interaction, use it earlier, you can get to a point where, like, you've been milling them out, and their cards have gone from the battlefield in their hand into their graveyard as they have played a normal game of Magic, and then you just kill them.
Yeah.
The exhaustibility is what makes this, I think, quite powerful.
Right. The exhaustibility means your opponent has a halved life total in terms of milling, which is just gigantic.
Yeah, they're playing a 20-card deck.
Right. Curse of the Bloody Tome was a card in Innistrad. 2 and a blue, enchant a player, they mill 2 every upkeep. That card was quite slow, a viable control win condition, but quite slow and probably not playable in most decks because you needed to buy a lot of time. This card is not every turn target player mills 2 and then at some point you can mill them for a little bit more. This card is, when you cast it, put half of their deck into their graveyard, then every turn they mill 2. It's basically what this card does.
Kind of, yeah.
Because you only need to get halfway through their deck to kill them.
Yeah, and then once they're at the point where they're dead, like the 4-mana investment,
doesn't matter really,
because you're untapping, they're dead.
Yeah. So this card I think is really good. It also does not impact the board at all. So you need to be able to create long games or slightly long games with this. You need defensive speed. You need ways to impact the board that aren't this, because this doesn't.
Yeah.
It also technically mills you. I just want to note that. So, like, if you've got some graveyard synergies, you can elect to mill yourself sometimes, which is great. Like, it's very, very minor upside, right? You can choose to.
Yeah.
But this is a really, really powerful win condition that gives your deck an entire different dimension that is really hard to fight against. There's a lot of artifact removal in the set, I want to note. So, like, that matters, but if they use removal on this, then it's traded for a card, so you're not worried about getting your card back most of the time. And then, yeah, like, this is just, I think, a really strong card. I'm probably first picking it just because it's very easy, I think, to build a good deck around. But it's not quite a card that, like, has no deck building restrictions and is just incredible in every deck or incredible all the time. It's also, like, not great to draw later in the game, although the exhaustibility helps with that a lot. I'm giving this, like, a 2. I think it's, like, really good, and I'm most of the time first picking it, but I'm taking, like, a very, very strong uncommon over it.
I think for me it's a 1, or, like, a 1.25 to 1.5 kind of range. I think the upside here is just so high, and I'm, like, very confident. I feel like it, as a win con for a grindy deck, it's just, like, all you could ever ask for, and just so powerful at what it does, and, like, kind of like an irreplaceable effect in that way.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally valid. Like, 1 or a 2, I could totally defend first picking this really out of any pack. It's just such a unique effect.
Yes. Shall we continue?
We shall. Next up, we have Thopter Fabricator. This is 2 and a blue for a 4/4 with flying and crew 2. It's a vehicle. I should have mentioned that. And then it also has, whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. This weirdly reads like an uncommon to me.
Yeah, no, it's weird, and it is. So thinking first about the body, a 3-mana 4/4 crew 2 flying vehicle. Like, a 4/4 is a big flyer, and I think at 3 mana this is pretty efficient even for a vehicle.
Yeah.
Like, that's like a lot. That's a large vehicle, and so I'm like pretty excited about that baseline. Like, that I think it's close to a pretty competitive rate. Like, it kills them pretty fast. Then whenever you draw your second card each turn, create a 1/1 Thopter. We have to think about what are the ways in this set to draw a second card, because unlike a set like War of the Spark, we don't have like this in-your-face draw a second card a turn mechanic that a bunch of cards have. But we do have looting as a sub-theme, and we have cycling as a sub-theme. And both those, like, this isn't asking you whenever you discard a card, like a lot of the other discard payoffs. This is asking when you draw your second card. So, like, any card that loots and any card that cycles, and any of the card draw card is going to synergize with this, which I think is, like, not a ton of cards, but a pretty wide synergy space for it. And I think if you trigger it exactly once, you're already pretty happy with what you got. And twice it crews itself.
Yeah.
And then you're like super happy.
Yeah, this is just like a really good rate card. Like, vehicles obviously have a pretty big deck building cost. This helps crew itself, but it doesn't really do it on its own.
Yeah.
But the ability is just really nice. Like, if this were an enchantment, it probably wouldn't be that good, but it would be, like, sometimes okay in a deck. And the 4/4 body matters a lot. Like, that's a really, really good body, so the crewing matters, and you'll get your value out of crewing. I don't think this is an elite card.
I agree.
But it's very good. And I think it's weird. I've said that about more rares so far than I think in most sets. I feel like most sets rares are either, like, incredible or pretty bad. Yeah. I feel like a lot of these rares have just been kind of solid, which I honestly like.
Yeah, we haven't gotten any, like, holy shit slam dunks, why did they print this into a limited set yet?
Yeah.
Like, all of them have felt like quite fair. Which, yeah, I like too. I think that's a good place for a format to be. I mean, you get less of the situations where, like, it feels like you're entering into unwinnable games because of how powerful the opponent's bombs are.
Yeah. So, I would give this a 3. Yeah, exactly. Jinx. Yeah, I think 3 is exactly on the money for this.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
So, this is Unstoppable Plan. 2 and a blue for an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, untap all non-land permanents you control. So, 2 and a blue, creatures you control have vigilance and limited. No.
I mean, it's a little bit more than that. And to be clear, my answer is still no. But it gives your creatures vigilance and lets you, like loop, like, any tap abilities you have, which there aren't that many of.
Yeah.
And also, like,
they kind of need to be free tap abilities too.
They need to kind of be free tap abilities. You kind of need to be... Most of your deck needs to have those free tap abilities that are providing you with card and or board advantage. That doesn't really exist. And so there's not really a way to give back to you in your deck building the card and 3 mana you spent on this enchantment that did not affect the board, really. Yeah. Like, giving your things vigilance is, like, nice, but it's not nice if that's the only thing that your card is doing and the card didn't affect the board. Like, imagine just drawing this card and you have, like, 1 creature and your creature can't attack. It did nothing. You have 3 creatures, your creatures can't attack. It did nothing. You gave your creatures vigilance. You're 1 creature behind on board. It's just, it's a 10 all the way through. I never want to play this card.
Yep. The only time we're spending on this is just for PSA limited education.
Yes, exactly.
It's not worth spending time on as, like, considering to be a real card in the format.
Yes.
This one, on the other hand.
Yeah. Next up, we have Vinwixt, Verbose Host. I just made up the pronunciation right now.
I think that's right.
Cool. It's 1 and a blue for a 0/4 legendary homunculus creature. It has Start Your Engines. So notably, this is a 2 mana 0/4 with Start Your Engines, which pretty neat, honestly. I like the juxtaposition there. You have no maximum hand size. Max speed. If you would draw a card, draw 2 cards instead. Wow. This is a really interesting card, and I love the design. It's a card like this card really rewards you for having other cards that build speed with it, like, because it's not building any speed by itself. And the card, a 2 mana 0/4, you have no maximum hand size, no other abilities. is a pretty awful rate. Like the maximum hand size text does almost nothing. Like you're almost never hitting a full hand size, especially if you don't have this other ability active, because you want to be playing your lands and casting your spells limited, and like you don't really have that powerful of card draw to take advantage of this. And even if you did, it's not worth spending a card on. And a 0/4 body for 2 gets outclassed really fast, so isn't that great as defensive speed in most formats. There's somewhere it might be. So I really want to be hitting max speed with this card. But once you hit max speed with this card, if it sticks around at all, you can start to accumulate a lot of advantage. Notably, though, it does have like a pretty big target on this back, so like...
If you invest a lot of resources into getting to max speed, and this is your main payoff, and then they are able to kill it, that's pretty bad for you.
Yep, exactly. Like you can kind of be like caught in a really awkward spot.
This is a very difficult card to evaluate.
Yeah.
My humble opinion is that when my opponent casts this card on turn 2, I'm very scared.
Yes. Very scared.
I need to play the game in an entirely different way unless I have removal that I can kind of bank on for it. And if I don't, even if I have it in my deck, I still just never want them to hit their max speed, because it runs away with the game so quickly if you do that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's kind of nice about this card and how blue builds speed is that blue builds speed in a pretty sustainable way, which is evasive creatures.
Yeah.
And like...
And 0/4 bodies on the ground are good with evasion creatures. So
they're good with evasive creatures, and also evasive creatures are, especially the ones, a lot of the ones we saw over our set review, are like pretty good on their own. And so like if you like building your max speed and then they kill this, you traded 1 for 1. You're still playing a normal game of Magic. It's not like you have to like sacrifice a lot to get your creatures through on the ground or anything. You're hopefully just trying to build that incidental speed. Maybe spending a pump spell, so maybe a little bit farther behind on cards because they got their creature back in their hand. But like, you still have your evasive threats because they killed this instead. So I think this card really like is in a good spot. It like sits in a good spot like as a blue 2-drop. It's like, yeah, defensive speed, and also just like forces an answer, but doesn't force you to sacrifice too much if you build around it right. And building around it right is playing blue's good cards mostly.
So where are we landing on this? I want to give it a pretty good grade. I'm gonna give it a 2.
I think, yeah, I was between 2 and 3, and I'm happy to start at 2. I think it's powerful and surprisingly low opportunity cost and low build around cost.
Yeah, and I do think 2 mana 0/4 is going to be a little bit better of a stat line in this limited format than in most.
Yeah.
Just because of keeping your opponent off speed. There's also a lot of 4 mana 3/4s, which are pretty nice.
We've also seen 4 mana 3/4 is a lot of 2 mana and 3 mana 3 power creatures. Like, I think 4 toughness, like we said in the last review, pretty important break point in this format, and so this having that is a pretty big upside.
Yeah.
If it was an 0/3, I'd be like much lower on it.
So, and when we give a card a 2, it's not like never first pick it. It's like you might first pick this out of a lot of packs, but on average, you might second pick it because you'll see it pick 4 sometime or whatever. I think a 2 is really fair for this. Like, I'm first picking this a decent amount of the time. It's a really powerful card, but if there's another really good first pick, like, I'm going to take that, probably.
Yeah, I agree.
Next up, we have Waxen Shape Thief. This is 3 and a blue for a clone with Flash. Wow, I actually didn't realize this card had Flash.
I also didn't realize this card had Flash for Wayne.
Imagine reading cards.
I can't read.
So it is a clone, but it also clones artifacts. So you may have this creature enter as a copy of an artifact or creature you control, and then it has cycling for 2. So this is kind of just like a clone pushed for modern rate in an artifact set, I would say.
Yeah, like it's you're usually copying your best creature and sometimes copying your best vehicle if you're already like gone pretty wide.
I guess it is different from a clone in that it cannot copy your opponent's creatures, which is a really, really meaningful difference, because one of the best things about clone is it can be half of a mind control. It just negates, like, your opponent has a bomb, well, I have a bomb, so we both have a bomb, so neither of us have a bomb.
Yeah.
This doesn't do that, which really, really, really matters on a clone.
Yeah.
4 mana is a lot to spend on copying your best creature, because if your best creature costs like 5 or 6 mana, which most of the time it will, this is a really slow way to follow up.
Yeah, because you already have to commit a whole turn to playing that creature, and then it has to survive.
Right. Casting an expensive spell and then untapping with that expensive spell is already a high bar to clear in limited. And the reason that costing 4 matters in that particular case is that if this costs 2, you wouldn't mind just copying your strong 2-drop with it. But you kind of do here, because 4 mana is too much to spend even on a strong 2-drop. That being said, Flash is pretty nice. Attack with your big creature, ambush a blocker. That's pretty sweet. Obviously, they're going to have mana up, so it's a little bit scary when you do that. But that's great. Also, Flash sort of ends up discounting costs in a weird way in Magic a lot of the time, because it gives you optionality. So if your opponent is continuing to leave up a removal spell, you can leave this and an instant up and then cast the instant, like a draw spell or something, or they use an exhaust ability, for example, if you don't want to cast this into removal. And then the cycling 2 is a really nice buyout, because there will be some games where you're really trying to find playable creatures instead of add to your playable creatures by copying them. And it's good to have that option. So
yeah, no, I think cycling on this card is kind of crucial, actually, where it gives an otherwise pretty situational card, situational but quite powerful card, which is what I'd say a clone on your own creature is. Just a nice buyout for the games where it's not going to be good, which I think they're going to be. I think I'm pretty high on this card because I think there's going to be enough games for each of its modes that it just kind of is a powerful inclusion to a lot of decks.
I think I'm not giving this a high grade. I'm giving it a medium grade. I'm not incredibly excited about it. I think it's just a kind of solid-ish card.
I guess, I should say my baseline on 4 mana copy creature control is quite low, so this is me going from lower to mid. I should clarify that. I don't think this card is amazing. I don't think, it's only as good as the best thing that you already have that you're doing. I don't know if that sentence made sense.
Yeah, it
but
did.
I think I scrambled some words there,
I would give this, I think, a 6 or a 7. Mm-hmm. I think it's just an average common power level.
Yeah, I was between 5 and 6, so I'm right there with you.
So I think 6 is fair.
I think 6 is fair, and I could see myself going up a little bit higher on it just because it is a powerful effect to have access to. But I don't think every deck is going to be able to take advantage of it, even if it's maybe probably fine in a lot of decks. If you're
Are you playing it in every deck? Most reasonable decks, I guess I should say.
I think it really depends. I think it really depends on the texture of my deck. If I'm a really low curve deck, playing a lot of 2-drops, 3-drops, and
so
stuff.
You're playing this in half of decks, is what you're saying, roughly.
I think a little bit more because I think most limited decks are going to be carving out at 5 or so, about from what we've seen in recent formats and the cards we saw, but yeah. I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint.
Yeah, I think a 6 is fair. I could easily see cutting this, but I could also see it doing really good things. And there's just a lot of text on this card that's pretty nice. I think it'll be flexible in games a lot of the time. Yeah,
it also just very much is a deck that gets better the better your deck is.
Yes, for
sure. Which is something I don't really want to pick up early.
Yes, generally in Limited, I prefer cards that make bad decks better instead of cards that make good decks better.
I agree.
If your deck's already good, then your deck's already
especially
good.
Early in draft, I want to first invest in building a strong strategy.
All right, so we're going with a 6 for Wax and Shaped.
Yeah, and I think 6.5 maybe.
Getting into black.
Black, we have Bloodgast. This is black for a 2/1 vampire spirit that can't block. This creature has haste as long as an opponent has 10 or less life. Landfall, when a land you control enters, you may turn this card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
I haven't played with Bloodgast Unlimited before. I'm interested.
So baseline rate, black 2/1, can't block. The haste ability will come up sometimes if you're already ahead. And landfall, return to the battlefield, is a card I am aggressively not interested in. Not being able to block in limited is kind of brutal, and vehicles somewhat mitigate that, but a 2/1 body is not big, so already this body is something I am not super excited about. Black is about as restrictive as a mana cost can get for a 2-drop. Like, this is a card in my normal decks I wouldn't be able to expect to be able to cast until, like, turn 4 or turn 5 for a 2/1 that can't block. And also, because of how small it is, oftentimes, like, if you get to the point where you have your Bloodghast in play and you're attacking, it's not really a high impact attacker, so if you're going to be getting a value off of it trading off, your opponent can either just, like, if they don't have a huge creature to block it, they can, like, take 2 damage once or twice. So, like, overall, not excited about this card, unless, the big unless is I have, like, a strong synergy package around it. So, like, if there's a way to repeatedly sacrifice Bloodghasts that advances your board in other ways, then the card can get interesting, because you can sacrifice it, play a land, sacrifice it again, get, like, this recurring value, which is what we see out of why the card's so powerful and constructed. But that's not really a theme in this set.
Yeah, there is a discard theme, but that is a lot of the time enabled by cycling, which doesn't obviously work with this. You need things that just let you discard other cards. There are some of those that can get you quote-unquote value, but if the value you're getting is just a 2/1 that can't block, that's just, like, not gonna matter on a lot of boards. And if you're not casting this on turn 2, it's usually not gonna have good attacks, and it's hard to cast on turn 2.
Yeah.
I think this is close to unplayable. I might play it in some heavy black aggressive decks. It's decent at enabling speed early in the game because your opponent really doesn't want to block it with creatures with 2 toughness, so it kind of can just get in, like, 4 damage for free sometimes and proc speed twice.
If you're lucky, yeah.
If you're somewhat lucky. You can mill it or discard it, and then it is sort of nice to have. It adds 2 damage to your attacks later in the game. Like, you know, a 2/1 creature on the board is not meaningless, even if it can't attack profitably into, like, their blockers. But most decks, I think, shouldn't be playing this card because it's really bad if you draw it a lot of the time.
I don't want to play cards because they're bad in my hand.
Yes. So I'm giving Bloodghast a 10. There are maybe some situations where you play it, but by default, this is not a card to put in your limited decks, I think.
Yeah. No, I think in order to play this, I will know specifically that I really want to play it because I have, like, it'll be, like, pack 3, and I have, like, 18 cards that work with it.
Yep. So 10 for Bloodghast.
Yes.
Next up, we have Crypt Caller Chariot. 3 and a black for a 5/5 menace vehicle with crew 2. Pretty low crew cost and decent body. And then the ability says, whenever you discard 1 or more cards, create that many tapped 2/2 black zombie creature tokens.
This card's interesting. Like, having a discard matters card in black when the discard matters colors are blue and red is really weird and puts it in a really weird spot where I'm like, do I want to be splashing this in my blue-red decks? Is that where its home is?
Yeah, I mean,
like, it's not really doing what black's doing.
There are cycling cards in the set.
Yeah,
so, like,
of course, yeah.
You know, you can pick up cycling cards, and this adds a 2/2 to every time you cycle, which is nice, but keep in mind that the default for cycling cards should be casting them, not cycling them, because cycling is usually a buyout option, not a proactive option. And this makes it a slightly better proactive option, but it only kind of raises it to the level of, like, being roughly equally good structurally to when you just cast the card.
Yeah.
And so, you know, like, draw a card, make it 2/2 is nice, but this costs 4 mana. It is a decent body vehicle, so I don't think it's terrible, but if this were a vehicle on its own, I'm probably not playing it in most decks. It's really close. I might just play it. It's, like, just about at maybe slightly under rate. And then that discard ability, like Maura was saying, you're probably not going to be able to build a deck that is triggering that constantly. You're probably going to get 1 zombie sometimes, 2 or 3 zombies pretty rarely.
Yeah.
And that whole package means that this card is, like, aggressively fine to me. And maybe even not that. Maybe it's just, like, a little bit bad. But, like, playable still.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on it too. Like, this is no Drakehaven. Like, we don't have a high density of cycling cards, and it's not like these are tapped 2/2 black zombies.
Very different from 2/2 2/2 flyers, right?
Very different from 1 mana 2/2 flyers.
Yeah.
Because like
and most of the cycling abilities cost 2 in this set rather than 1.
Yeah, and it's also like cycling is a theme in this set, but it's not like a set like a Courier, for example, that have had a really high density of cycling cards that you like build around it. Like it's not like you're able to. It's gonna be really hard to build a deck that has a lot of cycling cards as well, I think. So like it's hard to get to the situation when where you have enough density of cycling cards, let alone whether or not you want to cycle them based on the state of the game.
Yeah. And again, like, it's easy to think, like, 4 mana, 5/5 menace, that's fine. But it's not. It's a vehicle with crew 2. That means it's slightly below rate.
Yeah.
So the upside's not quite there with the ability. The body on a vehicle is a bit under rate. All in all, the package means you'll sometimes play this card and it will sometimes be fine, but this is not a card you actively want to put in your deck unless you're kind of a ridiculously outlier cycling or discard deck.
I agree.
So I'm going to give this like a 9, maybe an 8. It's like fine at best. Is how I would put it.
It also really sucks that you can't like threaten activation by holding up cycling because of the tapped zombie. Because one zombie is enough to crew it, but it's not going to crew it the turn you discard a card.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think
really unfortunate.
I'm at like a 9. Just I don't want it. I want to make it work somehow one day, but I don't expect almost any black deck I play it in to be able to make it work.
Yeah, and we're not giving this a 10 because it's not unplayable on its own.
Yeah, it's like a 4 mana 5/5.
It's just not exciting.
It's a powerful body, but you have to sacrifice other board presence to make it work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Normal vehicle.
I think a 9 for Crypt Caller Chariot.
9's comfy. You could see going up to an 8 if the 5/5 menace is quite nice, but yeah.
Next up, we have Cursed Cloth Wrappings. This is 2 black for an artifact. It says zombies you control get +1/+1.
Is this a zombie theme?
Is there a zombie theme in this set?
No.
It turns out that this card is the zombie theme. So it has tap. Target creature card in your graveyard gains Embalm until end of turn. The Embalm cost is equal to its mana cost. So what Embalm does is you exile a card and pay the Embalm cost. You create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a white zombie in addition to its other types and has no mana cost, at Embalm only as a sorcery. So basically this card lets you cast creatures from your graveyard and they'll be white zombies with they're just tokens, so they're not gonna like be able to come back continuously once you do that. It lets you cast your creatures from your yard at like a one-time rate, basically.
Yep, like you get to like kind of like Yogg-Will your creatures over the course of a couple turns.
Yep. It's a really powerful effect.
It is. It's like it does suck that it only hits creatures. It doesn't hit vehicles. It doesn't like artifacts or anything. So you're it scale how good it is scales based on like how many creatures you have and how good do they scale into late game, because this is a upfront cost of 4 mana for an artifact that's not affecting the board. So you really want the creatures you're getting back to be like at least like meaningful roadblocks to good things you want to recur. Like
This the biggest part about this card to remember is it is a 4 mana card that does nothing the turn you play it, unless you have a lot more mana available, and you usually won't. Yeah, you can play it on turn 6 and get back a 2-drop. That's like meaningful that you can tap it right away. But this is a 4 mana do not affect the board card. However, that 4 mana is a really meaningful investment in your ability to win long grindy games. So I think the payoff ends up being worth it, but just barely for this. It's similar to the Mill Monument in blue, except slightly different because that card can just kill the opponent. This card doesn't really do that. It just gives you a lot of value in a grindy game.
Yeah.
But I think this card can really like craft games that are really hard for your opponent to win, just because you're getting so many cards from casting your creatures from your graveyard and giving them +1/+1 when you do.
Yeah, it scales up your like. It does like scale up like even 2 drops. Like if you have like a 2 mana 2/2, suddenly you're getting it back as a 2 mana 3/3. That's like plus, if you have like another spell you can play in that turn, like a pretty efficient, it makes for some pretty efficient plays. +1/+1 is quite notable.
Yeah.
And
However, like, it is different than that card in that it costs 4, so it's clunky to get down.
Yes.
And messes with your defensive speed already by doing that, or by being that. You need to play this deck, or play this card in a deck that has a lot of creatures that are good at blocking and trading off. Maybe some mill is nice, but not strictly necessary. In a normal game of Limited, you're going to be trading off creatures and have creatures in your yard, enough to cast. I think this card is, like, okay to pretty good. Like,
I agree.
It's kind of a build-around. It's powerful enough and unique enough of an effect that I think I want to take it somewhat early in drafts. But this is not a clear first pick. This is not a card that is just going to be amazing in every deck. I'm going to give it, like, a 4. You're playing it in most decks, I think. It's just that good if you can stick it. But it's not always going to be good. The downside is really real. You will lose some games because you have this card instead of, like, a 4-mana 3/3 creature. But it will also win you some games that really no, like, common level card could win you.
Yeah.
And overall, I think the trade-off is slightly worth it there, but be careful.
Yeah. One other thing I want to call out is this, in the card's favor, this isn't something that you need to or should really try to enable. It's not like a reanimation card where, like, oh, I want to find ways to discard my big threats so I can maul them, because it's still the same cost. This card is, the game plan you're trying to do with this card is, like Ryan said before, like, trading off creatures, playing normal Magic, and then just having access to more creatures than your opponent.
Yeah. So, Mora, shouldn't I play 1 in a black, mill 4 draw card with this because it's synergy?
That also doesn't affect the board.
Right.
Ryan.
In fact, that card is actively not synergistic with this card.
Yes.
A 2-mana 2/2 is more synergistic than a card that just mills and draws a card with this. The important thing is to survive long enough to cast it while playing a normal game, and playing creatures let you do that.
Yeah, this card, you can kind of think of it as it's a 4-mana investment to almost double the number of creatures you have over the course of number of creature cards in your hand over the course of a super long game, assuming your creatures are going to trade off. And so, like, you want to build your deck to take advantage of that, having lots of creatures, having them trade off, and taking advantage of this ability. It is nice, though, with, like, cards like we saw, like Shepherd Archfiend, the uncommon, that, like, is a later game play.
Cycling creatures are a little bit nice.
Yeah, exactly. It's cycling creatures where you have
Although
to, like,
you are not affecting the board while you cycle. So.
They're not great with it, but they are, like, they're nice in that, like, it takes advantage of those creatures beyond, like, it lets you have access to those creatures late game when you had to get rid of them early.
Yeah, which is pretty nice.
But yeah, I agree with 4. I think pretty comfortably.
4 for Curse Cloth Wrappings.
All right. Next up, we have Demonic Junker. This is 6 in a black for a 4/3 Crew 2 vehicle. What's up with that, right? Well, it has affinity for artifacts, so it costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. And also, when this vehicle enters, for each player, destroy up to 1 target creature that player controls. If a creature you control was destroyed this way, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this vehicle.
Wow. So it's sort
lot.
of a vehicle Necrotol. Now, vehicle Necrotol is a lot worse than creature Necrotol, because a vehicle is not a full creature. But it's a lot of a creature. I'd say it's like 75% of a creature in general. The ability is sort of weird. It's got this, like, you can kill your own creature for 2 counters on this. You're most of the time not going to use that. When you do, it'll be pretty obvious. Like, it'll be a really grindy game, and you'll have a creature that doesn't matter as much on board, and you're going to need 6 power to be able to attack profitably with this or something.
Or, like, your opponent casts a blue claustrophobia effect on one of your creatures, and you get to cash it in for some value.
Yeah, you've stolen a creature with a possession engine, and then you kill it and get some counters out of it and make sure they can't get it back. That kind of thing. But, like, most of the time, this is just pointing and killing at a creature on their side.
Yeah.
Which is really good. Like, affinity obviously makes this generically cost 5-ish.
Yeah, I guess
5 is, like, a pretty good rate.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, what do you what mana cost are you happy to cast this card at?
I'm
how many
like-
artifacts should we? How many artifacts do we need to have in play to be excited?
I think if this card cost 5 and a black, I would pretty much play it in every deck, but I wouldn't be over the moon about it. I'd be like, yeah, I definitely want to play this card, but it's a little bit inefficient. If it costs 5, I'm actively playing it and happy with it in every deck. Costs 4, even more so. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it gets better as it goes down, obviously. But like, totally acceptable at 5, still pretty acceptable at 6, and I think you're going to be able to get it to 5 a good amount of the time. Like, this is an artifact.
I mean, just thinking about then what your decks look like with this card in it. Like maybe if you have like a third of your creatures are artifact creatures, you're probably getting between 5 and 6 pretty often.
Yeah.
And like if half of your deck is artifacts, suddenly you're like pretty happily something sitting 4.
Yep.
Just like around that kind of range. Just like keeping in mind, like you don't need to have a deck chock full of artifacts for this to be at a rate that you're like fine to happy with, and it only gets better from there.
I think this is just a 1.
I think so. Yeah, I could see being like 1.5, but it's just
Yeah.
it is.
Again,
That's
it's
a good
at a rate I really like for Rares and Limited, where like it's probably better than all the comments, but your opponent casts this, and you've just generally had a much better game than they have. I think you're still winning that game. I don't think they are, which I really like. It's not a rare that just wins on its own.
Agreed.
Gas Guzzler is next.
What an art! What an art!
What an art. Single black for a 2/1 Vampire Rogue that enters tapped and starts your engines when it enters.
On 1 mana.
Yep, and then at max speed, you can pay a black, sacrifice another creature or vehicle, and draw a card. That's a really nice ability.
Yeah.
It might not
efficient.
seem like it a lot of the time, because just on reading it, like, most of the time I don't want to sacrifice my creatures just for a card, because creatures are generally worth more than a card when they're on the board, since you've already invested mana into them. But instant speed sacrifice effects, free ones are a different story, but even ones that are like low mana cost just give you so much optionality in a game. It's basically a spell that you get to cast whenever it is advantageous for you. This is something I talked about in the first Axis Theory article. This gives you really nice spell axis advantage, because you just get to have this spell that is sort of infinitely in your hand for free. And there will be times when your creature gets targeted with a removal spell or gets claustrophobia, like you were just saying, or something like that, and you just get an entire card out of that as long as you're at max speed when this is on the battlefield and you have some mana up.
Yeah.
So, like, that's a really, really strong ability. And then 1 mana 2/1 that enters tapped. Not great. I'm probably not playing that card in Limited most of the time. But starting your engines is really nice. That kind of gives this card a little bit of value, even if you're casting it on turn 4 as in addition to a 3-drop, and then you're like, have a good attack that turn, so you're getting to put your engines to 2, which can pay off some of your other cards in your deck. I like the package a lot here.
I agree. Yeah, no, I think it's super nice, super efficient in what it does, and like
the card isn't great when you're behind. Like,
yes.
I will note that. I think it's hard to get to speed if you're behind, and the body is not going to help you really at all.
Although it is nice that like if you're behind, like your opponent, say like you're in one of the situations where like you're behind because your opponent has like big creatures coming in at you, and you like if you're like specifically in a situation where you need a chump block, you can go like blocking with your creature and sacrificing to draw a card.
Well, obviously, I think the point I'm more making is that you're not going to be at max speed if you're that behind.
That's fair, yeah.
Right, like that's the main reason this is bad.
Yeah.
If this just always had the ability, it would be totally fine. But
that's
you're
fair.
behind.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think there will be some games where you struggle to get to max speed, and this is just a 1 mana 2/1 ETB tapped, and that card's pretty bad. So I just think that there's some real downside with that.
I agree
Like,
with
this
that,
card
yeah.
is not great in every game. It will be actively pretty bad in some games.
Yeah, no, the 1 mana 2/1 body, I agree. 1 mana 2/1 ETB tapped is like a body I'm actively not interested in. Like, I'm only excited about the card because of Start Your Engines, and Start Your Engines, like you're saying, is a very high cost to enable ability.
Yeah. But I think this is a pretty strong card overall. If you can ever get it to max speed, that's just a really, really nice effect. And then the body, it's good on turn 1. It's not great later on, but starting your engines adds a little bit of value to that. And yeah, the ability is just great if you can get to it. So
Yep.
I like this. I'm giving it like a 3.
That's where I was at too. I was thinking like 3 or 4, and I think I want to start at 3 because I think it is a powerful motivating factor for me to want to get into like a black aggressively slanted deck.
Yep, I agree. All right, 3 for Gas Guzzler. Next, we
Next
have.
up, is it you or me?
I think it's you.
We have Gonti Knight Minister. This is 2 black for a 3/4 legendary creature. Whenever a player casts a spell that they don't own, that player creates a treasure token.
Why would we be casting spells we don't own? We're only allowed to cast spells that we do own, Mora.
Let me tell you, Ryan. The creature also has whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, so that's going to be you attacking your opponents in a normal game of Limited, its controller looks at the top card of that opponent's library, that's you, and exiles it face down. They may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Mana of any type may be spent to cast a spell this way. So to simplify, whenever one of your creatures hits your opponent, you exile the top card of their library, you can look at it and you can cast it, and it doesn't matter what the mana cost is.
And
Mana
this will
colors
trigger
are.
for each creature that deals damage in a single combat.
Yes.
Which is really great. Like, hitting with 2 creatures is nuts with this. Hitting with 1 is already pretty great. And I will just note a templating thing, because I think a lot of people might read this wrong the first time. Normally, if these effects let you make treasure tokens on some condition, it's usually because they don't let you spend any mana to cast the spell, but this does let you spend any mana, any color of mana to cast the spell. So the treasure thing is just a little extra bonus that is nice, I guess. It's like a commander thing, probably. But mainly this is just damage them, you draw a card off of their deck. Which is great.
Yeah, no, this card is like very clearly templated for multiplayer formats, the prominent one being Commander, but it's still super duper powerful card for Limited.
Yeah. This card is great. I'm giving it a 1. I think it's pretty easily a 1. It will be only okay in some games when you're behind and you just need to use it as basically a 4-mana 3/4, but it does disincentivize super aggressive attacks because you will be able to like attack back and draw cards, and maybe those cards stabilize you. Like, it's at worst medium, and most of the time just incredible.
Yeah, like you're saying, there's a little bit of a setup cost there of you need to connect with your creatures to get value with it, but like that's not a high bar for most Limited decks to clear. You'll want this in
And
every
black
deck
is
you play.
is a speed start your engines deck in this format, and this plays really well into that because those decks are good at damaging their opponents.
Yeah, you have a 2-mana 1/3 flyer at common.
Right.
Like, yeah, I think a 1 pretty comfortably for this card. The upside is just so through the roof.
Yep, I agree. Next we have The Last Ride. Single black for 13/13 vehicle with crew 2. Oh my god,
Oh wow,
that's so big.
That's almost as much as I like. That's like almost an acceptable rate for a vehicle.
Almost. We're just joking about how much we don't like vehicles, but obviously that would be an incredible card.
Yes.
There is a downside here. The Last Ride gets -X/-X, where X is your life total, so it's a Death Shadow variant.
Yep. So don't crew this if you have 13 or more life. Yeah.
Yes, that's how it works.
Yes.
Yes, but the nice part is that you can play it before you have that little life, because it won't be a creature, so you can use the black mana and get it out early. You don't have to, like Death Shadow, wait to play it until you're at low life. And it has an extra ability that kind of helps with that. 2 and a black, pay 2 life, draw a card. So normally that paying 2 life would just be a downside, but with this card it's a little bit of upside as well as downside. So it's sort of, in general kind of nets out to basically being even, I would say, because like you have a card that gives you upside, but paying life is always bad in terms of like making it harder to not lose the game. But drawing a card's a really nice ability. 3 mana is a lot. So if this were just an enchantment that said 2 and a black, pay 2 life, draw a card, that would be pretty bad, but it's a nice ability to have, especially with this creature.
Yeah, this card's interesting.
Yeah.
I always like Death Shadow, like historically is a hard card to evaluate. Like it took a long time before people realized they could put it in their fetch shock decks in Modern, even like years after it was printed. For Limited, like they're going to be games where you're ahead, games where you're behind, games where you're at parity, and you'll be using your life total as a resource in a lot of games, but I feel like there's a lot of fluctuation there, and it's not always in your control. The paying 2 life though part of it is a pretty nice equalizer. Like 3 mana, pay 2 life, draw a card. I'm not that excited about, but I'm more excited about it if I'm playing this card in a deck where I'm trying to get to a position where that's good.
Like if you're at low
trading
life
off-
total, this is a great blocker.
Yeah, like once it's at low life total, instead it's a great blocker. You don't really have to worry about using the ability and that putting you behind, and that's why the card's in your deck. Like it's nice that this card shifts roles from a card advantage engine that sacrifices some of your life to a blocker when you're behind that's like can be kind of huge pretty fluidly, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd want to play with the card to really see like how nicely those breakpoints line up. Like, you know, maybe are there situations where I'm like at 14 and don't want to pay 2 life and feel kind of behind? Probably.
Right.
But like above that, below that, pretty happy.
I will also just note this is a card with a lot of weird play patterns. So
Yes.
let's say you are at 13 life exactly. You have 3 mana up and a 2/2, and your opponent attacks you with a 3/3 and a 2/2. What you can do is pay 3 mana, pay 2 life, so go down to 11, draw a card with this, crew it, it becomes a 2/2. You block their 2/2 with this. You will take 3 damage, fall to 8, I believe, if I've done that math correctly. This will take 2 damage and deal 2 damage to the opposing creature, but damage doesn't kill creatures. State-based effects, actions, I'm not a judge, something like that, kills creatures, which is just a phrase that means this creature will actually be larger than 2/2 when it would die, because your life total will be lower than it was before, and so this will only deal 2 damage to the opposing creature, but it will essentially have more than that toughness. So you can block their 2/2 and this creature will live. You could even block their 3/3 if you really wanted to, and this creature would live in that scenario because it would become a 4/4 virtually.
It become a 2/4 in that combat.
Right, a 2/4 in that combat. That's a good way to put it. So lots of tricky play patterns. If this is on your opponent's side of the board, be very careful about getting into combat with it, especially if they have mana up. This is a very difficult card both to play with and against. So I think a good rule of thumb for anyone is just when this card hits the board, stay alert.
Yeah.
Really be thinking about all the possibilities. The paying 2 life also just makes combat even more complicated than it would with a normal Death Shadow. So yeah, this is a really weird card, really hard to play with. Overall, I think it's probably quite good. I don't know exactly how to evaluate it. I'm definitely first picking it if I see it in a draft right now, but that's at least partially just because I really want to play with it and learn how good it is.
I fully agree. Like, I'm not really sure how to evaluate this in a normal limited Magic deck. I want to play with it. I'm taking it early now to try it, but if I was at like the Pro Tour, I'd probably be putting it between a 3 and a 4, and I could see it going even lower, just because I could see it being just really awkward to leverage.
I think 1 mana really helps this.
For sure.
I'm gonna guess that it is. I'm gonna give it a 2, and I'm gonna say it could be a 1. I don't think it will be a 1, and it could be like a 6, but I'm more confident that it will be actively pretty good than it will be medium. So I'm gonna say 2 for the last ride. That's a grade with a pretty high error bar, but I'm expecting this card to be quite good, and I'm expecting to like first picking it a lot.
Yeah, I think my vibes are 3 with large error bar, not that different.
Yep, that makes sense.
Want to see how it shakes out.
Last ride, fascinating card.
Yes. Next up, we have Quag Feast. This is a 1 and a black for a sorcery. Choose target creature, planeswalker, or vehicle. Mill 2 cards, then destroy the chosen permanent if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of cards in your graveyard. It's good, solid.
Yeah.
It's just a good, efficient removal. Like, I like it. Like it milling 2 cards means that like it's going to be always a fine early play. Like it's never going to have to play catch up against a 2-drop. And then cards will just go, even if you're not playing a graveyard deck, cards will just go to your graveyard over the course of a game of Magic. There'll be some times when like this is a little bit awkward, because like if you and your opponent have like played like a bunch of X4s and you're staring off at each other, then maybe you won't kill one of them. But most of the time, that's not going to be the case. It's going to get like a 3-drop or a 4-drop. And then there's also cards that put more cards in your graveyard, and then it'll just be a terminate. And all that for 2 mana, like, I mean, granted, like your ceiling is fell, just destroys a creature, but that's a good ceiling, and it's just efficient at what it does. I like it. I mean, what do you think? Do you have any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is quite close to destroy target creature or planeswalker. It will just scale as the game goes on, and I think it will be pretty rare that you can't kill the thing you want to kill. Maybe sometimes you'll have to like make an attack where you lose a creature to do that or something, but most of the time I think this is just going to point at a thing and kill it, which is really nice for 2 mana. Really, really nice. Like, that's a really good rate removal spell. 1 in a black is splashable. I would encourage splashing this as long as you have a decent amount of fixing. Don't splash cards on no fixing. That's just bad. But this is a great card. I'm just giving it a 1. Like, I'm first picking this in most packs I see it.
There also is like a minor graveyard like theme to the set. Mill 2 cards will sometimes be upside for your deck.
Yeah.
I think,
Mill 2 cards is generally upside unless you're really worried if it's a set that you are worried about milling out or a deck that you're worried about milling out in. But usually there's minor graveyard synergies. There's even a couple more here than normal. That's just upside. It's not downside.
Also, it's if you're in a matchup where it's downside, it's still pretty minimal downside. Like 2 cards is not a lot.
Right.
Like
this card's great.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 1.
Yeah, I sometimes struggle where to put pre-removal spells. Like I'm not sure where between
I think
1
2
and 2.
mana is just so much less than we normally see for destroy a target creature. Like
I agree. I mean, I'm leaning towards 1 as well. Maybe like 1.5.
Yeah.
Just because I think I'm taking like a splashy, like super powerful rare over this, but like I'm taking this over almost every rare and uncommon.
Yeah, 1.5. I like it. Next we have the Speed Demon. 3 black for a 5/5 flying trample.
Ooh.
With start your engines, and at the beginning of your end step, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is your speed.
I love this card.
I love this card.
It's so cool.
It's really cool because do you even really want to be at max speed? It's so scary if you're at max speed. You'll just die. Like, let's say you're a deck that is built around speed, right? You play this on turn 5, you draw 4 cards, but you take 4 damage. If you don't kill them the next turn, you have taken 8 damage from this card.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. Obviously, it's a 5/5 flying trample, which is really, really nice for blocking, and you don't really care if it dies because you're not taking the damage if it dies. I think generally this card is just good enough and has a high enough impact on a game that your opponent has to kill it or they're just gonna die. And so, like, I don't think the downside is scary enough to prevent it from being bomby in most every game. There will be some games where this card is, like, uncastable. But I think that is actually a very, very small percentage of games. And I don't say that a lot about cards that are much worse when you're behind. But I genuinely don't think this card, just because it's a 5/5 flying trample and the downside is only relevant if it sticks on the board, I don't think this card is actually bad, even in most games when you're behind.
I agree. I also just think the correlation between in order for this to be really bad, you have to both be incredibly behind and be at max speed. And I'm wondering, like, how did both those things happen?
That's true.
Like, that's pretty difficult situation to enter into. And so I think this card, like, kind of, like, gives me, like, the One Ring vibes of, like, oh, you're losing life every turn, but you're losing life while gaining a close to insurmountable advantage in cards and in a large threat. Like, this card sticking around is just doing so much for you. It also, though, is a card that, like, basically, I think my point is I want to play this if my deck has other ways to start my engines, or if there's a bunch of ways to start my engines. I think no matter what, this card is going to be incredible. And like, if you don't have a lot of ways to start your engines, you're not generating as much value, but it has flying and trample. It'll increment your engines, and it'll already start returning you cards. Like even drawing one card to turn off your 5 mana flying trample.
And this draws a card every turn it comes in and survives to the end step. Like it will always draw one card as long as you're casting it and it doesn't immediately get killed. So and just to be clear about what you were saying, you're playing it if you have 0 ways to enable speed, you're playing it if you have a ton of ways to enable speed, and you're playing it if you have a medium amount of ways to enable speed. It's just always good.
Yeah, and I'm playing it in my aggressive decks, I'm playing it in my control decks, I am playing it in every single deck that can access black consistently.
Yes, this is a bomb. It is an easy one. It might be one of the best cards in the set.
Yeah.
Even though there will be some really narrow games where you actually can't cast it, in almost every other game, it's just incredible.
Yep. If you're uber behind, maybe you just die, but very few cards that would save you in that kind of situation.
Yeah, exactly.
And the upside so overweighs that downside.
Yeah.
Insurmountably.
This is better than I think almost every card we've seen yet. This card is one of those ridiculous, doesn't really belong in limited cards.
Yep.
Go down to
All
red.
Right. We're in red, and first one in red is the Boom Mobile.
Boom!
Boom! 2 red for a 5/5 vehicle with crew 2. No other abilities. So that rate, we don't love it. But that's not all we got. When this vehicle enters, add 4 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to activate abilities. That's kind of bizarre. What are we going to do with that? Exhaust, X, 2 colorless, red. This vehicle deals X damage to any target. Put a +1/+1 counter on this vehicle. This card's weird and I don't think I like it, but maybe. Let's think about how, we're happy with this vehicle if it kills something we care about. X2 in a red.
It's a lot.
It's really hard to kill something we care about. It is nice that you can just play this the turn you want to kill something and it gives 4 mana back for itself.
Right. So it's essentially you can think of that X2 in a red as a spell you get to cast on the turn you play this for all of your mana.
Although I think I'm even more excited about this if I get to play it, activate another exhaust ability, and then later sink my mana into it. That to me is more exciting.
It is sort of the same thing mana-wise. It actually does kind of net out equally. The difference is just that you get to wait till a later turn when you have more mana and already have played this, which is nice. But let's say you're just in a late game where you already have all that mana, it doesn't actually make a difference based on how this card works, whether you do this first or the other exhaust ability first. Yes. They're both using all your mana.
For sure. No, I'm just saying more I want to be excited about this card. I want it to be an appealing turn 4 or turn 5 play. And so a 4 mana 5/5 crew 2 vehicle by itself is not something I'm excited about, but a 4 mana 5/5 crew 2 vehicle that's also giving me a mana advantage is something I'm a little bit more excited about.
Yeah, this card sort of virtually costs 2 a lot of the time, because you'll get 2 mana worth of value out of being able to spend 4 on activated abilities. It's obviously a little bit better in a deck with a lot of activated abilities, but that's most decks in this format. This card, I think, is really good.
I think it's fine.
Really? You don't love it?
I don't love it. I just think X2 in a red is such a high cost, both as a fireball and as a removal spell. Hitting face versus hitting a creature. But I do like that it's... I don't know. The mana advantage appeals to me, but it seems sometimes it can be awkward to leverage.
Yeah, I do think you're going to be able to use the mana most of the time. I mean, by default, right? You cast this on turn 5, you deal 2 to something, and you put a counter on this. That's a 5 mana 6/6 vehicle with crew 2 that has dealt 2 to something.
No, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good, and the card is a lot more flexible than that.
Yeah.
I do think the rate just ends up being pretty solid in a lot of cases, and then kind of great sometimes, because an X spell is obviously not great. If this were just a spell, X2 in a red, deal X damage to something, that's not a good Magic card. But this this vehicle comes with that for free, and that is a spell that is situationally really strong. Like, your opponent can be just at a virtual 5 lower life if you just haven't used this ability yet and are at like 7 mana, and if you draw an untapped land, you just like kill them. So like, I like this card. I don't love it. It's not like good in every single game or every single scenario, but the exhaustibility, you being able to ping something the turn you play it on turn 4, maybe there's a good one toughness creature to kill.
There's a bunch of 3/1s.
Yeah, and then it just scales as the game goes on, even if you still need to cast this on the turn that you use it. Like, I think that's just a really good package. I'm probably first picking this by default over most commons and uncommons. Maybe not over the premium uncommons, but I like this card a lot. I think it is deceptively quite strong.
Yeah, I also do like the +1/+1 counter going from 5/5 to 6/6 is, I think, a really important breakpoint, because now it's trading with, I think, basically every single creature in the format besides like the 5 mana 9/7.
Yeah, nothing trades with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this card's good. Like, the body is nice. Obviously, being a vehicle means this is not a creature. It is more not a creature than it is a creature. But like, yeah, you can find ways to trade your 5/5 creature off, and you can find a way to get a little bit of value out of that exhaustibility before you do, and that ends up being like at least a 1.5 for 1. It can add mana the turn it comes down and basically cost like 0 to 2 instead of 4. This is just a good card.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give it a 2, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I'd go above 2. I'm between 2 and 3, but like, you have talked me up. I think it is quite efficient, especially in red, where red has just like so many different flexible ways to spend that mana.
Yeah.
And so like, it really will just be like a 0 mana vehicle that you can play on whatever turn, which I think, especially if you're in like a deck with a lot of exhaustibilities, that could be really valuable because you have so many ways to spend your mana.
Yep. 2 for Boommobile.
Boommobile.
Next up, we have Burnout Bastronaut.
I love that
Fun
name.
Single red for a 1/1 with Menace and Start Your Engines.
What a combo.
Yeah, I mean, playing a 1-drop that starts your engines is just a great way to get off to that fast start in this set. There's a lot of nice payoffs for max speed, and the earlier you start it, the easier it is to get. And this obviously is really great at building speed because it has Menace. It's very likely going to be able to attack on turn 2, even if you're on the draw. And then on turn 3, probably will get an attack in a lot of the time too. Yeah. And now you're just literally 1 increment of damage away from max speed.
Yeah, this card is like...
This card's great at building speed.
If you can land this card on turn 1, I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of the highest, like, turn 1 play win rates in the set. It's just like...
But Mora, what if I told you there's more?
There's more?
There's more. 2 colorless. This creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Okay.
Efficient, but nice.
Like, low impact ability. That's a pretty expensive buff, right? I would love it if it were like +2/+0 instead.
But how would it do that?
Well, what if, at max speed, this creature had double strike?
That's impossible to block.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even call it impossible to block, because you put
inefficient.
2 2/2s in front of it, and they need to spend 6 mana to make you not be able to trade off with it with your 2/2, or like with your 2 2/2s. So,
but they can also spend 2 mana and just trade with your 2 2/2s.
Right. I wouldn't still call that impossible to block, because they can just spend a little bit of resources and trade off with it.
But it sure is difficult.
It sure is pretty difficult. So this becomes a very, very real creature after it's done building max speed for you for essentially free.
Then also,
that's just great.
Yeah, it also just scales nicely with any pump spells.
Yeah.
And if it's like a lot of pump spells, you're going to be playing already just because they help force you into the game state where you're at max speed. They help you win combats, and then once you hit max speed, they'll scale nicely with this and like be a better strategic late game.
Yep. This, and it also still has Menace, so it's just hard to like put one creature in front of it if you're worried about the double strike killing you. This is a great, great, great Magic the Gathering card.
I agree with that statement.
This is like a card that's clearly rate that they want to be somewhat competitive, or at least like a consideration in Constructed. So usually when you see those cards in Limited, if they're at all like normal Magic cards, they're going to be really good in Limited. It's also good enough when you play it late. Like, often you'll be in a deck that has already built max speed, and then it's totally fine. And a 1/1 Menace with that pump ability really late and you don't have max speed, that's not great. That's gonna be pretty bad on a lot of boards. But it will at least trade off for something at like not horrible cost with the pump ability. So like, all in all, great package. I obviously really want to play it on turn 1. I want it in a deck that likes max speed, mainly because it's just so good at building it. I'm gonna give this a 2. I could see first picking a lot of the time, but I don't think I'm always first picking it.
I think I'm like closer to like a 1.5 or a 1 on this card, just because I think the mediocre late game buyout of having pump to invest into it, I think is actually pretty huge. Because like it's not a situation you want to be ending up in with your like super assertive decks, so it's not a situation that's gonna come up with that much. But having that buyout on a card that is premium rate early, I think is just super valuable and makes me very excited about this card and like as a similar to the black one drop as a motivator to get into speed. It is still like a mediocre rate mid to late, and if you're not building your engines that well, it's not something you're super interested in. So it's pretty narrow in that way. So I could like
it also like it's really good when it has double strike and you played it early, but I don't think it's like game breakingly good.
Yeah. I
like
agree.
It's just good or like pretty good, like solid, quite good. Other like adjectives we can put in front of good.
the many good adjectives.
Yeah. But this is a good card. I think I'm comfortable with the 2.
Yeah, I think 1.5 too. I'm
somewhere around there.
Same spot.
Yep.
Alrighty. Next we have our first Planeswalker.
Ooh.
Chandra Spark Hunter. This is 3 in a red for a Planeswalker Chandra. 4 loyalty, so we have 4 mana, 4 loyalty Planeswalker. We have a static ability. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose up to 1 target vehicle you control. Until end of turn, it becomes an artifact creature and gains haste. So we have a Planeswalker that can crew vehicles. Neat. +2, so from 4 loyalty to 6 loyalty the turn you play it. You may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Then for 0 loyalty, so no plus, no minus, create a 3/2 colorless vehicle artifact token with crew 1. Then -7, so you had to +2 it at least twice. You gain an emblem with, whenever an artifact you control enters, this emblem deals 3 damage to any target. That's a lot of text. Let's break it down. So, 4 mana, 4 loyalty Planeswalker. That's like a good amount of loyalty, but kind of what you'd expect at 4 mana. And so the first thing to check with a walker is how well does it defend itself. This one makes 3/2 colorless vehicle tokens. That's not nothing, but not the same thing as just generating creature tokens, because it's not making your board wider.
I would say one other way it defends itself is being a 6 loyalty if you want it to be.
No, yeah, I get to that as well, but yeah. It can be 6 loyalties this turn. You put it down, like Ryan's saying, and that can be insurmountable for some boards if you're like been up to turn 4, like you're playing your normal game, your opponent's playing your normal game, creatures are trading off, maybe you have 1 creature holding off their board. 6 loyalty, they can't just like attack through that and kill it. That's like a lot.
However, I do think you're pretty rarely going to want to plus this and try to defend it that way, because if you're plussing it, you're probably trying to build to an emblem, and if you're plussing it, that usually, like, to defend it, that means that you're expected to be attacked a little bit, which makes it pretty impossible to build toward the emblem.
Yeah.
So most of the time, it's a lot better to be, if you expect this to be attacked somewhat profitably, making vehicles to trade off with, because that sort of prevents roughly the same amount of damage to your Chandra, but then is also getting you real cardboard advantage.
Yeah, it's nice to get like make a vehicle, use your creature crew, block with it, and so like you're not building your board wider, but you're putting your opponent in a position where they need to attack you, and then you're letting yourself
punish those attacks.
Yeah, you get to trade your battle vehicles for their good creatures, and still maintain your board presence over the course of turn. So it is like it puts you in a game state that takes advantage of vehicles and minimizes their downside, I think, in a good way.
I agree. I mean, the emblem is not game winning in every game, but it's like really strong in a lot of games. There's a lot of artifacts in this set, and if you can build to that, like, you might want to go for it. Especially if you have a hand with a couple artifacts and you just expect the game to go in a way where you can get to 7. That might be a little bit better than making some vehicles.
It is notable though, like red itself isn't like heavy into the artifact synergy space. So like you're gonna have some number, but it's not like you're gonna be like in the like uber and the red artifact space. So like I'm a lot more interested in like creating 3/2s, but like in a grindy game, if you can like get Chandra, ult Chandra, and keep Chandra, then she just gets start bolting things.
Yeah, obviously if like you can ultimate her and then defend her even through that, like that's nuts.
Yeah, and it is like if you're able to like fully defend her, like 4, 6, 8, she's not going to kill herself with her ult almost ever.
Right. So yeah, Chandra's really good. I think most of the time you're gonna just be pooping out a lot of vehicles with her. And that's quite good. Also, just like we've glossed over it a little, or
I was gonna say
at the beginning, but the static ability is really great. Like that's a really nice effect to have.
Yeah. So the static ability, it's not giving you defense. Like we talked about the other abilities because the most important part of a planeswalker to evaluate is its ability to defend itself. But this planeswalker also has like a really powerful aggressive ability where like it's crewing your vehicles every turn. If you have any sort of like high crew cross vehicles that can leverage that, that's nice. But even just like your random incidental vehicles, that does also kind of help make your board wider in a game where you're trying to attack and block.
Yeah.
Where like you get to attack with your vehicle and keep your creature back rather than having to choose one or the other to be attacking or blocking.
And it's also really nice because Chandra is making a lot of incidental vehicles, and so it can quickly get to the point where the vehicles basically don't matter at all because you're just making so many of them that you can't crew all of them. But that static helps a lot at mitigating that problem for a while.
Yeah, and you can even it gives the thing haste too, so like...
This is a 4-mana 3/2 haste.
Yeah, on an empty board, it's like, whoop, come in.
Exactly. So, this card's incredible. I don't think it's like one of the best Planeswalkers we've ever seen for Limited, but it's like in the category of Planeswalkers that are kind of broken in Limited.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I think
this is a 1.
Yeah.
Next, we have Count on Luck. This is red for an enchantment, a clear devotion plan. We're getting a lot of these. There must be a set with devotion coming back at some point soon. And then it is, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. So it's like Red's version of Phyrexian Arena that for some reason costs triple red?
Yeah, so like this card, the effect... super powerful. You're drawing an extra card each turn. You expect to pay around 3 mana for that. Red is exactly as restrictive as this mana cost could get.
Yes.
That is not in a 2-color deck where you have 9 or even 10 red sources. That is a card you're expecting to be able to play like turn 8-ish.
I would say
there,
like
maybe
6,
7. Like it is
I think
really
thinking
hard.
about this card is if it costs 6 mana is probably the appropriate way to think about this
I
card.
think, yeah. And I think it's even at 6 mana, on turn 6 or at 6 mana can be difficult for some decks. So like this is a really, really high deck building cost in its mana cost for an effect that's powerful but not broken.
Not broken. If I'm extremely heavy red, are we playing this card? Like let's say we have 11 mountains.
If I have 11 mountains, it depends on the texture of my deck. Where, like, this card being in hand and being uncastable is a huge cost, but the more often I'm able to deploy it in a game where I can take advantage of this ability, which means a game that I'm expecting to go some number more turns, the happier I'm about it. So, like, I think in, like, your normal mid-range... If I'm in, like, my normal mid-range limited deck and I have, like, 11, maybe even 12 red sources, I think I'm almost always playing this card.
I agree, and just to note like what we feel about this effect, it's much better when you play it early, which is why the red cost sucks so much and is so restrictive. Like this is pretty clearly more of a constructed card than a limited card because there can be constructed decks that can play this on turn 3 every time. Almost every limited deck cannot count on that.
I don't know though if I'd say it's a card like I'm that much more excited to play early. Like it is. Well, in a long grindy game, I like it. So like in board stalls or.
But I mean, this is a card where you get incremental amounts of value every turn. And so
Yes.
if you play it early, you are getting literally like 2 or 3 or 4 more cards with it than
Yeah.
you did if you cast it later, which
Oh,
I
for
think
sure.
just matters a ton.
No, that matters a lot, but also is a card that doesn't affect the board, which is kind of the trade-off there.
That's true.
So like with like a card like Phyrexian Arena, I'm not usually super excited about playing Phyrexian Arena first, even if it nets me another card or two. Because
Interesting.
I want to actually be crafting a game state where that I can actually take advantage of that incremental effect without falling too far behind.
That's fair, but I do think that if Phyrexian Arena didn't have the life loss element, I would actually actively want to play it early in as many games as possible.
I think that's fair, yeah.
And yeah, especially with this too, like, there will be turns when you exile the top card and it's not something that you can cast and then you lose it. And so that is quite relevant, and making sure you get as many looks as possible to then get cards off of it is pretty important. I do think this is a card that I actively want to be playing early most of the time, and that cost just doesn't let me do that.
Yep.
So
I agree.
I do think in a deck that is like really outlier, much more heavy in a single color, and that color is red than most limited decks, I'd probably play this. It's a quite powerful effect, and if I can expect to play it on like turn 4 or 5 in a lot of games, then I think it's worth playing. But even if this cost 2 in a red or 3 in a red, it wouldn't be the best limited card ever. It would just be like pretty good.
Yeah, it'd just be like about as good as like maybe a little bit better than Phyrexian Arena, because the life loss on that card is a big downside.
Right. So I think in terms of where you draft this is like a 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a 10. You'll know when you want it, and no one else will want it when you want it.
Exactly. You will be able to wheel this when you want it.
Because the conditions of you wanting it is you're super duper heavy red, and that means no one else is drafting red.
Right.
Or no one else is, and if someone else is drafting red, they're not heavy red. So like, you will be the only person who wants it at the table.
The times when you actively want this card and there is more than one other red drafter at the table is like extremely small chance.
Yeah.
Like, there's just very little overlap in
no.
those scenarios.
I think it's almost here because like, in order for two people at the table to want this card, they need to both be taking, I think, more red cards than can almost be opened in a draft.
Right. Okay, I think we've talked about it enough.
Okay.
This is a 10.
Yep.
Don't draft it early, you'll know when you want it.
Yep. Next up, we have Daretti, Rocketeer Engineer. Nice rhyming name there. 4 and a red for a legendary Goblin Artificer. It's a star 5. Daretti's power is equal to the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. So by default, it's a 0/5. If you could control no artifacts, it's not undefined 5, even though if it has no artifacts to check. And then whenever Daretti enters or attacks, choose target artifact in your graveyard. You may sacrifice an artifact. If you do, return the chosen card to the battlefield. This card is weird and
Very
ultimately,
weird.
I think, pretty awful.
I don't think you're getting enough out of your 5 mana here.
It reminds me a little bit of like, it has similar conditions to make good, but I think a little bit easier to hit as Artifact Pod, where you want to be playing an artifact for value, sacrificing it, and getting another artifact for value, and like repeating that process, or like turning artifact tokens into real cards that you traded off otherwise in the game. Like, those are the conditions to meet to make this card playable, and I think they're just very specific and difficult stipulations to actually fulfill. It's a card unlike Artifact Pod that I think you could probably construct a deck where it works and it'd be sweet, and I would love to draft that deck, but I don't think that's easy to do, and it's not something I want to pay the cost to go out of my way to do, and if I actually care about a draft.
Yeah. I think this card just is not worth 5 mana.
Yes.
It's going to be quite hard to make it like a 5/5. I mean, there will be some games where you happen to have an expensive vehicle, and it is, and you've made a 5 mana 5/5, and then that vehicle has to like die, and you also have to have a cheap artifact, and then you can make a positive exchange. But like, that's just so much, and there will also be a lot of games where this card is like a 5 mana 2/5 that does nothing else.
Yeah.
And that's just not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, where I'm the most excited about it, it's a 1/5 and a 2/5 because I'm looping Grim Bauble and the 2-mana Vehicle Crew Artifact and drawing cards, giving these -2/-2.
But however, like the 2-mana Vehicle Crew Artifact is a bad card.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing.
So,
and that's what I'm saying with Pod 2 is like these cards are like good at best good commons and at worst bad cards that you want to be looping with this, or like you want to be using it similar to the black rare. So yeah, I think
having
this is
artifacts
easy
in your graveyard is difficult to do.
Yes,
it's easier to do in this set because you've got vehicles
and cyclers.
Yeah. So like it's a little bit easier than it would be in most sets, but it's still quite hard. And then even if you have like a vehicle that you traded off, that vehicle needs to have a pretty good enters the battlefield ability to even be like worth making this exchange with. So like, yeah, it's just like a 5-drop that is only good with really specific other 5-drops, and you have to be in a deck that's like pretty good at getting stuff into your graveyard. It's just so much work. The floor is like not so low. Like it will often be a 2/5 or a 3/5 for 5 mana, which is like
pretty low.
It's pretty low, but it is a creature that will do things on a board in most limited games. But I don't expect, if like let's say I went through the entire format only maximizing my win percentage and not trying to ever like try cards just to learn about them or anything, I think I would never put this card in my deck.
I agree. I think I would actively avoid it. I think this is like an easy 10.
Yeah, I think it's a 10. I might try it a little bit just to see if it surprises me, but I don't think it's like usually... I expect it to be unplayable.
It's another card. I would love to see the screenshots of people doing wacky things because they drafted 3 Valor's flagships, but like...
Obviously, it's great with that.
Yeah, but like it is not a card that I'm expecting to ever want in a normal draft.
And to be clear, when I say it's great with that, I mean it is great if you could guarantee you draw both of those cards.
Yes.
That is not something that is possible in Limited unless you're cheating. And so I would not play this even if I had the flagship unless like the deck is also quite good around it. And again, that's just like...
That's why I said 3 Valor's flagships.
There you go. Yeah. Next up, we have Draconautics Engineer. This one's a banger. 1 in a red for a 2/2. It's got 2 exhaust abilities. The first one is other creatures... It costs red, just single red. And it says, other creatures you control gain haste until end of turn, and put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So this is sort of a split card, 1 in a red 2/2, or 1 red 3/3 haste, which is already kind of a playable card. And then it also has exhaust 3 in a red, create a 4/4 red dinosaur dragon creature token with flying.
Dinosaur dragon is a funny combination.
Dinosaur dragon is great. So
this is incredible.
A 4-mana 4/4 flyer that comes with a 2-mana 2/2 body that can also just become a 3/3. You can also just pay 5 mana and make a hasty dragon. Yeah, this card's nuts.
This card's insane. It's like this baseline like 2-mana 2/2 with 4 mana one time make a 4/4 red dragon. That's just like, I mean, you're paying 6 mana for a 4/4 and a 2/2, which is already a rate that I'm like pretty happy with, but you get to do it in installments as well, so you can like 4 mana 4/4 dragon is something I'm really excited to do on turn 4. So that's great. Then the haste ability to me is like gravy. Like 1 mana make my 2/2 a 3/3 is quite efficient.
That obviously can be activated at instant speed, so careful getting into combat with this with a 2/2.
Yeah. And then giving it doesn't just give itself haste, it gives the 4/4 dragon haste and any other creature you have haste. So like you could have a turn where like you play your engineer, maybe like you play your dragon on 4, and then like a mid to late game turn, like maybe you played a card or dimension spell, who knows? You deploy 2 creatures, give them haste, kill your opponent. It's like the threat of that haste is just, the baseline is really high of getting a counter and like hasting itself under the dragon, but the ceiling of that, like sometimes you'll just kill your opponent with it. And also just makes this a super great late game play of 7 mana, 4/4 dragon, 3/3 creature, haste them both. Just out of nowhere 7 damage. Like this card is just an incredible rate, super flexible and super powerful.
Yeah. Card's incredible. It's a 1. I'm first picking it every time I see it, basically, unless like Play Booster Era, the Speed Demon is also in the pack.
I might take it over.
I'm taking the Speed Demon.
Probably take Speed Demon.
Give me the Demon.
But this card is so much more. It's like, I think the most flexible, the best combination of flexibility and power that we've seen.
I agree. I also do think that, like, you kind of have to cast this on turn 2 if you're planning on making the dragon on turn 4, and they can just kill it sometimes.
That's true, yeah.
So, like...
It is, like, can be vulnerable as a 2/2.
Right, I think it is a little bit vulnerable as a 2/2, so keep that in mind. Like, it's really, really, really good, but I don't think it rises to the level of, like, some of the best bombs. I think it's just, like, a normal limited bomb.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Alright. Full Throttle is our next rare. 4 red for a sorcery. This better be good. After this main phase, there are 2 additional combat phases. At the beginning of each combat this turn, untap all creatures that attacked this turn.
Notably that you're not untapping creatures that crewed.
Yes.
So if you crew something and attack with a vehicle, you lost that crew, but you will untap the vehicle and it will still be a creature.
Yeah, this card is bizarre and I think god-awful is kind of my evaluation of it, where, like, there will be... this card can win games. This card, if your only plan is attacking with creatures and your opponent doesn't have blockers, it's 2 extra turns, but that's very difficult situation to get yourself into.
Yeah, I think this is a classic version of a Magic card where it is really good in exactly 25% of games and really bad in exactly 75% of games.
Yeah,
that's basically how I'd put it.
I might even put it lower than 25%.
Somewhere around there. Yeah.
The point stands. Like, this card...
And those cards tend to just be unplayable.
Yeah, like, this card is good when you're incredibly ahead, but in a specific situation when you're ahead. Like, you want to be in a spot where, like, you're ahead and attacking and able to attack with impunity, and if you're able to attack with impunity, why do you need a card to make you win the game 2 turns faster when you're already have what's probably an insurmountable advantage? Like, there could be like 1% of games where this card wins you a game that you wouldn't always win, especially like in conjunction
I think in, like, races, like,
yeah.
I will just say, like, you've got a 3/3 and a 2/2, right? This deals 15 damage.
It deals 10.
But yes, it deals 10. But, like, 6 mana to deal 10 is quite good. Like,
yeah.
I think if you're in any kind of race and you have an attack and you get to cast this, it, like, will just kill them a lot of the time. So I do think it is, like, quite good in some games, but that doesn't really matter because it is just so clearly actively bad in so many games that it doesn't really even matter if the text just said, like, flip a coin twice, if you win both flips, you win the game. Like, this is kind of what this card says.
Yeah.
And that card is just bad.
Yeah. Also, like, it's not doing anything. Like, it doesn't even have cycling. It's not doing anything to put you towards the game state where it would be good. It's just giving you the combat steps. So, like, this card in your hand means you're
It literally does nothing in so many games.
Like, it does nothing in the early turns of the game when you're trying to set up the situation where this card is good. It
prevents you from crafting the scenario that it's good in.
Because it's a dead card in your hand. Yeah, this card, easy 10 for me.
Easy 10.
Never think twice.
I don't believe I am ever going to put it in a deck. And if I happened to put it in a deck, it might be good sometimes, but it's just never correct too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could also see it being, like, a weird sideboard case card in, like, a niche scenario against.
Yeah, I could see it. Like, be aware of it in your sideboard. Don't just completely stop looking at it. But yeah, not great. Okay, Gastel Thrill Roller, 2 and a red for a 4/2 vehicle with crew 2. It has trample and haste, and when it enters, you get a free crew. It becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. It also has 2 and a red. Discard a card, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it, activate only as a sorcery.
This card is powerful.
There's a lot of text on this card.
Yeah. So baseline, 3 mana, 4/2, trample, haste, vehicle. That is not a vehicle the turn you play it.
Right.
So you play it on turn 3, you attack with your 2-drop and your 4/2 haste. This card, especially on the play, can just rep a lot of damage and or kind of force a trade with it. Because, like, even after you're going to be able to get with it, have that really strong tempo swing, and then still have this vehicle, if they don't trade off with a 4-2 trample haste, wrapping more damage. And like, if they didn't kill it the first time, they're going to be under enough pressure by even just the 4-2 being crude that they're going to be in an awkward spot. I think this just lines up really well into a lot of early games.
I agree. Well, I don't know if I would say it lines up into an early game well, because stopping becoming a creature is kind of bad, and I don't think like Lava Axe is an early game card. I think it's weirdly more of a late game card, and this is sort of Lava Axe-y.
I guess
it's kind of Ball Lightning-y. I wouldn't call Ball Lightning a good early game card.
I guess my point was, I feel like if it attacks and it doesn't trade off, it puts you into a situation where crewing it isn't actually that much of a downside.
Yeah, it does kind of force a trade in many ways,
Yeah.
and then it sort of sits in your yard and gives you some nice optionality and spell like optionality later, which is good. That's spell advantage for Axis Theory.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this is a good package. I think this is a good card. I will say that like 4 damage is a lot less than 6 damage comparing it to Ball Lightning, and a lot less than 5 damage comparing it to Lightning Axe. It obviously costs less than both of those.
Axe, yeah.
Lava Axe, yeah. But like the structure of this card, I think what you're trying to say is like it really does incentivize trades and then kind of punish the opponent for those trades.
Yep.
Which is really nice. I don't think this is an incredible card. I think it's just a pretty good card. It's pretty bad on defense.
Yeah, I was going to get to that too, is like, I'm specifically excited about this card if I'm in a situation where like I want to be attacking. When you're behind, like defending, like it's only an artifact creature until the end of your turn. It's not like it gets to be a blocker the first turn you play it. So like when you're behind, it's just a 3-mana 4-2 vehicle, and then another 3-mana 4-2 vehicle if you trade it off, which is like nice, but it's not building your board wider. It's not that great defensively, and it's not that great of a defensive body.
And I will note, like, the discard a card is a real cost, but it's not as real of a cost as you might think. Like, at the stage in the game where you're going to want to get this back, you're pretty likely to have a card that you can get rid of. Probably just a land, but maybe something else that just is low impact. And yeah, it's a nice option, and a lot of what that is about is leveraging life total, and having the option to do that is really huge because it just forces your opponent to play a lot more defensively than they might need to play otherwise. Just having the option to deal them 4 damage or force them to trade off something to not take that 4 at any point just changes the math a lot of the time.
Yep.
So yeah, I think overall this ends up being a quite solid card. It's a really interesting card. I love the design on this.
It's also like pretty good at building speed, and I say pretty good,
Yes.
not great, because 4 toughness does just line up into 4 power lines up into like the many 4 toughness creatures that we've seen.
But you're quite happy if you're trading this with a 4 toughness creature. Like you're getting your value off of it, even if it's failing to build speed.
For sure, yeah. And if you're trading off with, even if you're trading off with a 2/2 and losing a mana in that exchange, that's building speed. You're trampling over. Although notably, it's not always building speed. It doesn't have start your engines on it, of course.
Right.
But
Yeah, this is a good card. It is obviously much better when you're aggressive. This is not a full creature, even if it makes itself a creature and can come back as a creature. It is more of a burn spell that has less of the downsides of a normal burn spell because it incentivizes trades a lot of the time. But it's I guess I would say it's kind of similar to a creature that can't block.
yeah.
That's how I'd put it, which is not a full creature, but this obviously literally can block. Like you can just crew it and block sometimes, which is fine.
And sometimes 4/2 is nice on blocks.
Right. So yeah, this card's good. I'm gonna give it like a 3 probably, or a 4.
Yeah, I was literally gonna say 3 or 4. 3.5
Yeah.
I think is comfortable. Like it's a powerful card. Won't always have a home in every deck, but most red decks probably will want to have at least access to assertive draws.
Yep, 3 or a 4. Next up
We have Hazoret Godseeker. This is 1 in a red, so 2 mana for a legendary creature god. It's a 5/3 with indestructible and haste.
broken.
What? But wait, there's more, unfortunately. Start your engines. Oh, that's good more. 1 tap. Target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. that seems good. Why is that in my 5/3? Well, here's your answer. Hazoret can't attack or block unless you have max speed. Okay, so that balances it out,
Okay,
right?
so it's not like one of the best Magic cards ever printed.
Yes, it is not the...
We've established that. We were expecting that. That's
yes.
fine. Now let's evaluate the card that we actually have.
Yep. So, this card, when it comes down, is really just an enchantment. It's a 2-mana enchantment that starts your engines and says 1 tap, target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn.
So that's not a playable card.
It's
Like,
not
I
a
would
playable
never
card.
play that card on its own in a normal limited deck.
Yes.
But let's say that card, like, cantripped, right? I would play that in a normal limited deck, because that is a really great way to build max speed.
Yeah, no, this is, like, one of the strongest ways we've seen. Like, it's a good comparison is, like, the black-red vehicle and uncommon. Like, we don't see many of those effects in this set because they're really, really powerful in, like, a stalled-out game, or even just sometimes in a game where you're the aggressor, as a way to just, like, get the rest of your speed all the way up to 4.
Yeah. Okay, now, what if the cantrip was a 0-mana 5/3 indestructible haste that you weren't allowed to cast until you had max speed?
Insane. That is, like, an incredible body. Like, even if, like, you don't take advantage of the haste, which I think a lot of the time early you won't. Actually, that's not true, because you can give something unblockable the turn you play it.
Right.
So, like, that's another way that you're leveraging the haste. A 5/3 indestructible, that's just, like, massive.
That is the abyss.
Yeah, that is a a high power indestructible creature is that's like a 5 infinity. That's so big and so efficient, and like there is some removal that can deal with it, but there's not a lot.
There's not a lot. If you get to max speed with this card, your opponent either answers it or loses the game.
Or if they're lucky, present an X6 and have the X6 not die.
I count that as answering it.
Fair, yeah.
So this card is incredible. It's a 1. You first pick it basically every time you see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't win games quickly on its own, so it gives the opponent time to find an answer. So, like, that's important, but it does demand an answer.
And it's also, like, just incredibly efficient.
Yes.
Like, it's a 2-mana card with a 1-mana activated ability. Like,
I mean, it's not incredibly efficient in terms of board impact early in the game.
For sure,
like,
yeah.
You will maybe take some damage because this card didn't affect the board for, like, 3 turns.
For
and
sure,
that
yeah.
matters a lot. Like, you might lose a race where on the last turn you attack with this, they chump it, and then they attack you back for lethal. Like, that's important to know.
For sure.
Right?
I mostly just meant, like, mana investment. If they find an answer
Yes.
to it, they're usually going to be, like...
Right. Even if they answer it, you're not
average
down
mana.
on mana,
Yeah.
basically, which is really important.
That was most of my point.
That's a good point. Yep. Next up, we have Howl Squad Heavy. 2 in a red for a 2/3 Goblin Mercenary Rabblemaster. That last creature type is not real. I'm just saying it's the latest in our iterations on Goblin Rabblemaster. It has start your engines. Other goblins you control have haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token. That token attacks this combat if able, and it has haste, so it can attack, unless this dies for some reason, which would be weird. And then max speed, it has tap, add red for each goblin you control.
I really don't like this card.
You don't like it.
I think it's deceptively pretty bad. And so, like, this card itself, like, we're comparing it to the card Goblin Rabblemaster, which was, like, a powerful, aggressive threat, but that was in part because that card wanted to be attacking and made itself very good at attacking and presented a lot of damage.
And it was also a long time ago. I think Goblin Rabblemaster
Yes.
would not be quite as good in Modern Limited.
Agreed. This card is a 3-mana 2/3, which is, like, pretty medium board. Starting your engines is nice. That's something you want to be doing in this format. But creating a 1/1 goblin every turn, the fact that the goblin has to attack,
That is a
I think,
huge
is
downside.
incredibly awkward.
It basically
Like-
means that most of the time you will not actually be creating a 1/1 goblin.
Exactly, yeah. You're only creating a 1/1 goblin in situations where your opponent can't afford to block it, and that means either they're just, like, they haven't drawn creatures, they're attacking you and killing you in really effective ways, or you're super ahead.
Yeah. I think this card is a lot worse than it reads. It reads like make a 3 mana 2/3 start your engine, make a 1/1 every turn. It's not that. It's like 3 mana 2/3, make a 1/1 sometimes. Only if you're ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is worse than that. I do think I'm a little bit higher than you on this card. I think it's quite playable. Making those 1/1s, like, yes, it is true that your opponent will just be able to eat them a lot of the time, and that's a pretty big downside. But starting your engines is nice. I will say that.
For sure.
And it does incentivize them in some weird ways in combat. Like, if they leave back one creature and you have a removal spell, you've suddenly made a goblin. Making one goblin actually matters a lot with this.
For sure.
Because if you're making one goblin and you already have one, they have to either have 2 blockers to eat both, or you get to like make one, attack with one, and now you're getting a free attack in every turn.
Yeah, no, it is pretty good.
Continuing your engines, like your speed.
That is true. It's pretty good in smaller boards, like letting you push and speed in interesting ways.
It's also just true that sometimes your opponent attacks you with their 3-drop when you're on the draw. You play this on turn 3 and attack them.
Yeah.
Like, that just sometimes happens.
This
They
is
play
true.
a draw spell, whatever. Like, if you can sneak in a 1/1 that sticks around, this can actually, I wouldn't say snowball really, like it doesn't win the game on its own, but get you an amount of value that really matters, especially building speed.
Yeah. The other thing I want to say, though, is like, when we say can't really snowball, I don't think this max speed ability is super relevant.
Yeah, we haven't really been talking about it very much because I don't think it's very relevant at all.
Yeah, like if this had a board impacting max speed ability, I'd be baseline much more interested as like a payoff. But this add red for each goblin you control, it's by the time you hit max speed, I think it's going to be hard to leverage this, and also hard to get an actual density of goblins when like there aren't really any other goblins in the set, and these goblins are often trading off.
Yep,
and then
I agree.
Then also need a way to something to spend the mana on. But yeah, I think your points are very solid though. Like it is good at putting your opponent in awkward spots where like you attack with your goblin, your other creature that can trade, and they have one blocker, and then suddenly like they could eat the goblin, but they aren't really getting value out of that because it's just an incidental goblin you're making. You get to increment your speed, or they trade off. You keep your goblin, you increment your speed.
Yeah, and I think the baseline of 3 mana 2/3 that starts your engines and makes combat slightly weird for them is not that bad.
I agree.
I don't think it's that good either, though.
You talked me up on it. I think for me it's like around like mid to top common level.
Yeah.
A 6 maybe?
I think it's like a good common level power, which I would give it a 6. I think I'm playing it in almost every red deck, but I'm not excited about it in most of them either. I'm just kind of like, yeah, this is one of my decent cards.
Yeah, I think that, I like that a lot. You talked me up on it a bit.
Alright, 6 for Howl Squad Heavy.
Alrighty. Next up, we have Afterburner Expert. This is 2 and a green for a 4/2 Goblin Artificer. It has Exhaust, 2 green, put 2+1/+1 counters on this creature, so 4/2 to 6/4 for 4 mana. Then it also has, whenever you activate an Exhaust ability, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Tapped?
No, just untapped.
Ready to block?
Yep, if you do it during your opponent's turn, ready to block, just like 0 mana, it comes back in.
With a finality counter?
No, you can keep doing this. And it's like, this card's
wild.
Obviously, it has some setup costs because you want other cards in your deck with exhaust abilities, but there are plenty of cards in green with exhaust abilities that you care about.
There's just plenty of exhaust abilities in the set.
Yeah, and also in like blue and red and even elsewhere, like there's just enough random exhaust abilities that like a lot of decks will just accumulate a bunch of them, and like
you only need one to make this card like really good.
Yeah. Also at 0, if you have 0 cards, I think it's already like
fine.
A good rate.
Yeah, like paying 4 and making it a 6/4 just makes combat awkward for them.
Yeah, and like that's a threat of activation on your 3-drop that also just like reps a lot of damage. And then of course that threat that threatens a lot of damage, if they then are like, okay, I'm going to trade off with it and trade off with a thing that could be like maybe they have to make a bad trade, like put a 4-power creature in front of it. you get that threat again whenever you do an exhaust ability.
For free.
And it being low toughness and having to trade up is like good for those kind of play patterns.
It's a body that wants to trade off, and then it rewards you massively for trading off.
Yeah. No, this card is... You don't need like ways to sacrifice it to get value like Bloodghast. The way you sacrifice it is by being an incredibly threatening combat threat. This card is really powerful. And
really good.
And the only setup it needs is like the iota of an exhaust ability in your deck. And if you don't have that, it's still
fine.
It's still going to be one of your best like common to uncommon level creatures. Easy one.
Yep.
This card is incredible.
Card's incredible. I might say like a 1.5 because it doesn't like win games on its own totally, but like I don't know. It's really good.
It doesn't, but it's just like such a powerful. It's a pretty efficient threat and a pretty powerful value card as well.
Yeah.
It's just like
no, I think you're right. I think it's just a 1.
Yeah, like I'm not taking it over Speed Demon basically ever, but
I'm not taking
it over this card either, but that's the thing much.
Yeah, this card might compete with Speed Demon. Aganosaur Rex, 3 green for an 8/8 trampling dinosaur.
Is there a downside?
Timmies are happy. Okay, I'll read the downside for you. So it has cycling for 2 and a green, so sometimes you might accidentally cycle this card.
Oh,
That's
no!
a downside. Hold on, wait, I'm reading more. Whenever you cycle this card, put 2+1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature or vehicle. It gains trample and indestructible until end of turn.
So what you're saying, the downside is I might accidentally cycle it as a premium rate combat trick that also draws me a card, and this card is nuts.
This card is so good.
It's a split card, and both sides of the split card I think are like first picks.
So in grindy games, when your opponent just has a lot of removal and like any given really big creature you play could just get removed, well, you can get a 2-for-1 with this. Yeah. That seems good. Okay, well, in games where you just want to kill your opponent really quickly and present a big threat that they can't deal with, I think this will do.
Yeah, the 5 mana 8/8 trample is insane rate. Like, it's bigger than it. The one creature that competes with this size is a triple green 5-drop.
And it doesn't really.
It doesn't really. It's not. I mean, when I say compete, I mean it can block it to trade.
Right.
Like this card just like is bigger than everything. It's big enough that like the red removal spells won't kill it.
Yep. The black 5.
The black 5 and a removal spell won't kill it.
Yeah.
It like dodges removal spell just from how big its butt is.
Yep. And its front is not that bad either.
Yeah. And it has trample.
Which is
you
just
cannot
really
chump
important.
block it.
Yeah.
You cannot trade into it unless you have 8 power of creatures in play.
Now, I will just say there are removal spells that just 1-for-1 with this in the set. Like you sometimes will just spend 5 mana and this will get 1-for-1 net mana disadvantage. Which like, that means there's some, I wouldn't even call it downside. I would just say like, there's some games where this card was like pretty medium.
It's not gonna win you every single game of Magic the Gathering you play it. It is definitely like answerable. The games will be 1-for-1 to like any other 5-drop.
Yeah, but this absolutely falls into the category of card that in an ideal world would not exist in limited.
Yes, because it has that downside. If you compare it to Speed Demon, that card will give you cards immediately.
It's much harder for Speed Demon to like be medium in a game.
Yeah, because Speed Demon, they have to kill it before your end step, before it has the same fail case, which is a lot harder to achieve. Rex,
I do think I'm taking Speed Demon over this, but just barely.
I'm not sure. I'm a little bit more excited about green, I think. So I think this might put Rex over. And also, like you said, if you're in a situation where you're at all conscientious of your opponent having intensity removal, the cycling half of the card is just a premium rate, powerful thing.
You should be careful because some games you're going to want the high impact 8/8, and so cycling might actually be a mistake even if it gets you an onboard 2-for-1. But, I mean, you're not that sad.
No, you can onboard a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
It's 2 premium spells tacked into 1. It's 1.
Yeah, this is a 1 quite easily. One of the best cards in the set.
Alrighty. Next up, we have the best boy in the set, District Mascot. Single green for a 0/0 dog mount.
Oh, this creature's terrible. It immediately dies.
This creature enters with a +1/+1 counter on
Never
it.
mind.
And it's a dog mount. It has saddle 1. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And then 1 in a green, remove 2 +1/+1 counters from this creature, destroy target artifact.
I always find it funny, like, what order they print the abilities in. Because
Yeah.
you read this out of order, but it made so much more sense in the order you read it
Yeah,
in.
I know there's at least one card earlier that I read it in order and it made no sense.
Yeah. Anyway, so how do we like this card? 1 mana 1/1 is not really playable. It's a mount with saddle 1, and whenever it attacks while saddled, put a counter on it. So it can grow. You go 1 into 2. This is a 2/2 attacking that you paid 1 mana for on turn 2. That's pretty good. Not
right?
guaranteed to be able to curve 1 into 2. But, like, 1 into 3, okay, you still only paid 1 mana for it, and it'll, like, attack and maybe trade off with something after you play your 3-drop creature. That's fine. It's not amazing. Your opponent is kind of disincentivized from attacking you with everything, because then this just grows sort of for free sometimes. But that's not great rate. However, they really don't want this to get 3 counters, or even 2 sometimes, because you'll just get a shatter.
Yeah.
If it gets 3 counters, that shatter is, like, kind of free, although kind of not, because this becomes a non-relevant creature again. But even if you get 2, you can still just use this as a shatter.
Yeah, and I like that in like late game scenarios, you can just saddle it, attack with it, and immediately sacrifice it.
This is, that's a really good point. This is sort of a shatter that you can always have access to if you really want it.
Yeah, I mean, by always have access, you have to have a creature to saddle it and
Right.
have it live for a turn. But
Yeah.
it's. I like this card. I don't think it's phenomenal. It's like
It can be a
pretty-
little bit snowbally in some games.
It can't. There are games where it can snowball, but there's also games where it can be
Pretty badly.
Not hard for the opponent to get in the way of it snowballing. Like, could just be
Play a 3/2 on turn 3. This can't snowball anymore.
And I mean,
but they will trade a 3-drop for your 1-drop.
Yeah, I think you are like pretty happy or you have to be pretty happy just like trading this off sometimes.
Yes, I agree. I think don't get too greedy with this card. You have an opportunity to spend it to kill an important artifact. You probably just want to take that.
Or if you have an opportunity early to like trade it off with a creature to just cash your 1-drop in for a 2-drop, like you'll take that as well.
Right. All in all, like, it's a pretty bad top deck late, but it's never horrible. Like, at least if they have an artifact out. It can be quite bad sometimes, but I think those times are pretty rare. It's mostly just slightly bad. I would give this
5?
a 5 or a 6, somewhere in there. I think I would give it a 5. I think that's a good grade because the upside is there. Like, it can be really snowbally and awesome in some games, so I think 5 is totally fair.
And also, like, it's a pretty nice curve with like the green-white mount, or like in mount space. I'm like a little bit more excited about it in general.
That's
it's,
very true. It's kind of nuts with the green-white mount.
Yeah, it's also the green-white mount, pretty great with the white rare mount we saw earlier that was counters. Anyway, to like put counters on this incidentally, like there's going to be artifacts you're going to be happy killing, and it'll be a threat that just sticks around.
Yep. 5 for District Mascot. Good card, not a great card though.
Yup.
Okay, next we have Lumbering World Wagon. 2 and a green for a star 4. This vehicle's power is equal to the number of lands you control. And then it has crew 4, which is a really big crew cost. But whenever this vehicle enters or attacks, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle.
This is a large package for 3 mana.
Yeah, it's like, quite a good package.
Like enters and attacks is a lot of triggers for putting entire lands into play.
Yep. I think this card is going to play even better than it looks, and it already looks pretty good.
I agree. Like, it's crew 4. That again, that's above crew 3. That does not pass the pilot test, but you're also in green and you're also ramping. So like you play this on turn 3 and like you're a little sad it can't block the turn you play it. It almost definitely can't be crewed the turn you play it unless you have the 2 mana 4/1. But like, But then you get to play a 5-drop, and if odds are that 5-drop can crew it, and then you get to attack with a 6/4.
Yeah,
vehicle.
that's going to trade for something super relevant and have gotten you 2 lands by the time it does.
Yep.
That's just really good.
Yeah.
It's fixing as well. Like, it kind of is just an explosive vegetation and a relevant enough creature to trade with something, which is just, like, really, really a lot for 3 mana.
Yeah, and the power just goes up and up as the game goes on and, like, becomes a card they can't... Like, they have to block it.
Yep, they just have to block it because it just continues to grow. I'm giving this a 1. It's not trivially a 1, but I genuinely think it is a 1. I think you're supposed to first pick this basically every time you see this.
Yeah, I think it's very deceptive. Like, it's... my instinct first reading the card was like maybe I'd push it more towards like a 1.5 or 2 or even lower, but I think it does so much. Like, it being enters or attacks is so like that's like lands are cards, and like we've seen like a lot of ways to use mana. So like getting up to that amount of lands is like incredibly valuable with all the mana sinks we have in this format. So yeah, I think 1 I'm comfortable with.
1 for Lumbering Worldwagon. Next up, we have March of the World Ooze. 3 green for an enchantment. Creatures you control have base power and toughness 6/6 and are oozes in addition to their other types. And then whenever an opponent casts a spell, if it's not their turn, you create a 3/3 green elephant creature token, which is just going to be a 6/6.
Huh.
So it's basically just the first line of text,
Yeah.
because your opponent, it's pretty easy for them to just not play their instance on their turn or on your turn. Like, that's mostly commander text, I think. But
mostly, but it can make things pretty inconvenient for them.
it can, yeah. But like the difference in impact between the first line and the second line is just dramatic. 3 green. Really, really difficult mana cost. You need to have multiple creatures on the board for this to be incredibly high impact. If you only have 1 creature, it's kind of just like an enchantment that gives you a creature like +3/+3 or something, which is obviously not worth 6 mana, although it will continue to do that for future creatures, which obviously matters. This is a very grindy card, I think. It is a card that is great in board stalls. It is great in grindy games where you're continuing to trade off creatures, but putting a 6-mana enchantment in your deck does make it a lot harder to have enough creatures to play a normal game of Limited. This, assuming you are able to play a normal game of Limited, is bomby and game-breaking and will win you the game on its own. But it's not trivial to be able to play a normal game of Limited, and this makes that harder actively by being in your deck. So it's high cost. I do think the reward is very worth it, but it's not a card that is going to be good in every game, not even close.
Yeah.
So
and you need to have like enough of a density of creatures, but it also does reward you for playing like those random creatures that you need to play to get the game to the point where you can cast it.
You're a lot happier putting crappy creatures in your deck if you have this.
Yeah. Still not that happy because like putting crappy creatures in your deck and you don't draw this, you'd feel pretty awful.
Right.
But
yeah. I would want like at least 16, maybe 15 at lowest amount of creatures or things that produce creatures, obviously, in my deck if I'm going to be playing this. I really, really want like 17 or 18, maybe even 19, 20. Just because I am deeply concerned about having enough creatures on board on turn 6 when I cast this.
Yeah.
That being said, I think it's a good card. I don't think it's great, because 3 green is just... 3 green, I should say, is just such a high cost that this is going to be pretty bad in a lot of games. But the games it's good in, it's going to be game-winning in. So I probably would give this a 6. I think it's like high impact. You want to speculate on it early. You obviously want to be pretty heavy green, but I think it's worth the payoff, and I think it's worth building a deck around.
I think I'm a bit higher on this. I think I'd go around a 3 or a 4. I think green has a common that's pretty good at mitigating the triple green downside with the Manolith. With the 4/2 vehicle Manolith, which obviously like those are two cards that aren't super affecting the board, but it's letting you deploy like a triple green card a lot more consistently. And I think there's also like random lands that sacrifice for pilots that are great with this. I think there's enough ways to get the number of creatures for this card that I'm excited about it. And then I think the 6, like turning like 1/1s into 6/6s is just like other random bodies, even just giving a creature +2/+2 off of this is just so impactful, and I think will make the majority of your creatures so much more impactful that like it'll just lead to super busted game states.
The only thing I will say is like if you can cast it and if you can have a creature, which
Yes.
I just think structurally makes for a card that has limited high end, and that's just because like the low end is so low.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. I'm not really going to argue with that evaluation very much, but I am going to stick with my 6. I think it's like a good card, but I think it has enough structural issues where I'm never that excited about it, and I don't think I'm aggressively taking it early, which probably means that I won't see it very much because I think a lot of people are just going to take this as like, well, clearly it's a bomb. And they're not that far off from being right, but I do think I'm a little away from the pack here. I think I'm a little lower on this.
Yeah. I guess I'm also just like, I'm excited to take it and try to maximize it.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of reward in doing that.
That's fair.
Anyway, let's continue. Next up, we have Ovia, Automech Artisan. This is 3 and a green for a 1/2, pretty small. Legendary creature, human artificer. Each creature that's attacking one of your opponents has trample. And then green tap, you may put a creature or vehicle card from your hand onto the battlefield. If you put an artifact onto the battlefield this way, put 2+1/+1 counters on it.
Huh.
So this card is trying... This is a mana advantage card. It is trying to discount the cost of your creatures and also give you the ability to like flash in creatures for cheap, but off of the initial investment of a 4 mana 1/2.
Yeah.
Which I don't love, but it does interest me just because we said before, there's so many ways to spend your mana in this format that I could see recouping that initial investment like pretty quickly in a longer game.
I agree. It is important to note that like you need to be able to both survive when you cast this and still have enough spells left over that it's worth it.
Yep.
Which is a really hard, tricky balance to hit.
I agree, yeah.
Especially if you draw this, like this is a kind of blank top deck late in the game.
I'd say it's an aggressively blank top deck.
Yes, which is a genuinely huge downside to a card. It basically means that in maybe 25% of the games you will see it, it is really bad. So that's a lot to overcome for a card. However, if this comes down on turn 4, it's kind of incredibly scary, and your opponent just has to kill it on sight, usually. Even if they don't know what's in your hand, and maybe you didn't have anything good with it in your hand, but it still ate that removal spell, which is pretty nice. I also think the +1/+1 counters go a long way to making this playable, is I guess how I would put it. Because a lot of the time with these kinds of Elvish Piper effects, putting small creatures into play is like really bad with them, and basically means that the effect is only relevant with big creatures. Getting a power and toughness boost with, obviously I think the best thing to do this with is specifically artifact creatures, not just vehicles.
Yeah.
But like even a vehicle, right? You're just really happy if this card lets you put out 2 vehicles that you could have just cast normally, but you get 4 counters along with that.
Yeah, and that gets pretty powerful and was like actually recouping the tempo loss of playing a 4 mana 1/2, because suddenly it's kind of like a 4 mana 5/6.
So I think this card is not great, but not bad. I think it's playable.
Yeah, I think it's a playable card, but I think also it's a pretty contextual card, and it's the context where I want it. I don't really want to build around it. I want it in certain decks that already kind of exist for it. Like, for example, it's pretty good with the 1 and a green 2/2 a common that has 5 mana to draw, to look at the top 3 and choose a permanent. Something like that. Like, that's not a card. It's also not a card I want to prioritize, but if I end up with that, like, I'll be taking this card that much higher. So I think for me this sits at like a 7 or an 8, which I mean it's weird because it's just so contextual, but like I just don't want to pick this up early. It's powerful, but it's needs a lot of things to go right for its power to be maximized.
Yep, I agree. I would give this a 7?
That's where I'm at, like 7 or 8.
Yeah, 7 or 8, somewhere around there. Like, definitely not a rare power level card. Next up, Regal Imperiosaur. 1 green for a 5/4 that says other dinosaurs you control get +1/+1. So not a typo set. You're not gonna have a lot of other dinosaurs. There are a couple, but like it's not generally very relevant. But 1 green for a 5/4. That's good.
That was so big.
So big. I initially just skipped over reading the power and toughness of this card and thought it was just a 3/3, because that just like made sense for some reason design wise for me. No, it's a 5/4. That's like quite good. This is a pretty simple card to evaluate. Let's just talk about how good a 1 green 5/4 is in limited. I think that's like a 3 or a 2. It's not gonna like dominate most games, but if you get to play it on turn 3, it will be really hard for them to deal with. They'll probably need to block with like 2 cheap creatures, which is positive value for you. And then if you play it on turn 6, you can double spell with it, and it will absolutely be a relevant body. So that's also quite strong. There's very little downside with this card. It's really good. I might even give it like a 2 or a 3. Like, somewhere there. I don't think it's a 1. You will first pick it a lot of the time, but I don't think you'll first pick it every time.
Yeah, it's like... And also it's worth noting, like, 1 green, like, that's not a hard mana cost to hit, but like in a straight 2-color deck, you're not always going to hit that on 3. But even if you hit this on turn 4 and 5, like Ryan said, like, it's a super efficient double spell. Just like a super, like this is what we want. Like, the 2 green 9/7, like, that card is kind of awkward because it's a 5-drop just stats, but this being at 3 mana for raw stats is a lot more excusable. It's harder for your opponent to actually, like, just murder this and actually get a mana advantage out of that. So that's why I think I'm a lot higher on this, and I would agree, like, I think around like a 2 or a 3 is where I'm at. Like, it's just so rawly efficient at what it does.
Yep. I think 2 or a 3, like 2.5, I think I'm happy with. Okay.
Yeah. Next up, we have Thunderous Velocipede. This is 1 green for a 5/5 vehicle. It has Trample and Crew 3. Each other vehicle and creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it if its mana value is 4 or less. So 4 drops or less come with 1 counter. Otherwise, it enters with 3 additional +1/+1 counters on it. So this rewards you for playing the bigger things too by putting 5 drops and higher, giving 5 drops and higher +3/+3. And that's on top of being a 3 mana 5/5 Crew 3 trample vehicle. This card does a lot. This reminds me of do you remember the Rhinoceros from OTJ that doubled counters on your creatures? This is like kind of similar rate of like a 3 mana 5/5 Crew 3 vehicle is like not easy to crew, but it passes the pilot test and like is a pretty efficient body that can be quite scary on turn 3. And then on top of that, every creature you play afterwards, like this fits nicely in your curve because then you could go 4-drop and then 5-drop, and then they're like, what am I going to do? This is so much extra power and toughness.
Yeah, I mean, this card's nuts. Weirdly, it like is sort of equally good with small creatures as it is with big creatures, because if you play 2 small creatures, you're getting 2 counters. If you play 1 big creature, you get 3 counters, but you get them later. Like, number of creatures you get to cast is almost equally important to size of creatures you get to cast.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like, I would not really think about playing this in a deck with many large creatures. Just play it in a deck with creatures at all.
This card isn't...
Do not put an extra 5-drop in your deck because you have this card.
Yeah, this card is...
Literally never do that.
Yeah, this card's deck building constraints are literally only the more creatures you have, the more powerful it is. I think trying to put your curve higher for this card will just make your deck worse.
Yes. That being said, really, really, really good card. It's a 1.
Yeah. Also nice that it makes your 2/2s into 3/3s to crew it. Yeah.
Yep.
Easy one.
Web Strike Elite. green for a 3/3 with reach. So good rate, but green is a cost that you won't always be able to cast on turn 2. But it's kind of got some upside if you can't cast it on turn 2. So X green, cycling. And then when you cycle this card, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment with mana value X. So if they have a high value artifact or enchantment to kill, you get to 2 for 1 with it. Although it's somewhat mana inefficient, you still just usually will get to kill it, unless it costs like 6 or something, and that's tough. But you get to do that, or you get to just cast this on turn 2 as a 3/3 sometimes, and that's also quite good.
Or even on turn 3.
Yeah, even on turn 3, it's fine. It's not ideal then, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's nice to double spell with it, like on turn 4 or 5 or something.
And like 3 power and 3 toughness reach lines up pretty nicely into like the common flying threats in the format.
It's gonna be hard for them to proc speed when you have this.
Like there's a bunch of like 1/3 flyers. And obviously the blue 1/3 flyer can eventually scale past it with the 2 counters. But yeah, it's just a great defensive body early, and also just if you have it on turn 2 and can attack with it, that's also pretty nice. And that being a split card with a late game 2 for 1 is quite nice. I like this card a lot. I think I'd give it like, I'm between a 1 and a 2 on it, I think.
I'm not giving this a 1.
Probably more like a 2
I
or
think
3
I'm not hoping to open this in a pack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping for a better rare than this.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Not that I expect a better rare than this, but like I'm taking most of the good rares over this, but it's better than also most of the commons. So like I think I'd give this a 3. I'm definitely first picking it sometimes, but I don't think I'm first picking it every time.
Yeah, I'm like a little bit more toward, like, I mean, 1 definitely is too high. That was a misspeak, but I think I might still be closer to 2 just because I think the cycling buyout is quite nice in what it's doing. Like
it's very nice, but it is a bit mana inefficient.
It is, yeah, but like that split card, I don't know. I think between a 2 and a 3, I'm comfortable with.
I'm gonna say 3, but you're fine at a 2.5. That's totally cool.
I'm chill with that, yeah. Next up, we have Otchek Emerald Radiant. We're now into the multicolored, as this is a 3 black green 3/3 legendary creature insect druid. So 6 mana 3/3. Let's see what it does. When Otchek enters, create a 1/1 green insect creature token for each artifact and/or creature card in your graveyard. And then whenever another insect you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Otchek. Each opponent loses 1 life.
Huh. I don't love it.
Yeah, how many 1/1s do you need to be making with this card before you're excited about this rate?
Excited about? I think I need to be making 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
3 is fine. 3 is like acceptable. 2, I'm pretty disappointed. 1, I'm very disappointed.
Oh yeah.
And 4 or 5 is totally possible to do, but it's not trivially easy to do either. And so ultimately, I don't think I like this card very much. Yeah, it's just kind of hard to get like 5 creatures in your graveyard, and that's where most of the upside here comes.
Yeah, I feel like how I think about this card, it's a pretty niche role player in a grindy black-green deck, where this is like the card I'm playing in my deck to go over the top in the super late game in like my self-millie black-green deck. And so it's not something I want to take and build around.
It is true this will sometimes make 10 1/1s.
Yeah, and like
But that's keep in mind, most limited decks have like 15 creatures. So you have probably like 6 cards left in your library, and there haven't been any weird graveyard hate effects or creatures that exile from the yard or something throughout the game. Then this is making 10 insects and truly going over the top.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying with this is not a card I want to take and build around. This is a card I'll pick up if it strategically lines up with what my deck's doing, and I need like that late game, like super late game, go over the top spell. So that's, I think, pretty narrow, and where I at least am excited about it.
I agree. It's also a 6-drop that is going to be bad in a lot of games because often you will get to turn 6 and not really want to cast it yet. So I'm going to give this card a 9.
That's where I'm at too.
And I say 9 because You want to pick it up a little bit more than the free cards because it has a pretty unique effect that can win some grindy long games. It might be a good sideboard card, but you do not generally need to prioritize this.
I agree. Yeah, I think 9's exactly where I'm at too.
Cool. Next, we've got Bright Glass Gearhulk. So this is green, green, white, white for a 4/4 first strike trample. When this creature enters, you may search your library for up to 2 artifact, creature, and/or enchantment cards with mana value 1 or less. Reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle.
Huh.
So
this mana cost is really difficult.
Really difficult mana cost, but totally castable in a normal green-white limited deck. It might just take you a little while.
Yeah, it might be like a turn 5 or turn 6 play.
Yes. Becomes much, much, much harder any amount of other colors you're adding that aren't really light splashes. So keep that in mind. Like, you really can only ever put this in a straight green-white deck, maybe with a tiny splash if you have good fixing. But think about this as a card that costs like 5 mana in that kind of deck, like a 2-color green-white base deck. How's that rate? Really good.
Pretty good, yeah.
Really good.
First Strike is really nice on a high power creature, and Trample is also really nice on a high power creature, and First Strike kind of serves as a... They both kind of serve as like deterrents for blocking that are quite nice.
Yep.
And so like that rate, pretty nice. And then the ability, searching for 1-drops, you're not going to consistently be able to take advantage of that. There aren't that...
Well, I think you will consistently be able to get like one thing.
I think that's fair, yeah. I guess,
which matters.
I feel like you can still get like around like 0.9 is what would be my estimate. Like I think what I'm saying is I don't think every limited deck is going to get, like, we haven't seen like that many common 1-drops where we're like, yes, I want to pick that up.
I think they're a good enough amount, and I think you will play like a slightly medium minus 1-drop if you have this in your deck.
I guess, like, would you play, because the 1-drop I'm thinking of is the
white
yeah,
vigilance.
The white vigilance one, which I don't know if I'd want to put in my deck just because I have Bright Glass.
I think that card might be a little bit better than I thought it was, and I think I probably would put it in the deck, but more because of that than that. Like, I will play 1-drops that I'm not excited about, but that I think are acceptable with this. And I think that does fall into that category. But
that's fair, yeah.
You don't need to do that much work to make your rare card like significantly better. Mostly, I think it's just about having a tiebreaker to take a 1-drop in the draft that is actually playable in a card that you want to play. Because if you have 2 1-drops in your deck, this is most of the time going to draw a card when it enters. And if you have like 3 or 4 1-drops, it's most of the time going to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, and that's quite nice.
Really, really nice.
On top of just being a competitive body.
Totally competitive body. So I'm not ever really, unless green-white is an amazing archetype, if there's like an acceptable other card in the pack, I don't think I'm first picking this in most drafts. Pack 1, pick 1.
Yeah.
If it's a weak pack, I might take it just for the upside, and green-white is a deck I'm happy with. But I think I'm going to give this a 2. But that's really more about how you'll take it. Like, it's a balance between how you'll take it if you see it in pack 2 or 3 if you're green and white, which is just snap take, instant, like, really great bomb. Not like best card in the set bomb, but like very, very strong bomb that you prioritize over basically anything else. And, you know, green-white you're going to be green-white like roughly 1/10 of the time. But then in pack 1, like, I'm not taking it first pick, but 4th pick, when I see it and I'm in like green already, I think I'm pretty easily taking it.
Yeah. I mean, that to me is landing me around, like, I'm comparing in my head to a lot of the 2-color uncommons we were reviewing, and with those all ended up at like 4. Like, I'm thinking about like the black-red card, which is like a super efficient black-red threat that you're only playing in black-red decks. All the 2-drops, like, most of them ended up around like 4, maybe 3 at the highest. So I think for me that lands this card also, like, it's like a better card than a lot of those uncommons for the most part, but about as restrictive, and I think that restriction is very high.
It is.
So I think that to me lands it around like a 3 or a 4.
I'm okay going with a 3, but I do think this is like a very high upside card, and I'm taking it not so aggressively that I'm first picking it really ever as the first pick in a draft, although in a weak pack maybe. So like I think I want a 3. Like I am first picking this sometimes.
I think I agree. I think I'm pretty solidly on a 3, and I could see even going up to 2 if I like green white that much. But yeah.
And I think most of the gear hooks will be similar structurally to this. Like they'll be really, really good when you're in those 2 colors, and not really playable outside of it. And that just structurally in a draft creates so many difficulties actually playing it in your final deck that we're gonna rate them like as 3s, but if you're in that color pair, they're like 1s.
They're slam dunks, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Now we have Captain Howler Sea Scourge. This is 2 blue-red for a 5/4 shark legendary shark pirate. It has Ward, 2 mana, pay 2 life. So if your opponent wants to target this, they have to both pay 2 mana and pay 2 life. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn for each card discarded this way. Whenever that creature deals combat damage to a player this turn, you draw a card. So this card...
4 mana, 5/4, and a pretty heavy ward cost. One that they can pay if they really want to, but takes a toll.
Yeah, it takes a toll, and like especially with how like the 3 and 4 mana interaction we've seen in this format, like they're going to be at a mana disadvantage almost always.
So how often are they really going to want to pay that ward cost? Not that often.
Yeah,
because I think the ward cost is sort of higher than how good the creature is in a weird way.
No, it's you have like the conditions to make this ability good are you first need to be able to discard 1 or more cards that you care about discarding. So that's a cycling card that you want to cycle, or like another ability on a creature or something. Then you also need to be able to connect with that creature to draw a card, or enter into a combat where
+2/+0 matters.
Where +2/+0 matters favorably. And that's just like pretty narrow. It can be quite powerful, and it can represent a lot of damage, especially if you like cycle 2 cards at once and like 9 them because they didn't want to block this creature for some reason. But it is narrow, and it is it's tricky to make work consistently in every game of Magic you play with this card.
Yep.
So like
the baseline is fine. The baseline is a 4 mana 5/4 that is tough to cast a removal spell on. That's pretty good. Like, that's, I would say, just about on rate, or maybe even a tick above rate.
I'd say it's like 2 ticks above rate. Like I
would not say it is 2 ticks above rate, actually, because like in green we have a 4 mana 4/4 reach trample with an exhaustibility.
That's fair, yeah.
Common. Like
that's fair.
I would say it is a tick exactly above rate.
Yeah.
But you know, the ward is nice.
It's 2 ticks above for the rate that blue-red gets, but in terms of the form of context,
Sure. Yeah, that's fair. And then the ability is like just minorly relevant. Like it will matter sometimes. It's not blank text, but it's also not super relevant text. Like there will be a lot of games where it doesn't come up at all.
Yep.
So I'm gonna give this. It's also 2 color, which matters a lot.
And I never really want to splash this unless.
Yeah, I don't think this is a card worth splashing.
I think honestly, even if you have a lot of discard synergies, it might be a trapped splash.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give this a 6.
Yeah, I think honestly a 7 is where I'm at. Like 6 or 7, like efficient rate body, but 2 colors and not that efficient. Efficient shark. Yeah, I'm not taking this card super highly. I think.
Yeah, I think a 7 is totally fair. 6.5 somewhere in there.
That's comfy. Next up, we have Caradora, Heart of Alacria. Many She-Ra puns in chat. 2 green white for a legendary creature human knight. It's a 4/2. When Caradora enters, you may search your library for a mount or a vehicle card, reveal it and put into your hand, then shuffle. Then, if 1 or more +1/+1 counters will be put on a creature or vehicle you control, put that many +1/+1 counter. That +1/+1 counters are put on it instead. So it's like a hardened scales kind of effect, just puts extra counters on. There's so much to love about this card.
Yeah, no, this card's really good.
4 mana 4/2, draw a card. I'd like 4 mana 4/2, draw a mount or a vehicle of your choice.
And to be clear, in green-white, you're always going to be able to draw a card with this, pretty much.
Almost always,
It's going to be really hard to have a deck where you can't draw cards with this all the time.
Yeah, there's just so many mounts. And mounts are also the thing you're most excited getting with this card, because, like, mounts continue to widen your board because they don't require, like, their saddle cost is incidental versus a vehicle, which, like, if you have a really good vehicle, you're excited to get it. but like
Yeah,
mounts
this
are just
serves
like
as
evergreen
redundancy on a
creatures.
bomb, vehicle, or mount.
Yeah,
which
but
is
also
great.
it's just like mounts are just creatures. You're just getting a creature, and most of the mounts are rates you're excited about.
Yeah. The second line of text, at getting more counters, will sometimes be relevant. It will sometimes run away with the game if you have like the green-white uncommon. Most of the time, most games, I think it won't really matter at all.
I think in green and white it'll matter more than you think. Like I think there's a couple ways to get.
I guess
counters.
in a lot of games it won't matter at all.
Yeah.
Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
But this, like the creature, the body, matters just enough for me to be like, yeah, this is a legit 2-for-1.
Yes.
And it's a 2-for-1 with selection. This card is just great. I think it's like about at the level of like a very premium uncommon. So because it's 2-color, I'm not going to give it a 1. I'm going to give it a 2.
I think I'm even a little bit higher. I think this really is just such a premium rate. And like obviously it's at its best in green and white, but I could see splashing.
Oh, I could definitely see splashing this.
And like kind of want to. And I do think
I don't know if I'd say I want to, but I think I could easily see it.
And I do also think the hardened scales ability is easy to underrate. Obviously in this format it's not as good in other formats, but like it is a very powerful effect if you have just even a couple ways to take advantage of it.
I do think of it as kind of a win more effect in limited a lot of the time.
It depends on how much you have built around it. I mean, I think it'll feel win more with this card because just everything it's doing is so
winning
good.
when you cast this card.
Yeah, to me it's like I think the multicolor brings it down to like maybe a 1.5, maybe a 2, but like I can see myself first picking this a lot.
All right, 2 1.5 if you give it the lesbian bonus.
Oh, if you give it the lesbian bonus, it's a 0.
All right, Colstoke Gearhulk. This is one of our Gearhulks, so same stuff applies. 1 black, red for a 5/4 with Menace and Death Touch.
Ooh.
When this creature enters, put target creature card with mana value 4 or less from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control with a finality counter on it. That creature gains Menace, Death Touch, and Haste. At the beginning of your next end step, exile that creature. So you're only getting the creature for 1 turn. This comes in and it unearths something, basically, with mana value 4 or less, so it gets you a little bit of attacking value, good at incrementing your speed. And it's a 5/4 Menace Death Touch, which is a great body for 5 mana, but it's a little bit of a tough 5 mana to cast. I think this is a bit worse than the other Gearhulk.
For sure.
I would probably give this a 4, maybe a 5.
I think I'd give it a solid 4 because I also like how it plays into the start your engine synergy space.
Yeah, it does cost 5 mana.
Yeah, it costs 5, but Menace and Death Touch is a pretty nice combination. Like if they want to block this, they have to double block it and they have to throw away 2 creatures. And like sometimes they'll be 2/2/2s and you're not that happy about that, but sometimes it'll be a lot harder for them to interact with that. And that plus like dealing damage immediately when it comes down is like nice. I can see.
I'm gonna give this a 6. I think it's just kind of a slightly above average 5-drop.
I mean, I could see it.
Difficult casting costs.
I was about to say. I think I'm going down to a 5 the more I think about it.
Yeah.
Like again, it's to me. I feel like it plays nicely into specifically red black synergy space. But I agree. Outside of that, I'm not super thrilled about the rate.
Yeah. I think if this card were an uncommon, I think I would give it a 6, and so I'm going to give it a 6.
That's fair.
But yeah, I think it's good. It's definitely good if you're in black-red and you're going to play it almost every time, but I think, yeah, I don't think it's great.
I guess, yeah, I could see going down to 6. I don't think it's a card that draws me into black-red, so
Yeah.
I don't think I want to speculate on it that high.
I
Like
agree.
the 5 was more
That's
on
really the
power
difference.
level.
It doesn't get the bonus for speculation and draw.
Yes, I agree. I think you convinced me on a 6. Like I'm higher on his power level, but that's not what this rating is about.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we have a Debris Beetle, 2 black-green for a 6/6 vehicle, trample and crew 2. It's crew 2 on a 4 mana 6/6 trample. That's pretty big. But we're not done. When this vehicle enters, each opponent loses 3 life, and you gain 3 life. Siege Beetle.
That's nice. Siege Beetle.
This card is, as vehicles go, quite efficient, and like I like that it comes down and immediately like puts a little bit of pressure and gains you some incentive to life, and like 3 is a pretty big chunk. That's a 6-point life swing.
Yeah. This is just like good rate. This is not a Siege Rhino.
Yes.
Because being a vehicle means it's really substantially less a creature.
Yeah.
But it's still quite good.
And it's still a big vehicle.
I'm probably splashing this.
I think so too, yeah.
But it's not, like, if I'm not splashing this on fixing that I'm not happy with.
I agree with that as well, yeah. It's like, because it's hard to just, like, splashing as a cost means you're expecting the card to be inconsistent for you, and vehicles as a type, you're expecting to be, like, kind of inconsistent and awkward for you as well, so that can add up to be awkward. But this does offset that with, like, the life swing and just the size of the body. So It's like, I'll splash it sometimes, and I'll be decently happy, and I'll be very happy with it in black-green.
I think I'll give this a 3.
Yeah, it's between 3 and 4. I think 3, it's just the rate's good enough.
Yeah, rate's quite good. Next we have Explosive Getaway. 3 red-white for a sorcery. Exile up to 1 target artifact or creature. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So we're slow blinking something, okay. And then Explosive Getaway deals 4 damage to each creature. Ah, that's why we're explosive blinking. Or, what?
That's why we're tired.
What? Slow blinking. There we go.
Yeah.
The creature. So we get to save one of our guys, and we get to wrath the board for things with less than 4 toughness, or 4 or less toughness. That's really good.
That's quite powerful.
Quite powerful. 4 doesn't kill every creature.
Yeah.
Like, there will be creatures that you can't kill with this, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Pretty tough.
Especially against green decks.
And especially in red-white. Like, you're going to kill a lot of your creatures often, and then not kill some of theirs, which sucks. That being said, this is quite good with vehicles, which are in red-white, because you just don't crew your vehicles.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice. And I think this is quite good. Like, a lot of the times, if you're in a vehicles deck, you'll have, like, 1 or 2 creatures on the board, and 1 or 2 vehicles on the board. And then this will just kill one of your creatures and probably multiple of theirs for 5 mana, which is, I think, most of the time worth the rate. There will be games where this just, like, saves your own creature, kills one of theirs, and it's like a fine 5-drop rate, not super exciting, but fine. And then there will be games where this is a complete blowout.
Yeah.
This is a really, really good card.
This is super
Wraths
powerful.
that save your own creature, one of your creatures, are really good. It is also bad against vehicles on the opposing side of the board to some extent, so there's that to note. I'm not over the moon about this card, but I'm quite happy with it.
Also, one thing to note...
This is definitely splashable, too, I will say.
Yeah, it's very splashable. One nuance I want to note about the card is, remember, if you target one of your creatures with it, and then they kill that creature in response, they counter your Wrath.
Yes.
And, like, basically not much harm done to them. So, like, be careful with that. Sometimes you'll want to...
Sometimes you just want to guarantee the Wrath.
Yeah. But that's not really a downside as much as it's a nuance. I agree. I think this card also being very splashable is quite nice. It's just a powerful effect that you're often very happy with late.
It's 2 colors, but it's splashable. Are we giving this a 1?
I think so. I think a 1's where I want to start on it. I could see going low on it if the 4 damage really doesn't line up well, but we've seen something like 3/4s and stuff that I could see it getting like some real cards off your opponent's board. And you can set up a game plan around it pretty effectively. Like, because oftentimes when you're trying to set up a Wrath, you have to, like, deploy 1 or 2 creatures to make them think that you don't have it, and then you just, like, have, like,
this
a land
does
your draw.
You hide your Wrath a good
Yeah,
amount.
and I think with setting up a Wrath, being able to hide it effectively is very important.
Very important.
You don't want to clue your opponent into what you're trying to set up, and this card is very good at, like, letting you do that a bit.
Yep,
and
I
keeping
like
it
it.
a lot more ambiguous. Even if they know this card exists, it's still going to be difficult for them to evaluate whether or not you have it.
Totally. So, I do think that, like, today, if I'm sitting down for a draft and I open this, even if there's, like, another good common that's only 1 color, I'm probably taking this, and not just because I want to learn, but because I think it is the better pick.
Yes.
So, I'm going to give this a 1.
I agree.
Maybe, like, 1.5, but eh.
Yeah. Alright. Next up, we have Far Fortune End Boss. We have the final boss at 2 black-green for a 4/5 legendary creature human mercenary. Start your engines. Whenever you attack, Far Fortune deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Alright, so you've already incremented your speed.
Yes, so this turns speed into a when you hit your opponent mechanic to I want to attack mechanic. fundamentally changing how you can actually play the game with speed. It gets you incremented every turn as long as you can attack every turn. Turns out also a 4 mana 4/5 pretty good at attacking many turns.
Yeah, that's a good rate creature.
But we're not done yet because, of course, at max speed, if a source you control will deal damage to an opponent or a permanent opponent controls, it deals that much damage plus 1 instead.
So
now,
your team gets +1/+0, generally is kind of what that means. But also, when you attack, you deal 2.
yeah.
This card's nuts.
This card's nuts. It just is everything you want in red-black and just, like, really pushes the start your engine mechanic and, like, lets you increment.
This makes starting
fast.
engines, like, trivially, or this makes max speed kind of trivially easy to achieve.
Yes.
So, really, really, really good card. I'm splashing this, like, as long as I can.
That's what I was wondering. It's like, would you splash this card?
Yeah.
Would you splash this card in a deck that's, like...
Doesn't care about speed?
Doesn't care that much about speed.
Yes, I think pretty easily.
Yeah.
As long as I have good enough fixing. Like, I should note, for people who are not super responsible limited players, like, when I say I would splash something, I mean I would go out of my way to prioritize fixing in the draft so that I can splash it. If I get to the end of the draft and I don't have the fixing, I'm not splashing it.
Yeah, I also don't think I would splash this in a deck that's very defensive.
I just think most limited decks are mid-rangey enough that, like, I'm quite happy with this.
I agree. Yeah, I think I'm talking mostly about, like, there are going to be some outliers, but
yeah, maybe.
Like,
That's a reasonable point.
And it is like a 4 mana 4/5. That's not. The only value it's providing is in the start your engines mechanic and dealing incidental damage to your opponent and being at a phenomenal rate. And there's some decks that's not going to be worth the cost of splashing.
That's true. Yep. Okay. So 1 for Fire Fortune.
I think 1. Yeah, the card's just so good at what it does.
Yep. Next up we have Fearless Swashbuckler. 1 blue-red for a 3/3 fish pirate with haste. The vehicles you control have haste. And whenever you attack, if a pirate and a vehicle attack this combat, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards.
That's a lot of cards. But
a
also
lot of cards.
A lot of conditions.
A lot of conditions. It's gonna be like, obviously this is probably the pirate you're attacking with. It is a pirate, which matters a lot, of course. I don't think there are many other pirates in the set. There are probably a couple, maybe a couple at common.
Yeah,
but
check.
Mostly this is if this and a vehicle attacks, then you draw 3 and discard 2, which is possible to do. It's a bit tricky to set up. It's like high setup cost, I would say. But the baseline is a 3 mana 3/3 haste that gives vehicles haste. That's not that bad. It's not that great, but it's not that bad. And the upside's nice. It's not game winning, but it's quite nice when you attack with it. There's also the discard theme in blue-red. So I like the package. I think I'm playing this in most every blue-red deck, but I'm not prioritizing this. It is not really an incentive to go into blue-red. It is just like a card that I'm pretty happy to play if I'm in it.
Yeah, this card really reads like an uncommon to me, and I don't like it as much as the other 2 3 mana blue-red uncommons.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Like the vehicle that loots whenever you attack and the 5 mana removal spell that loots. Both of those I think I like more than Swashbuckler because their returns are a lot more consistent and a lot more applicable to like every blue-red deck you play it in. This deck's like it attacking and a vehicle attacking. It's most of your blue-red decks can probably satisfy that, but like
you can probably also
difficult.
only satisfy it once because all they have to do is block and trade with this, and then you can do it once.
And it's just a 3/3. It doesn't have any other forms of evasion.
And like even if this said whenever 2 creatures attack, it would obviously be a lot better. But being able to attack with 2 creatures is a pretty difficult board state to set up in limited.
Yes.
Like you're already quite ahead when you're doing that. And again, effects that are good when you're ahead are less valuable than effects that are good when you're behind.
And notably, it's a little bit more than that too, because you not only need to attack with 2 creatures, you also need to crew your vehicle.
Right, so it's kind of 3 creatures you've invested in this combat, which is a lot.
So this card, I think, all that being said, it doesn't draw me into blue-red, and it's not splashable. Multicolor attacks hits pretty hard. I think I'd put this at an 8.
Yeah, I think I might go with 7. Because if I'm like blue or red and don't know my other color in pack 1 in the middle of the pack, I'm probably taking it.
That's fair, yeah.
But like I'm not too pressed about giving it an 8. It's somewhere in there. 7,
it's 7 to 8, yeah.
7.5.
Yeah, like the rate is a pretty good common. So like yeah, C7. All right, next up we have Ketramos, the New Dawn. 1 white black for a legendary creature god. It's a 4/4 menace, lifelink, indestructible, but we know the gig here. Ketramos can't attack or block unless there are 7 or more cards in exile. So this is going to come down as a 3 mana 4/4 that can't attack or block. Crew vehicles, not much else. Whenever 1 or more cards are put into exile from graveyards and or the battlefield during your turn, you draw a card and lose 1 life. So notably, this card, unlike Hazoret, does jack to actually like enable itself. It just rewards you for enabling itself. So you need, I don't think this card, I mean, very obviously this card, you need ways to pay it off super consistently for it to start to give you cards. Notably, I didn't say to make it worth it. You need the body for it to really be worth it.
Right. I think this card is probably unplayable unless you can make it a 4/4 menace, lifelink, indestructible. Yes. And I don't think you can make it a 4/4 menace, lifelink, indestructible.
Yeah, I don't think there's any like big like Nihil Spellbomb type of card that's going to exile your opponent's graveyard and draw you a card and like really get you a lot of cards exiled.
Even then, like having 7 cards in graveyard, that's like a actually deceptively hard condition to meet.
Yeah.
In limited, like especially if it's on your opponent's side and you can't just like put a bunch of cards in your yard.
Yeah, if you think about a lot of limited games, like you'll have like maybe at most 1 or 2 cards exiled.
Right. Menace, lifelink, indestructible is a creature that will just like straight up win the game for you.
Yes.
So obviously it's pretty enticing to try to get there. I just think it's nearly impossible.
Yeah.
So like I really mostly think of this as an enchantment that says that exile thing, whenever something gets exiled, you draw a card and lose a life, and also can crew vehicles, which is relevant and nice. Like that does really matter, but I think this is probably kind of close to unplayable because I don't want to pay 1 black-white to like draw 2, lose 2, and that's even pretty hard to enable.
Yeah. Also notably, like if you're trying to play this and then exile cards from your graveyards, once you hit 7 cards, like you've probably like lost 7 life.
Right.
And this card will have to work real hard to recoup that.
Right. Yeah, I think I'm giving this a 10.
I think it's a 10 as well. Another card I'd love to see the deck that can pull it off, but I think it's like a once in a format kind of deck at best.
Totally agree.
Could see it being
it's a
less
10 that there will maybe be a deck where it's marginally playable.
Yeah.
And then there will be a game where it actually becomes a creature, and please send that screenshot and that'll be great.
Yes.
Colodin Triumph Caster. Red-white for a 2/3 human pilot. Mounts and vehicles you control have haste. Whenever a mount you control enters, it becomes saddled until end of turn. Whenever a vehicle you control enters, it becomes an artifact creature until end of turn.
This is powerful, explosive, but only if you have a lot around it.
And the
I
issue is that
I
don't want to play a lot of vehicles to make this card amazing.
Yeah.
It's fine. Like 2 mana, 2/3, mounts and vehicles have haste. That's solid. Like you're playing that in basically every red-white deck because you'll have a couple of those. Incidentally, the body's fine. Great. Like awesome. I'm happy to play that card. To make this card incredible, you need a lot of vehicles, I would say, because you're getting the most value when this makes a vehicle a creature. Some value when you saddle a mount, but that's a little bit less, I would say, just because how mounts and saddles are costed. But to make this incredible, you have to be playing a ton of vehicles, which just makes your deck worse. Like, and I don't say that just to say that vehicles are bad, but I say it to say that vehicles are bad when you play a ton of them. So this is a really good card, but I don't think it's a bomb.
I do want to contest one thing. I think, actually, precisely because of what you're saying, I do like this card a lot more with mounts, because like a lot of mounts do have meaningful combat related abilities that make them good attackers. That's what most mounts do when they're saddled. And then that on top of haste means that the turn they come down, they're going to have a meaningful combat ability, and you also get to attack with the other creatures. And then you can like saddle them to get in more damage. Like it's going to snowball really nicely with mounts. without the vehicle downside of losing that bit of board presence.
Yeah. That's a really good clarification. Thank you for saying that. Because what I really was trying to say was that the upside that this gives you when you play a lot of vehicles, it's higher upside, but only because you're fixing a huge problem with your deck.
Yes.
And you don't want to give your deck a huge problem to then go fix that problem.
Yeah.
You'd rather just not give your deck a huge problem.
Yeah.
So, don't build around vehicles with this card. Full permission to build around mounts. Go for it. That sounds fun and great. It'll be good with some vehicles, so you have permission to put a couple vehicles in your deck. All that being said, strong card, but not really a pull into red-white exactly.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is like, this card does not pull me into red-white. This is a card that if I am in red-white, I will take it above any other 2-drop, probably.
Yeah, and pretty happily play it, and it will be quite good.
Although maybe not over a rare 2-drop, but
Yeah, or even a premium removal spell I might take in red-white over this.
Oh, I definitely take Lynx over this.
Oh, yes. So, and Lynx is just the 2-mana 2/3 lifelink that when saddled gets a play inside of your deck, just for people. Okay, I'm giving this a 5.
I think I'd give it a 6, but it's around there.
Yeah, it's
I don't think
a good common or uncommon.
Yeah. It plays all right into the red-white synergy space, but I don't expect my red-white decks to lean into it that much, and so to be that excited about. But maybe there's enough mounts that's still really exciting. But I think 5 or 6.
All right.
We now have Loot the Pathfinder, 2 green, blue, red for a 2/4 double strike vigilance haste. Loot's so fast and so not chonky, but double strike vigilance haste, good set of abilities, but it gets exciting. Exhaust, green, tap, add 3 mana of any one color. Exhaust, blue, tap, draw 3 cards.
Whew.
Exhaust, red, tap, Loot deals 3 damage to any target. That's a lot of abilities. Those are powerful abilities.
Yeah, if you can cast this card, it's busted.
If you can cast this card, it'll win you the game a lot of the time. It's just super powerful, and obviously this is not a 3-color format. You will fundamentally have to splash this card to play this card. And so it'll have to be blue, red, splash, green, or any other color combo. But it is so worth it.
Really worth it. This is a card that I'm probably first picking Pack 1, Pick 1, and then if I do, I'm really prioritizing ways to fix for it, and I'm sort of building my deck around it in that way. But I think it's worth doing that. You take it, and then you just have this incredible bomb as long as you build a deck that can produce all 3 of these colors.
Yeah.
That's just usually worth it. I think that honestly is pretty much all we need to say about it. You kind of want to cast it on 6 mana so that you can get either a Bolt or an Ancestral with it. But it's fine if you only have exactly 5 mana and you just get a double strike attack in for 4. Maybe they kill it, but if they don't, then it'll run away with the game. Card's incredible, but it does literally cost 3 different colors of mana.
Would you double splash it?
No, I don't think so. Unless I have really incredible fixing, I just think that puts too heavy of a strain on your deck most of the time. Mm-hmm. I would play it in a base green, heavy fixing deck that is also black or white and then double splashes blue or red, but that's a pretty narrow scenario. Yeah. I'm giving this, I think I'm giving it a 1.
I think I'd comfortably give it a 1.
But it's kind of more like a 2 because if you pick a black card, then another black card, then you see this. I don't think you're just slamming it.
I think I am, but
yeah.
Unless it's a premium black card like the Speed Demon.
Well, but it's a black card you first picked, so I don't know.
But if it's a murder or something like that, which is a black common, I'm pretty happy to have in my deck. I think I'm still pivoting over to Loot.
Okay, I don't know if I would. I think it does have a high deck building cost, and it tends to make your deck slightly worse while still being an incredible bomb in it, just because you have to prioritize different things during the draft. But it's not that high of a cost. I think it's reasonable to do that. Reasonable to take my approach.
Yeah.
So 1 for Loot, maybe 1.5, but it's great.
It's such a powerful card.
You just got to be careful when you're drafting with it. Make sure you can actually cast it. It becomes Pack 3 pick 1 if you're in like blue-green with no fixing. I'm still taking it, but I'm heavily concerned that I might not actually get to play it.
Yep.
Next up, Mendicant Core Guidelight. Blue-white for a star 3. That star is equal to the number of artifacts you control. It has start your engines, and then at max speed, whenever you cast an artifact spell, you may pay 1. If you do, copy it. So that ability is incredible. Like, you just get to double all your artifact spells at the stage of the game where you're going to reach max speed. The body is solid. Like, it'll be a 2 mana 1/3 at base. You got one more artifact, it's a 2 mana 2/3. That's already good enough. Often it'll be a 2 mana 3/3. That's really, really good. It won't be a 2 mana 3/3 on turn 3 most of the time, but it will be at some point, and it'll be like a 4/3 or a 5/3 also. In some games, like blue-white has a lot of artifacts. That's really good. And then if you ever get to max speed, your opponent is forced to kill this or probably lose the game.
Yeah, I mean,
so
you might sometimes have the issue where like once
you just don't have artifacts.
Yeah, you just don't have artifacts by the time you hit max speed because you're trying to spend your resources to connect.
However, your opponent doesn't know that for sure.
Yeah.
So they're still going to be quite scared of it and might just target it with removal anyway.
And also, if you have a higher artifact density, you still have super live top decks every turn.
Right. So this card's awesome. It's definitely a pull into blue-white for me, but obviously it's a blue-white 2-drop, so you need to be in specifically blue-white.
Yeah, not splashable.
Right, not splashable at all, especially because it's better when it comes down to stir engines.
Oh, actually, I could see splashing in specifically blue-black, because blue-black has like the 4 mana common drainer that can build speed pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, there are situations where you'll splash it, but like, generally do not splash this
I'm saying
card.
if you're artifact heavy and can build speed easily late game, like the max speed effect is just not powerful.
It is that's true. That's true. Like if you're a blue-black artifact speed deck, okay, maybe you splash this.
Yeah, basically it's like that one scenario, as I'm saying. It does exist. So
and that is a real deck in the
flexible,
format,
but
so that's good to know.
Yeah.
I'm giving this a 2.
I'm between 2 and 3 just because of multicolor attacks. It's like it draws me into blue-white, but it's you really need to be in blue-white.
Yeah, I think this overcomes the multicolor tax enough that I'm happy taking it pack 1 pick 1, but I would take another premium card over it. So I think like 2 is probably fair, maybe even 3.
I think it's
multicolor tax is real.
It's multicolor tax is real, and also it does have a little bit of a deck building cost of like having enough artifacts.
That's true.
And artifacts that you're interested in playing.
Yeah. Okay. 2.5. I think.
I think 2.5.
I'm good with.
I'm comfy with. Next up, I keep getting the 3-color ones. We get Mimeoplasm Revered 1, X black green blue for a 0/0 legendary creature ooze. As Mimeoplasm enters, exile up to X creature cards from your graveyard. It enters with 3+1/+1 counters on it for each creature card exiled this way. So that's a 4 mana 3/3, 5 mana 6/6, 6 mana 9/9, assuming you have that many creature cards in your graveyard. 2 colorless, Mimeoplasm becomes a copy of target creature card exiled with it, except it's a 0/0 and has this ability.
Huh. So, I think most of the upside in this card is just with the stats.
Yeah, like 6 mana 9/9 is pretty huge, and 5 mana 6/6 is like average.
5 mana 6/6 is fine. Yeah. It's in 3 colors, which makes it pretty difficult. And like, copying things I don't think is going to be that relevant most of the time.
I do like that it being in both blue and black means there's a good chance you'll have access to like the common flyers to give it flying.
That's true. Giving it flying definitely matters.
Yeah, giving it flying makes it huge, or any other form of evasion like trample and green can be really powerful.
Yeah.
So like, if I'm in especially if I don't think I'm always taking this early trying to make it work, but definitely if I'm in like 2 of these colors with invasive creatures and or like trampling creatures, or just like especially with like a high creature count, like I'm pretty excited. Like especially if I have a lot of creatures late game, this card can be gigantic.
It can be. Like if you just happen to have 7 mana lying around, that is just a 12/12, which is great.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, 7 mana lying around and 4 creatures in the yard, which again is not trivial.
High setup cost. That's why I said
Yes.
you want to be creature dense and probably leaning to green black synergies.
Yes, and it is a 3-color card,
Yes.
which, compare this to Loot, which we already said had reasonably high drafting and deck building costs. This has those and does not pay you off for them nearly as much.
Yes.
So this is very much a card that you cannot prioritize unless you already think that it will be relatively easy for you to cast it, which means that it is not a card that you can prioritize in drafts.
Yeah.
It is a card that you will sometimes play. 6 mana 9/9 is pretty good, but 6 mana is a lot. 3 creatures in your yard is not trivial. 5 mana 6/6 is a fine buyout option. But on a 3-color card, I want more, so I'm kind of treating this as not really a 3-color card in the sense that it incentivizes splashing, but just a 3-color card in the sense that it will only be relevant in pretty narrow scenarios where I already can splash it.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to give this an 8.
I was thinking 7, just because the upside is there, and it is, I think, not broken to build around, but decently powerful to build around.
I think I'm a little bit lower than you on the upside. I'm just not that excited about make a huge creature for 5 or 6 mana.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more excited about make a huge creature that can give relevant abilities from my 2-drops that traded off.
Yeah,
But
I just think that's such a narrow you need to have 5 or 6 mana, you need to have a 2-drop with a relevant ability that traded off, and you need to be in 3 colors and be able to cast this.
For sure,
That's just
yeah.
really
I think that's fair. I mean, I could see going down to 8. I'm not.
I'm not gonna quibble though. About
It's
7 or 8.
around there.
It's around there. All right, continuing on, we have the black-blue Gearhulk. So this is Oil Deep Gearhulk, blue, black, for a 4/4 with lifelink in Ward 1.
Nice.
So great body. If you're in blue-black, yeah, maybe it costs roughly 5 or so, and that's a worthwhile creature for 5 mana. And then when this creature enters, look at target player's hand. You may choose a card from it. If you do, that player discards that card, then draws a card. So this is not card advantage. It's not taking a card for no value, so it's not giving you a card of value. But it can be really nice protection against bombs, especially if you can cast this on turn 4, which you'll be able to do sometimes, turn 5 even, sometimes you'll have a bomb. And it's almost always going to give you a little bit of value, because most of the time it's going to be worth taking the best card out of their hand and having them draw a random card from their deck. Sometimes, if you're quite confident you can beat the hand they have, you shouldn't do that. But even then, you just get to look at their hand.
Yeah, no, looking at your opponent's hand, not worth a card, but quite valuable.
It's not worth nothing.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth something.
You can get a lot of leverage out of being able to know what your opponent's up to, especially in games where both players sitting with a bunch of cards at hand, and lets you really take the advantage of how you sequence your cards, what you play around.
Especially if you're a good player like us.
Teehee.
So this card's really good, but same thing applies as does to the green-white Gearhulk. You have to be in blue-black, so I don't think you can prioritize this that highly. I think it's roughly very equal to the green-white Gearhulk in power level, so I'm going to give it a 3.5.
Yeah, I put it exactly where I put the green-white Gearhulk. I don't remember at this point.
I think we gave it a 3.5 or something.
Yeah,
it's high enough upside to prioritize it, but not a first pick usually.
Alright, another Gearhulk, Pyrewood Gearhulk. 2 red, green for a 7/7 Vigilance Menace. When this creature enters, other creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain Vigilance and Menace until end of turn. Damage can't be prevented this turn. That's a lot of stats.
That's a lot of stats. You gotta have a wide board to make it really good.
But also
one creature is fine.
It's already big.
Yes.
So it is stabilizing you and also letting you get an attack without having to tap your creature or creatures as well. So it's very this card will just come down and end the race in your favor.
Yeah.
A lot of the time. Notably, it doesn't have reach though, so it doesn't have that cover that angle. But it's it's at its ceiling. It is presenting a game-winning overrun effect. Also giving your creatures menace makes it really hard for your opponent to block. And at floor, 6 mana, 7/7 Vigilance Menace is like a pretty good body. Pumping 1 or 2 creatures, getting some good attacks in is pretty nice.
Yeah, 1 creature is like nice, and then 2 is like maybe even game-winningly good sometimes.
Especially if it's like if the creature getting in is like a green 4 or 5 drop. That's gonna be a pretty high power creature.
And Vigilance is super nice.
Vigilance is really nice on that, and Menace is really nice on that.
Yeah. So I think this is, again, you have to be in exactly red-green. Do not try to splash this ever. Don't even, like, it's not even that good in a 3-color deck because it's just a really specific cost. It's going to be tough to get to. You might play it, but you might not.
I could see if you have 6 to 7 incidental red sources splashing this in an otherwise green deck, but you need to have a lot of red sources.
I think 7 red sources is where I would start to consider that.
Yeah.
But that just means red is the main color for you.
Yeah, that means you could play red as a main color.
Right. So I think this is slightly better than the blue, black, and green, white gear hooks when you're red, green, and so I'm going to give it a 3.
I think I'm comfortable with that. Yeah, it's such a more splashy effect.
Yeah, this is a really great bomb in a red, green deck.
And also worth noting, like it's not coming down that much later on average than the other two in their colors, like because of the restrictiveness of color.
Yeah. Okay. Next up, we have Redshift Rocketeer Chief. This is green-red for 2/3 Vigilance. It has tap, add X mana of any one color, where X is Redshift's power. Whoa, that's incredible. Except you can only spend this mana to activate abilities. So it's similar to the 2 mana 0/4 common, except I guess, it can add colored mana, which is slightly better. But it's also a 2/3 Vigilance body, which I think is distinctly better than an 0/4. And then it has Exhaust for 10 red and green. So really, it's 10 mana, not 12, because this taps for itself. But that's still 10 mana, which is way more than you ever get in a limited game. Okay, what do you get for that? Probably some huge, easily game-winning effect, right? Put any number of permanent cards from your hand onto the battlefield. I mean, I already did that. I have 12 mana.
Yeah, no, like that effect, I think, I would not be surprised if it comes up in exactly 0 limited games where the card is cast over every time it is cast.
Yes. That card literally may not ever activate that ability in this format with every time. Like every game played on Arena. I mean, that's probably not true. It'll probably be activated once or twice, but
it'd probably be pumped up to pay for its own ability.
Yeah.
Like if you somehow manage to get this card to be
that's true. If it gets
a
to
10/10,
6 power, yeah.
If you made it to somehow you on 6 play the thing that makes it 6/6, then give it +4/+4, then you activate it, then you put in you cast a card draw spell or something
Yeah, great. Okay.
Yeah, it's never gonna come up.
That exhaust ability essentially does not exist for how we need to evaluate this card. It is a 2 mana 2/3 Vigilance that taps to add 2/4 abilities. That's really good.
Yeah.
You gotta be a red-green, but red-green has lots of exhaust, so it works really well in red-green. This is significantly better than that uncommon. I'm giving it a 4.
That's where I was at too. In my mind, I'm comparing it to the good 2-color 2-drops, the good multicolor 2-drops that we were seeing at uncommon.
Exactly.
The red,
this is an uncommon signpost that just happens to be a rare.
Yeah.
So 4.
4 is fair. I'm very comfortable with. All right. Next up, we have Riptide Gearhulk. 1 blue, white for a 2/5 double strike prowess. When this creature enters, for each opponent, put up to 1 target non-land permanent that player controls into its owner's library, 3rd from top. Well, this is the best Gearhulk we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar in impact to the red-green one, I would say.
I'd say a little bit higher impacts, even.
I think you're thinking constructed rate a little bit more with this.
I don't just
the red-green one, when you cast it, just instantly wins the game sometimes in limited. This does not do that.
It doesn't instantly win the game, but it's a very powerfully rated threat. It's
the mana cost is roughly the same.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the mana cost is roughly the same, but it is also it's a Necrotal and it's 3rd from top, so you're not even improving their card quality for another couple turns.
Yeah, this card's incredible. Gearhulk restriction applies. You need to be exactly blue-white. Do not try to splash this, but it's really, really, really good
Yeah.
when you're in blue-white. So I'm giving this a 3.
Yeah, I think I'm comfy putting it around the same as the red green Gear Hulk. Like those things equal out. Because I don't think I'd put it higher with its mana cost.
Next, we have Sabsunin, Luxa Embodied. 3 blue-green for a 6/6 legendary creature god with reach, trample, and indestructible. Okay, what's the god drawback? Sabsunin can't attack or block unless it has an even number of counters on it. And 0 is even. So this god can immediately attack or block.
Whoa!
That's something we see normally on most gods, so that's kind of great. Okay, well, there's got to be some way that's a downside, right? At the beginning of your first main phase, put a +1/+1 counter on Sabsunin. Then, if it has an odd number of counters on it, draw 2 cards.
This is wild.
This card's wild.
So, the turn you play it, it'll be after the time when its first ability can trigger. So, 5 mana, 6/6, reach, trample, indestructible. Mostly just reach and indestructible don't matter here. It can block the first turn you play it. They can't attack into it almost always.
Yeah, a 6/6 reach, trample, indestructible means it's like literally almost impossible for them to have good attacks unless they've played like 3 or 4 creatures and you've played 0 creatures. And I only say 3 creatures because if they've played 3 creatures and you've played 0, that means you're probably at really low life. And an attack where they lose one of their creatures to get in more damage might just kill you. But yeah, this comes down and makes it almost impossible for them to attack.
And we love that on our card advantage engine, where the next turn, it immediately draws us 2 cards, and it can't block that turn cycle, but now we have untapped after buying ourselves a turn with its defensive body, drawn 3 cards for a turn. In theory, we have at least 5 mana, we should now be able to stabilize it from behind.
Right. Exactly. And then what happens the next turn?
The next turn, it becomes an 8/8 with reach, trample, indestructible, and can either block or attack.
Attacking, reach, trample, indestructible, 8/8? Yeah,
that's
I would
large.
describe that as hard to block.
Just a little bit. And also,
That's an Aganosaurus Rex that is also indestructible, so you can't even put your 2 4/4s in front of it.
yeah, no. This card is incredible. I would love splashing it.
Oh, I'm
Like,
splashing
if a
this
5
every
drop,
time.
That's fine.
Yes,
Yeah.
easy splash.
Obviously, I want like some fixing, but I could even see making some sacrifices. To
This
my
is
mana
a
base
card
for
that is
it.
good enough to splash on crappy fixing.
Yeah,
I think not 0 fixing, although
it's close.
don't get me on record saying that you should do that because people are going to do it more than they should anyway, but like maybe you'll see me do it at some point.
To be clear, if you draft this card to splash it, you should be prioritizing fixing for it.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Like this, just because it's still good enough on crappy fixing doesn't mean that good fixing will like boost your win rate through the roof even with this, because it'll just mean you'll cast your spells and get to game
One of
states
the
with
best
good and
things
better.
you can do in any game of Magic Limited is cast this card. So anything you can do to make it more likely that you get to cast this card increases your dex win percentage more than picking whatever common you want to pick over that land.
Yeah.
And whatever.
And to be clear, that includes casting spells on your 2 base colors will increase the chance that you cast this card, which means you want enough sources for those.
Exactly. So anyway, card's incredible. It's easily a 1. I'm first picking this basically every time I see it. I'm probably first picking this over Speed Demon, even though it's 2 colors.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
This card's nuts.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not, like, it's a debate.
It's close. We'll maybe have that decision point like once ever.
Yeah.
And
So
at that point, format context will be
Sabsunin is a 1.
Alright. Next up, we have Samit, the Driving Force. 3 red, green, white. For a legendary creature, human warrior cleric, it's a 4/5 with first strike, vigilance, and haste. Start your engines. Other creatures you control get +X+O, where X is your speed. Non-creature spells you cast cost X less the cast, where X is your speed. Whew, that's a lot of text on my 6 mana 4/5.
So at minimum, other creatures I control get +1/+0.
That's
If
pretty
I've
nice.
not done any speed-related things at all this game. And it's a 4/5 first strike, vigilance, haste.
Yeah.
That is already worth 6 mana.
Yes. This is
Straight up.
definitely you're getting a lot of bang for your buck with this rate.
Now, if I've built speed already, my other creatures might be getting +4/+0.
That's so much.
That's so much. That makes every single creature basically a must block.
Even at +2/+0, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Like a lot. Like that's trumpet.
The non-creature
blast.
spells thing is nice. It's like might come up sometimes. I think a really sweet curve with this is on turn 7, you cast it and then you pump with the +4/+4 and trample trick. That's really nice.
Yeah, it is nice that like, yeah, that ability is the most relevant the turn you play the card.
Yeah.
Because once you play it on tap with it, you have at least 6 mana. Like.
Right.
It's not
That's like a commander ability, basically.
Yeah, but it is like it will come up in some niche spots that are quite nice.
But the rest of the card is just really, really good. Now, 3 colors, big caveat, right? Like, you gotta be able to cast it, and it's hard to make your deck be able to cast it. But I think this falls into the loot category where well worth it.
Yeah, I think it's not as like definitely like game breaking as loot is when you cast it every game.
I think it's close.
But it's close. I mean, I guess for me, it's like this is like loot. We had definitely had a 1. This I'm like leaning towards a 2 because of the multicolor attacks.
Yeah, I just think I'm first picking this almost every time I see it in a pack. I mean, later in the draft, it's true that like there will be a lot of the times where I open it, pack 2, pick 1, and I'm just like, nope, can't ever do that. But I think that's true about loot as well.
Yeah.
So I do think this is kind of structurally the same card in a draft as loot. A little bit less so. There's going to be times where you're like red-green with bad fixing late in the draft and there's a common you really want and you're just like, okay, I just don't think I can cast this, so I'm not going to go for it. And that might not be true with loot. Like, you might splash loot on a little bit sketchier mana, but like, I think the difference isn't large enough that I'm going to change the grade at all. Like, I'm just giving this a 1 with the obvious caveats.
I think that's fair. I don't mind that.
Cool. Next, we have Sita Varma, Masked Racer. So this is blue-green for 2/3, decent body. And then the only ability it has is an exhaust ability. This is X, green, green, blue. Put X +1/+1 counters on Sita Varma. Then you may have the base power and toughness of each other creature you control become equal to Sita Varma's power and toughness until end of turn.
Just equal to its power.
Oh, sorry, power. Yes, power. So it will be a, like, let's say you spend 5 mana on that, it will be a 4/5, and so every other creature will be 4/4 base.
This seems alright. Like, it seems...
I mean, it's a 2-mana 2/3 that comes with a free overrun.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like the baseline here is quite nice of just a 2-mana 2/3 with...
It like cantrips into an overrun, but then you lose the cantrip if they kill it.
Yeah, it's an expensive overrun, but it is a powerful overrun that also just increments this power's creature permanently, which is powerful. But I guess most of what I'm saying is like this to me.
You can also activate it in instant speed, so there is some threat of activation
yeah.
going on.
I'm just trying to think like how much this is actually, because I don't think I ever want to splash this card. Actually, I could see maybe splashing this if I'm base green, but I'm not sure. And that's obviously the only time you'd really splash it. I don't think
I
so.
would splash it. I mean, you could splash it just like obviously for the exhaust ability. That's kind of what you're doing.
Yeah.
But it is slow. Like, you have to play it and then untap with it and then use it.
I think I want this card to be a 2-mana play enough of the time.
Yes. I think I'm mostly only playing this in a blue-green deck, but I do think it is a draw to being blue-green.
Yeah. How strong of a draw? Is it more of a draw to blue-green than like the signpost uncommons that we put forth?
I think so. I think this card, like, they have to kill it or it will just win you the game eventually.
Yeah, and that on top of a 2-drop is quite nice.
Yeah, so like I think I'm giving it a 3. I think that's right where I want to give it, yeah.
I'm chill with that, yeah. Alright, next up we have Winter Cursed Rider. This is blue-black for a legendary creature human warlock, 3/2, ward, pay 2 life. Artifacts you control have ward, pay 2 life. Then exhaust 2 blue-black, tap, exile X artifact cards from your graveyard. Each other non-artifact creature gets -X until end of turn. This card is so weird.
It's very weird. It's like a decent-ish body with ward 2 life, which is like fine, but it's not gonna be that hard for them to kill.
Yeah, ward 2 pay life like doesn't ever force it out of killable range unless they're already like super dying. It's more just like some incidental damage that makes killing it a little bit harder.
And then the exhaustibility is like really easy to see coming.
Yeah.
Like really easy to see coming.
Like you have to untap with the card and then also be at the mid to late stage of the game where you have a bunch of artifacts in your graveyard.
And they can just kill it if they're really worried about that.
Yeah. So
like some games, obviously, they just like literally won't have a removal spell for it, or they'll have had to use their removal spell on something else. But I think this card is a lot worse for limited than it looks.
I agree. I think it's very awkward to leverage and very awkward to awkward both because of how you can see it coming. Also, I think it's going to be not that easy to put that many artifact cards in your graveyard, especially with a card giving your artifacts a ward ability to make your opponent want to interact with them a little less.
It's kind of weird that has like anti-synergy.
Yeah.
I think, like, I'm not that excited about this card. I think it's a card you pretty much play every time that you're in blue-black, so it can't go that low, but I don't think it's like at all a draw into blue-black.
I agree.
The exhaustibility is nice as like incidental, like you can kind of do some tricky things with it maybe later in a game and it sort of will get them a little bit, but like I've been putting this at like a 7.
I think 7, maybe even 8 because of it being.
I think it's like a card you're quite happy with though if you're blue-black. Like it's just a good 2-drop.
I think
I think if you don't ask for it to do more than be a good 2-drop, I think you're fine with it if you're in blue-black.
I think I'm fine with that. Yeah.
I think a 7.
I'm between 7 and 8. I'm happy to go with 7 for now.
Next, we have Zahur, Glory's Past. Black-white for 3/2, so similar stat line. It starts your engines, and then you can sacrifice another creature to surveil 1. You can only activate that once a turn, so that's like, because it's not gated by mana, it's gated by turns, basically. And then max speed, whenever a non-token creature you control dies, create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token. That's a good reward for getting to max speed.
Yeah, that's really powerful, especially like baseline. Yeah, that's a powerful effect, especially on a 2-drop.
Free sacrifices to surveil just means like anytime your creature's targeted with removal, you get to surveil. This is probably the first thing they have to target with removal, and that's just like nice to have on a 2-drop.
Black also has a couple like common and uncommon creatures that kind of can just keep coming back from your graveyard, and you can set up some fun loops with this where you just like start to churn out board advantage.
Yep, that's really nice. The max speed ability is great. Like, it just means that every time you trade, you'll get a free 2/2, and max speed is not that hard to get to, especially in a deck like Black-White. So this card's great. It is a pull into Black-White for me.
It's a huge pull into Black-White.
Yes, I'm like willing to first pick this very definitively. I'm definitely willing to first pick this, even though I might not end up playing it because I don't think you can really splash it. Maybe in a black-red deck that's really dedicated to max speed, because the if you are at max speed, it's an effect worth splashing, but I don't think you can splash it in a deck that isn't expecting to have max speed quite easily.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that you'd have to splash it with pretty good fixing, because splashing is a pretty high opportunity cost that will impact your tempo.
Yes, and it is for sure best on turn 2 no matter what, and if you're splashing, you're losing that value from it.
You're losing that value, and you're losing some amount of chance to hit max speed.
That being said, I'm giving this a 2. I'm going to first pick it a decent amount in like slightly weak packs or even medium packs, but it's not a 1 just because I think there's definitely other rares I would rather open.
Yeah.
It's not a rare that I'm like, oh sweet, I opened this, my draft's gonna go great. It's more like, okay, this is probably the highest upside card. It's worth it to first pick, but I'm like on the lookout for not being in black-white.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's between 1.5 and 2 for me, same reasons. Alright.
You got the weird planeswalkers.
I got. Notably, we've gone all the way through multicolor. If you remember when I mentioned Chandra, I didn't say the only planeswalker because we have the Ether Spark. This is 4 colorless mana for a legendary artifact planeswalker equipment. We have an equipment planeswalker. We made it. It starts with 4 loyalty, And the Ether Spark reads, as long as the Ether Spark is attached to a creature, the Ether Spark can't be attacked and has whenever equipped creature deals combat damage during your turn. Just combat damage could be to another creature, to a player, whatever. You put that many loyalty counters on the Ether Spark. So so this thing can, in theory, accumulate loyalty pretty fast on a decently sized creatures. But how do we attach it? What else does it do? +1, so from 4 loyalty to 5 loyalty. Attach the Ether Spark up to one target creature you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. So we have an equip cost that costs 0 mana, increments our loyalty a bit, and makes our creature bigger, so it'll go more favorably in combat and get us more loyalty. That seems great. But what do we do with all this loyalty? -5, draw 2 cards. -10, add 10 mana of any one color.
Whew.
Wow. I mean, I think with this card...
So, baseline, right, it just kind of hops between creatures, putting +1/+1 counters on them.
Yeah.
Which is really good.
And then, it does that. And I think most of what I want to be doing with this card is, alternating between attaching it to my cards and hitting with them and drawing 2 cards a bunch of times.
I agree.
I don't think the mana advantage is going to be that relevant in most games.
In the games where it is relevant, it'll be very relevant.
And it'll also be very cool.
Yes.
But I think for the most part, you just want to be, getting a bunch of cards out of this. This card is real powerful. And
really
it's colorless.
Good. Colorless.
The opposite of multicolor attacks.
This is... So, I think to explain to people why we're, so high on this card, it's really easy to accumulate loyalty with it. You just get into combat with any creature, and you pump that creature, so it's pretty unlikely that it's not going to trade, at least on an even rate. And then, sure, you have a lot of loyalty, but it's, maybe the creature traded off, maybe they can attack it. Sure, but, it's got so much loyalty, it's hard for them to kill it, and then you just keep doing that, keep distributing counters, and if they don't attack it, you start drawing cards. The play patterns with this, I think, are really, really good in a limited context, and it's colorless. Easy one. I'm just taking this out of basically every pack I open.
I think pack one, pick one, I would take this over every other card we've seen.
I think that's right.
Just because of being... I don't think it's the most powerful rare compared to some of the bombs we've seen, but it's also colorless, so I will get to play it in every single limited deck that I
think that's right. This is the best card so far in this set that we've seen by the metric we're grading cards on, which is how highly do you take it in a draft. You take this at every opportunity you see it in a draft.
Yes.
All right. Next, we've got Lifecraft Engine. This is a little bit less of a powerhouse.
Just a little bit.
So, 3 colorless for a vehicle. It's a 4/4 with crew 3.
Yikes.
And then it's got this other set of abilities that's kind of just one ability. So, as this vehicle enters, choose a creature type. Vehicle creatures you control are the chosen creature type in addition to their other types. And each creature you control of the chosen type other than this vehicle gets +1/+1. So, it's a vehicle lord, sort of. It gives all of your vehicles +1/+1, sort of, no matter what. And then it also pumps, one of your creatures, because you have that creature and you choose that creature type.
Yeah, there are a couple recurring creature types in this format. I think human is pretty common. There's a couple goblins, too.
Yeah.
But there is...
So, it'll pump 1 to 2 things, probably, on your side.
Yeah, it's not a tribal format. The synergies in the set aren't set up around creature types. Besides Mount,
yes,
as an
Mount's
exception.
a good one. Yeah,
but for the most part,
and the issue is just that being a lord for vehicles, it's kind of bad.
Yeah, because you're never trying to go wide with your vehicles. They're actually the antithesis of that. So you really want, for this card to be good, you really want it to be pumping most of your creatures.
Because 3 mana 4/4 crew 3 is significantly below rate.
Yeah, that's a pretty awful rate. It passes the pilot test, but it doesn't pass the well-statted vehicle test. A 3 mana 4/4 creature is just good.
Yep.
And this is so much worse than that.
So much worse. This card is never terrible. It will always pump one thing and be a 4/4 technically that you get to use somewhat awkwardly, and it'll pump all your vehicles, which definitely matters. So it adds up. It's never horrible, but And 3 mana is not that much, and it's colorless, but, like, the power level isn't worth the flexibility, I think, is the main point I want to make in terms of how you prioritize this in a draft. Like, this is a card generally that isn't worth playing in your deck. Sometimes maybe a little bit, but, like, it's really hard for this to be actively good.
Yeah. Also, I want to note, like, with all we're saying about vehicles and not wanting a lot of vehicles, that means your vehicle slots in your limited decks are going to be pretty valuable, because there are some vehicles that have exciting upsides,
Yes.
or even just are well rated.
That's a really good point.
And, like, so no matter the color combination you're in, there's probably going to be a vehicle that you want. And that means, like, I don't want to be taking this card because I oftentimes will just want to be playing a good vehicle in whatever color combination I'm in, because assumingly I'll either get that for being in those colors or be drawn in because of that vehicle. And so, like, I just don't want to be adding excess vehicle slots to my deck just because that's a highly contested spot, I think.
Yep, totally agree. I'm
9?
I think a 9 is fair. Like, there will be some decks where you just, like, don't have any other vehicles, so this is kind of free in that vehicle slot thing. And it's fine, and maybe you happen to have a lot of humans or a lot of goblins or whatever. I guess I'm also describing you not having a lot of vehicles. This might just be a 10. Like,
I mean, I think it's a 9 also because, like,
it is colorless.
It's colorless. It's also kind of a green-white card because it's a Mount Lord.
That's true.
Like, I think when you have, if your deck's almost all mounts, like,
then this is good.
That this goes up in your estimation a good bit, like 3 mana.
Sneaky green-white card.
Sneaky green-white card, and I think, but even in green-white, like, not all your creatures are going to be mounts.
Yeah, I think 9 is fair.
I think
there will
9
be
is
spots
fair,
where you play.
and, like, you'll take it, like, maybe at, like, a 6 or 7 for green-white if you're in specifically in the deck that has enough creatures to satisfy it.
Yeah, I think that's right. So 9 for Lightcraft Engine.
Alright, next up we have Market Back Walker. This is XX for a 0/0.
Wow, terrible.
Terrible. This creature enters with X+1/+1 counters on it. So
wow, still terrible.
2 mana 1/1, 4 mana 2/2, 6 mana 3/3. What's this gonna do? Well, you can pay 4 mana and put another +1/+1 counter on it.
Wow, still terrible.
But then, when this creature dies, draw a card for each +1/+1 counter on it.
Oh, incredible bomb.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always... Like, 2 mana 1/1 dies, draw a card, not great. 4 mana 2/2.
Not great, but, like, not incredibly awful.
Yeah, not incredibly awful. 4 mana 2/2 dies, draw 2 cards. Now you have me interested. And that's the floor.
That's the floor.
Like, play it on 4 as a 2/2, put it... They don't want to kill it, because then you'll draw cards.
But they don't want to not kill it.
But if they don't kill it, you can just start, like... Unless you're super behind, which, like... This card does kind of disincentivize them from attacking with, like, any sort of mid-sized creatures. So it's, like, decently defensive as well in that way. Then you get stuck to, like, if you don't have anything better to do, just, like, start pumping counters into it. Like, then suddenly they're just like, oh, I can't interact with this card in combat, or my opponent gets an insurmountable advantage. Like,
yeah, I think it's very funny how this card reads, like, bad. Oh, ability, still bad. Ability, still bad. Ability, great bomb.
Yeah.
Like, it's just kind of funny how it works. That ability is just great.
It warps combat around itself and, like, warps the game around itself in a way that I think might be deceptive the first time you read it, like, because it looks like it's not giving you that much stats for its cost, but it's just, like, draw 2 cards is a lot more than draw 1 card, and draw 3 cards, and the more you draw, it's just, like, it's really, really powerful.
And it's just very flexible.
Yes.
It's an X spell. Obviously, you only can cast it on even costs, sort of. But it's colorless as well.
Yeah.
And I don't think this nearly has the same impact on a game as, like, Speed Demon or Luxa or whatever.
Or even Aether Spark.
Even Aether Spark, right? Like, you're taking Aether Spark over this. Aether Spark is, I believe, the best card to first pick in the set.
Yeah.
But this card is really good every single game.
Yeah, even if your deck's, like, otherwise a very aggressively slanted deck, this is just great top end.
It's just great top end. Like, they answer your aggro, and you still have this lying around. Now they have to deal with this as well in a late game. Like, you can just keep pumping your mana into it. It's kind of an infinite mana sink if aggro runs out of spells. And then when it dies, you'll draw a ton more spells and
they get
totally
to redeploy,
refuel.
yeah.
So, this is an easy one for me,
Yes.
even though it's not, like, one of the better bombs in the set on impact, it's still just really, really, really good.
No, the card's incredible. Easy one.
Easy one. Next, we've got Monument to Endurance. 3 colorless for an artifact. Does nothing when you play it. However, when you discard a card, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. You can either draw a card, create a treasure token, or have each opponent lose 3 life.
So notably, none of those abilities affect the board.
None of them affect the board, except kind of the life in a certain way, because it can finish off a game. But, like, yeah, not directly.
I'd say that's true of all 3 abilities, that they can
that's fair.
Increment you towards winning a game, but so does any sort of meaningful advance in a game.
No, that's totally fair. Yeah.
Like when I say,
by our definition of affect the board, none of these affect the board.
Yeah.
Totally fair point. I'm wrong.
No, you're Ryan.
I'm both. But, okay, let's say we have a deck that is like half cycling cards, right? Which is a lot of cycling cards. Like that is a lot of ways to enable this. It's a lot of payoff or like enablers or whatever, right? Whatever you want to call it. Okay, let's say that we want to cycle those cards half the time. So a quarter of our deck, we get to use this with. Okay. I mean, obviously, you're incentivized a little bit more to cycle cards when you have this, so I'm still, like, including that because most of the time you want to cycle your cards less than half the time. So let's say this brings you up to wanting to cycle them half the time. Okay. A quarter of our cards work with this. So let's say we get to activate it 3 times in a game.
That's pretty generous.
I'm being pretty generous here, right? Okay. So we could spend 3 mana to draw 3 cards over the course of, like, multiple turns.
Pretty good, but not.
Pretty good, but, like, not amazing. Like, 3 mana draw 3 would obviously be an incredible limited card, but...
This ain't that.
This ain't that, even in the scenario I'm describing, which is really hard to make work. 3 mana, opponent loses 9 life. Yes, that is sort of a great card, but not if it's slow, and not if you're spending mana on cycling instead of affecting the board, so you're not really pressuring their life total at all. 3 mana, make 3 treasures. That's just like a bad card. You get optionality between them. You get to move between, lose 3, draw a card, whatever. You can't do both of them on the same turn. So you literally, if you're trying to go 3 in 1 mode, you have to do that over 3 separate turns, or I guess 2 turns if you can do it on their turn, maybe.
Yeah.
But this is just not worth it.
I think for me, what would make me want to play this card is if I have enough of density of repeatable discard outlets.
Yes.
Like, I want to, like, that's...
There's the common 4/5.
There's the common 4/5 and the uncommon blue-red 3-drop vehicle. Like, ways to be able to repeat... Basically, if I have both, like, say, like, half my deck is cycling cards, and then I also have these repeatable discard outlets, now suddenly this gets a little bit more appealing as a way to, like, if I'm expecting to be able to do it turn over turn, like, really threaten my opponent with that, where they have to do something, or this will just win me the game, that's more appealing. But I think there aren't enough cards in this format that do that I'm really excited about this card.
I agree, and I would also just say that, like, normally we don't play A plus B combos in Limited where one of the cards does literal nothing. So you're including in that scenario half your deck is cycling cards.
Yes.
Or, like, almost half,
Yeah,
right?
basically what I'm saying is, like, I feel like for A plus Bs where A does nothing, those are build-arounds that we do. I would disagree, they are build-arounds we sometimes play, but they're, like, are, like, kind of, like, high deck building cost build-arounds. And I don't think you can hit that at all in this format.
I guess I don't really understand what you mean because, like, deck building cost is about what cards you can and can't put in your deck. So if we're talking about whether or not you're playing it, that's what we're talking about.
No, I'm talking like the kind of deck where you can play this card.
Oh, but what I'm saying is if it's an A plus B build round where A does nothing, that's what I'm saying is you're not in the deck where this already does a little bit.
I misunderstood. I thought you meant because it was like the card does nothing on its own.
No. I'm saying you would not play this if you had 2 cards that made it completely turned on and active, and no other cards that enabled it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I fully agree with that.
Yes. So
fully holy.
You need to both build around this get really, really paid off in the build around, and have multiple cards that make it trivially easy to use.
Yes.
That's like so rare.
This is super high setup cost since like this is not a card that I'm going to take and build around. This is a card that maybe once or twice in the format I will see that my deck is perfectly set up to play, and maybe I'll take it. This is a 10. I think.
This is definitely a 10. It's a screenshot 10.
Yes. There will be like a draft maybe that you have where you're like, oh my god, this card is insane, and then maybe you pick it up. But I don't even know if it's a one draft on average per person in a format when someone plays like 50 to 100 drafts of the format.
Yeah. Like, if you're a little bit less of an experienced limited player, you should treat this as a completely unplayable card.
Yes.
Cool. Next, talk about completely unplayable cards. We have Radiant Lotus. 6 colorless mana for an artifact. Costs a little bit more than Black Lotus, but it also generates a little bit more mana than Black Lotus.
Maybe.
Tap. Sacrifice 1 or more artifacts. Choose a color. Target player adds 3 mana of the chosen color for each artifact sacrificed this way.
Does it do anything else?
It does literally nothing else, Mora.
So what you're saying is for 6 mana at the top of my curve, I can sacrifice my board to like maybe get 6 or 9 mana.
Woo!
This card is the easiest 10. I don't think we need to linger on this that much.
Yeah, this is like a negative grade. Like, this isn't worse than a 10. It is a 0, whatever.
Yeah,
like,
no. You can fantasize about sacrificing all your artifacts and boom-mobiling them. Not worth the setup. This card is a 6-drop that does literal nothing and requires you to have an overwhelming board advantage and like specific rares.
Yeah, it's nothing. Don't play it. Even if you have Boomobile, just like don't play it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Stone Cold unplayable. All right, now we have Verges, and so I think we can probably...
We'll do them as a category.
We can do them as a category. So can you scroll through them as I talk, just so I can talk about the color pairs we have? Each Verge taps for a mana and then taps for another color of mana if you have one of the corresponding basic land types. So like the first one you see is black plus white. Then we have... Oh, I guess we can just talk about them all. It doesn't really matter the color combinations because you can read them as you draft them. But Verges, they tap for mana color 1, so Bleachbone Verge taps for black and then taps for add for white if you control a plains or a swamp. These aren't really close to full sources of fixing of their off color, right?
Well, I think they kind of are, because if you're in a base color, you'll have enough basics where you're almost always going to have a basic of the color that is your base color, and then it just is a free splash land.
Yeah, I guess, like 6 of that color. Like
that's fine.
For Bleachbone Verge, if you have 6 other swamps, I think that puts you at like 75 or 80% chance to see that by turn 3, which is great. I'd have to double check Karsten's math on that.
If you have 6 other planes, it's a little bit worse if you're trying to splash black, because it's just a splash land until you find your white. But I think it's still playable. Like, I think you're definitely still playing it over a swamp in that deck, and you're going to want to play a swamp most of the time you're splashing, unless you have a searcher, I guess, is the only scenario.
Yeah, if you have like a basic land searching effect.
But even then, I might just consider playing it plus a swamp, when I would normally just play a swamp and a plains. So, like, I think Verges are close to free splashes. Like, they're 2-color lands that aren't always 2-color, but are 2-color enough of the time to count. I would put it.
I would agree with that, yeah.
So, Verges are good. They're not great. They're like normal fixing lands. Untapped is nice. It probably is a little bit better than gaining a life.
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
I would give them categorically, assuming you're like probably in one of the 2 colors, I'd give them like a 6.
I think that's where I'm at too. I was thinking the number 6.
Yeah, I think 6 is fair. And that's for all Verges.
Yeah.
Alright, Muruganda Raceway. This is the rare version of the Soapbox lands from the Commons and Uncommons review. It is a colorless land, so it taps to add just colorless, and it has start your engines, so you get to start your engines on turn 1. Congratulations. And then when you get to max speed, it taps to add 2 colorless. This is also unplayable.
This one...
Do not put it in your deck.
This one's super duper unplayable, but also worth noting by the time, like, obviously, if this land just tapped for 2 colorless, it'd be broken. But this card is not going to tap for 2 colorless until you hit max speed. And it's that colorless land that's actively making it harder for you to cast your spells and hit max speed. It won't be an Ancient Tomb until the point in the game where that's not close to broken. And so you're not worth the cost of having colorless on your deck. Do not play this 10.
If you are a literal monocolor deck that is trying to get to max speed, maybe.
Yeah, I'd say definitely yes.
Yeah, I guess definitely yes, because in monocolor decks, colorless lands are
These colorless lands...
If you are at any flavor of 2 colors, just don't play it.
Yeah, no, I think all of these lands, like, monocolor, actively good. 2 color, actively unplayable.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say actively good, I would say, like, actively makes your deck slightly better.
Yeah, Stagger Engines is quite nice, but...
It is, for sure.
Alright,
Got
let's get
another
the Verge,
Verge.
another Verge.
This might be the end. I think,
Yeah, we're free.
We're free. That was the last card. So, thank y'all for tuning in. This was fun.
This was great.
I think rares are definitely more fun to review.
They're all exciting, and you get the good old, like, 1 to 10 whiplash.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be my last piece of content before the Pro Tour. I'm going to be taking a content break for this afterwards, so going to hunker down, work on Standard, work on Draft, develop some really great strategies, and I will be writing about those after the Pro Tour. So I'll see you guys later. Peace.